Cobb, nonetheless. All right, we up. I mean, that wasn't no message, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Johnson was just probably like, "Hey, man, I don't mind parking over here. I ain't got to pay. I could just walk a couple more steps." I mean, come on, man. All right, what's happening, y'all?
Bro, just saying what you talking about. It's a motherfucking gardening. Got green thumb day or something, bro. Bro.
Yeah, man. You know, hey, look, gardening. You know what I'm saying? It's like therapy for me. You know what I'm saying? Like you get up in that. Like I'm gonna go to the backyard right now. I got some blackberries back there. I need to go check on them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's kind of cool. I mean, I ain't never thought about stuff like that. You know what I mean? I ain't never thought about that. So, something to it. I know one thing. I ain't I ain't been to a fast food restaurant in about 3 months.
Okay. Feel better. You feel good and shit, bro.
Nah, I still got bad habits. I still feel the same. I know my pocketbook look better though.
So,
Hey, you shouldn't have a pocketbook.
oh yeah, I didn't catch that, bro. He said, yeah, you did say pocketbook though.
Why should I have a pocketbook?
Okay. Okay. Shit for that.
Fuck you doing walking around with a purse, man? Pocketbook is American for purse. Don't play these games.
Oh, it is? Shit, I mean, I don't know. That's what the old folks used to always say. That's the first thing came to my mind. You know, goddamn well I ain't got no pocketbook.
Yeah, I know. And them old folks you talking about is all American.
Yeah, I just, first thing came to my mind. I was sounding like an old man. I was trying to sound old.
Hell yeah, you sound like an old man. Go give me your grandma pocketbook real quick, boy.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, nonetheless, what I mean, before you left off yesterday, why did you want me to check that out? Who was working over there? Before I
Because,
forget to ask you.
oh, because, bro, motherfuckers don't be understanding how these contracts is working. They are working through the contract. So once you got a trust or an estate, these these clowns was taking land, doing little motherfucking what they do the surveys on it, right?
Right.
So they start plotting out land, it wasn't even their land. They just put in the newspaper they got some land, boom, boom, boom. You know how they used to do. Cause I had some of my people was talking about that one time. My aunt down South Carolina, how they try to she caught the white boy trying to advertise, talking about they got some land. She's like, hold up, that's our motherfucking land and shit, bro. You feel me?
Mm.
So, but if somebody don't dispute it, they can try to act like that shit theirs. You feel me? Then they put a contract on it. Now, once they put the contract on your shit, they taking the land, the motherfucking the the, the home, movable and movable, right?
Yeah.
And then jot your people down. That land it is saying that they motherfucking slave. Bro. Feel me?
Okay. Yeah.
So we looking at it like, oh, well, it's enslaved. Yeah, they enslaved us because they putting it down on paper that they got land that wasn't even theirs, but they getting legitimized through undisputed contracts. Feel me? That's
Mhm.
why I don't buy into motherfuckers how people doing deals with them, bro, because they did too much shady shit.
All right, let me ask you this question, nonetheless, real quick, because you know your shit and you've done your history research on
Yeah, yeah.
these whole transactions coming from the east across the Mississippi, right? So what would that look like? Just in plain, based on your question, companies coming over to Oklahoma after into the late 1800s, into the early 1900s, coming over, bringing their companies over here to mine and drill and do all that stuff and get these leases. What was that? What would that look like?
Ain't doing reconstruction.
Yeah, after 1880. Damn, he dropped off. God damn it. Derek. Oh, here you go. Hold on, D. He back. Go ahead now.
Hey, dude, it just bumped me off. Like,
Yeah, I know. I
that's
know.
crazy.
I know.
All right.
That's a hell of a question right there. Yeah. Did you remember the
Yeah.
question?
Yeah. You said what it looked like.
Yeah, what would it look like? Because you
So
asked the question, but I mean, because that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? What you're talking
right,
about. So before I get
right.
into the details of it, yeah, what would that look like on them bringing these companies over here from New York and all that stuff in there? Because that's where they was coming from. It was coming from New York.
Oh, yup. A lot of them was coming out of New York because that's where Wall Street is located. See, everything runs from Wall Street. That's when they get investors, bro. You understand?
Mhm,
So
mhm,
it's still happening today, but it's so few people. I'm talking about white and black. This ain't got nothing to do with race. It's a few people, right, that knows how to sell debt, right? So you're talking about what you're talking about is labor plus investment debt creates money. You
okay.
know what I'm saying? So now they're creating money off of people's debt. Now you now we still got to deal with this situation, and that's why people today are looking at a movement like let's take FBA for example, right? They got a pretty strong consciousness of the people right now. I ain't gonna say it's a movement because I know people don't like that and all that because it's not really. But I'm saying
Who you talking about?
I'm saying for example, with the FBA is talking about foundations, our
Okay.
foundation and how they we wasn't paid for our labor and whatnot for building United States.
Okay, so I don't know why when you said that just went through one ear and out the other. I didn't even hear that
Okay.
word.
Well, it has to do with what you're talking about, where after the Civil War, right? You're talking about after the Civil War during Reconstruction, they started
Mm-hmm,
moving corporations, right?
mm-hmm, yep.
Now, this is why I'm going there. I'm going there because you're not going to get people to invest in America, right? Because you gotta think like them. Think about it. Ain't nobody finna come over to America unless they are guaranteed a return on their investment. You see what I'm saying? So you talking about when they moved from East Coast to West Coast, you're talking about getting investors now. And why are people saying, oh, in London saying, oh, we'll invest in your company. You're going over to Oklahoma, Tech. What you got going over there? We got this oil. Boom, boom, bam. You know what I'm saying? And we got people that's going to work because after the war, it threw these Negroes into conflict or it threw them into some confusion. They're not as united now. You understand? Because people, you gotta think about it. People done lost their mothers. You know what I mean? You done lost mothers done lost their children. It was a war to take over not only our companies, but the rest of the West Coast. You know what I mean? Going west. You know they try to say it's a gold rush so they can get the white people coming over there and all this trash. You know what I'm saying? But they're trying to attract investors. Now, before you can get somebody to invest in your company, what you gotta do? When we're talking about a prospectus,
Uh-huh.
where you
Yeah.
or it's like a business plan.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no bank gonna give you no loan unless you got a business plan. So you gotta say from A to B how much what I mean, what you got, how much money you plan on making year one, year two, year three. This is where we invest. If you invest in this, we're gonna make about 10 million, whatever. Because you gotta go step by step on. Then you got people, and then you submit it. Now the bank gonna submit that to investors and say, well, look, man, y'all can get some money. They ready to go over west. You feel me?
Right.
That's what's happening. So now, because our people is not privy to those business dealings, we're just working, getting promised IOUs or promises to pay through paper money that ain't worth shit. And they ain't gotta pay us because the mint wasn't really dealing with people who wasn't citizens or wasn't considering them or wasn't considered to be a part of the United States as a whole through white and non-white. Cause remember, it was white and non-white at first.
Right.
You know
I got you, Nadia. I'm looking for something real quick. Stay put. I see. I can't close this out. Hold on. I got you though, Nadia. Go ahead.
Right. So now instead of being a quasi-private public before the Civil War, where we was private, right? We had our own private communities, clan, tribe, whatever you want to call it. We was doing deals through our states with the government that was only supposed to do deals internationally, right? But they brought that international business dealing onto our land. That's what's happening when you talk about they started going west with the industries through the railroads. You know what I'm saying? And all that. You start seeing the Carnegies and who was that? The Rothschilds and all that. Not only that, they was robbing our bonds through the banks. Our bank, because we went from having the most banks to having almost zero now.
Right. That's check it out though now. So in my uncle, this is my grandfather's grandmother's brother. Right. So this is my grandfather's grandmother's brother.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, at this point in time, when he came to Oklahoma, he got land patents in Georgia, Wyoming, Alabama. He's moved and shook a few times. You know what I'm saying? So he's not really a part of the Seminole, but he went to Seminole County. He went to Kanawha. So you're talking about Weewonka, Muskogee, like he was in the mix. So that caveat that I showed came from the Seminole Chiefs. Okay. But I was like, I'm thinking to myself, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, was he brokering these deals amongst all these people? And then like there was like another 150 more that I didn't show that he's getting deeded land through the Chiefs from these Seminoles. You see what I'm saying? And I'm like, what's happening here? So the one that I showed yesterday was the people that actually have filed the suit. And like I said, I did it with Nadi was up here. This was one of the first ones. Nadi came up, when people came up on the panel that we actually read it together. And I was showing this is my uncle right here. So what I'm trying to figure out at that time, right? So this case ended. He won in 1930. You're talking about my mom was born in 1945. And then when she went into high school, she pretty much went to a high school in Chickasha with she said that was the first time she ever seen that many white people. Now, she was born in 1945. You put 16 years on it. That's 19 what? That's 1961. You're talking about 1961, and then she went to school with all these white folks. But she said prior to that, none of that was going on. She said they lived in their own areas, their own land, and all this stuff. But then but before that, they were still in what they would consider to be Seminole territory. But then after that, after he and his sister moved or got moved,
right,
they ended up in Chickasha, and that became the city, and that became the state of, and then here you go. And a lot of things changed. Everybody moved. When I say the whole family moved, everybody moved into the city. So my question, that's why I was asking you that question. Like
Uh-huh.
what, but all those people, and when I look, because I got the lease, I got those leases in there. All
Hmm.
those leases was coming from companies from the East Coast. So they had to be bringing them same white boys over here to work these mines. Had to.
Okay. Okay.
And then gave them the, the squatters and the homesteads and all that. You know what I'm saying? This is just what I'm thinking about. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing about, see, the problem with those contracts is a major issue with contracts, right? Because contracts are now superseding actual ownership, because you can you can sell, instead of selling land or selling a property, actually you're actually exchanging contracts. So now, say for instance, let's say I got a club, right? I got a club and shit. I bought, you know
Mhm.
what I mean, with my paper, you know what I mean, whatever. Instead of going through a real estate and all that, all I gotta do is sell you the contract, the operating agreement.
Yeah, and that's
That's
what he did. That's what he did. I'm gonna show
right,
you. I'm gonna show you the case.
right.
I got it on the
Yes.
gesture. What he did was he put up a couple of his leases
Mm-hmm.
as
Yup.
collateral to get the bread to do some other shit, and then they did the whole
Right.
little,
Use
52
right.
fake on him, and then
Yup.
the sheriffs came and they took his land, but he actually nigga was cold. He won. He got it back and won, and got a caveat behind it from the Seminole Chiefs. It was like, nah, this is our land. Like whatever he does on his land, we allow it. So you fuck with him, you fuck with us. That was the conversation that they had. I was like, whoa.
But that's right. That's exactly how it should be. Because one person, see, that's the problem I have. You gotta identify who signed this stuff, because they don't represent all the whole nation or the whole family. One person, like, you come to me and you say, well, this so and so signed this agreement. I'm like, and who gave him authority to speak for everybody?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
don't work like that. But these white people go and run it and put it in history as if one person made a decision for the masses, when they know it don't work like that. But nobody disputes it. And the reason why we don't dispute it, because we don't understand the system and how they put contracts as the authority over the land. It's really all about contracts, bro.
Right. Okay. So with that being said,
Hmm.
with that being said, I just found something, right? They got some
Hmm.
money for civics classes now. Just gonna throw that out there. They got
Okay.
money for that. All right.
Cool.
So the other thing is, um, if if you know what I'm saying, I'm looking at it. I'm being totally honest with you, with you brothers, everybody here. I'm being totally honest. Them Hardmans ain't Seminole at all. They come from Tallapoosa, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't over there in Florida. They ain't touch over there. I know he was moving around a little bit. I don't know. But I know they come from Tallapoosa. Their daddy come from Tennessee. You know what I'm saying? So he no road number, no nothing. But his wife was a major player, and she was the one that really had them deeds. See what I'm saying? He was the one doing them things, moving around and getting shit done, but she was the one that was the signer. You understand? She had all the power. This is the cold thing about it. Now, I'm gonna ask you another question. She has a roll number though. Now we found a roll number on her. We didn't find one on him or my great great grandmother. We ain't found no roll numbers on them Hardmans. We found them on her though. So what does that mean? If it means anything for that nature, they decided and the other ones didn't. You know what I'm saying? Because I can show you pictures. I can't show the pictures. But George was dark skinned. Annie, Harden, dark skinned. That whole crew was dark skinned. You know what I'm saying? They was dark skinned, you know what I'm saying? And so I'm just asking, like, well, speculative speaking. What does that look like?
Okay, what you mean? What it look like?
Because he ain't got no roll number, but his wife did.
Oh, okay. No. I wanted to make sure we was on the same page, right?
Yeah, but she kind of controlled those. She is the one that had the relationship with the Chiefs, not
I
him.
got you. No, look, listen. Whatever. Now, as soon as you said that, I see the way I did I already know where you're going. When you said that she held the estates, I automatically knew that story was legitimate. You feel me? Because the women held the estates. They didn't work in the public.
Right.
They only worked for the land in our estates. It was all held by the women. I'm talking about from who you was going to marry. All the records was held by the women. All the deeds, everything was held by them. Why? Because they are the ones that produces the heirs. They the ones that organized that whole thing. They wasn't dealing with none of these people out here. That's why when I be seeing these dudes done signs, I be like, how a dude done signed some shit over? Only the women, because the women are the ones that held the estate. That's why you seen all these white boys trying to marry our women. Well, because they liked them. That's why the Catholic Church was trying to get all our grandmothers to join the church. So when they pass away, they giving the deeds away to the Catholic Church, nigga. I know a whole story. That's what happened. That's
Okay.
why I be tripping off some of these stories. Like, bro, it didn't happen like that. Bro, when you look at certain Expert is a book. There's several books that talk about that, bro. That talk about how he was running. We didn't give nobody no authority. He was looked down. Our people.
Okay.
You feel me? We have a bro. Listen, black people and the dudes, the people, whoever they say they Native American, these Native American, these Mongoloids bow down to them. If you look at us, our nature, we have a problem with authority. A major problem. We don't like no authority, bro. We don't like nobody telling us what to do. We just don't. So when I feel that, when I read something like that, and I be like, oh yeah, that's us. they ain't the Mongoloids. You feel
Yeah,
me?
I told you, I think I shared that with y'all. I said, shit, my mom used to come up there and whoop my ass. They used to call her like, he is not accepting authority around here. She's like, why are you not listening? I was like, I don't like what they saying.
But here's something else though. Here's something else, y'all.
First grade though. None.
Bro,
First grade.
My elders.
7 years old.
Let me tell you something.
It's unreal.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something, bro. Now I grew up in the 70s. Bro, let me tell you something. Nigga, all the elder women in my bro, they was mean as a motherfucker. Bro, whip your ass, bro. I'm talking about, nigga. We used to be. I don't know about y'all, but nigga, we was terrified of them, bro. And you mean tell me these clowns was fucking doing anything to our people as mean as they was? Mean as our motherfucking mothers and grandmothers was, bro?
Yeah.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. That's why I be like, yo, it's no fucking, well, we soft right now. Like, I know I ain't nowhere near like my mother was and my grandmother and them was, bro. With my children. I be feeling soft. Cause I know, bro, so many, man, they used to be 10. Yo, you do something. You remember you used to suck your teeth?
Mm-hmm.
And you get your motherfucking lips smacked off your face. Remember them days?
Yep.
It took me a long time. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That shit had me traumatized so much. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't suck my teeth till I was in my 30s, bro. Where I was like, hold up, bro. I didn't. I was in my 30s. No lie, bro. Somebody said, I be like, man, you try to do that shit. They be like, come here, back up. So I'm just saying, bro, all these deals that they coming up, what they did was they wrote bogus, illegitimate contract, claimed land, wrote in fake holders of the land. They waited to us to dummy us down to us not knowing what business. That's why I got so gun ho into learning what they was doing, where I was like, oh, this is why we all screwed up. Our people don't even know about this stuff. And I think our people keep thinking they can shortcut knowing, and they think we can just band together. No, bro, you gotta know what they're doing, because they don't really discriminate with this stuff. White people can get it too. Just because they white don't mean them mugs ain't get their stuff snatched too. I was reading up. Remember Budweiser?
Yep.
Or everybody know what Budweiser is. In their family, their shit got taken in 2008, bro. I didn't even know about it. Their whole estate got snatched from them, from foreigners. Well, not even for, well, they foreign too, because the Bush family married into the Anheuser family. He married to an Anheuser. That's why I call Anheuser Busch. But
Mm-hmm.
they was now, Bush beer used to be the king of beers. Remember, it was the king of beer. They was running everything. Bush Gardens, all that. They was making money. Bro. But the reason why they was rolling like that, because they made their private estate too public. They went public, started leveraging shares of their family business. The foreign London started, I forgot the name of the company, started buying up shares to the point where they only own 4% of
Really?
Anheuser Busch. Got their stuff snatched from them. They own none of it
Really?
now.
Ah.
So what I'm saying is, but you want to know why? The reason why I'm bringing this up, because we need to learn a lesson from, if you go on the internet and look at that story, you want to know why? Because it happened early 1900s when they started going, moving. It's an interesting story, actually, because during Prohibition you couldn't sell beer. So what they were doing, they was like they stayed afloat because they started selling the ingredients to make the beer and ice cream and shit, right? But then
Mm-hmm.
when they lifted up the sanctions on beer, they started rolling real hard. It started making tons, just rolling over everybody, you know. But anyway, the sons started inheriting the company. They started getting beneficiaries. But the problem is that when you give shares to the beneficiaries, if one of the beneficiaries start leveraging those shares to outside entities, and then and then after a while they get greedy. They want millions of dollars to build this. They want 100 million for this. And then you go into the stock market. It becomes, you get investors. The investors now own your stuff because you went public. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I'm bringing this up is that you can put provisions in your trust indenture to prevent those beneficiaries from making, they have to offer that to the family before they can offer it to the public. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Through the trustees. And the trustees have to have blood ties. You can put that in your trust indenture. So they can't do that stuff. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, we won't fall for the same, trick bag that other people are falling for. Because you can find all this information out in case law. You know what I'm saying? And just reading the story about these corporations. how they losing their stuff. Just because they came over and took our stuff, don't think that they are loyal because they say they white and all. No, they all are freaking predatorial. They're not loyal to nobody. They just know the game. That's it. You know what I mean? So our people doing deals with them was detrimental. That's really why we in the situation we in right now. Because we was making deals in a system that we didn't really master, or we had really limited knowledge on what they was doing. That speculating, that investments and all that stuff. That wasn't our thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Selling contracts and leveraging contracts for loans and all that stuff. We wasn't doing that, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
So now, if your estate gets repossessed, right, by the state, they auction it off. They auctioning off all of the land and the people that's working on the land. That's why I wanted you, if you can find language in the documents that your family has, nigga, we done pinpointed exactly how they started writing us down as slaves, bro. You see what I'm saying? Because them mugs is sitting up there, and and look, I was just reading this before I got online. Say for instance, right? It's just like, oh, in that same story with Anheuser-Busch, right? Once that company, foreign company, bought Anheuser-Busch, the employees now work for them. So now, before when the family owned it, they was getting bonuses, they was having little parties, they was getting free beer. The new owners come in like, no, y'all ain't getting none of that shit. You feel me?
Right. So
So hold up. So real quick. So that means when another company buys a company, outside, they not only inherit the business, they also inherit the employees. You feel me?
right.
That's what happened. That's what happened to us, bro. Just because one of our people are saying we giving credit to made a deal with the devil. No, that's all I wanted, bro. That's all I want to say. My fault. I ain't mean to cut you off. Appreciate you letting me finish that off, though.
No, for sure. How do I sound? You guys hear me good?
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know about everybody else, but I can hear you.
All right. Uh,
Yeah, I hear you.
all right. Come on, Nadi. Come on, D Cobb. What y'all got?
Oh yeah, I just listening right now. I'm gonna step in when I
Can you?
analyze the situation.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, go ahead. Nah, this Bluetooth thing is keep cutting on and cutting off. Go ahead.
Also, oh damn, somebody saying something?
Nah,
Or is
my
there?
Bluetooth kept
Oh,
cutting in and cutting out. I know Nadi said something.
but here's another thing we talked about back, a while ago, right? We was on a panel, like we was just building, right? Also, once you become a part of the United States, say for instance, we in our own sovereign, land and tribe, right? Boom, boom. Once we start saying we citizens or we're a part of the United States, now what we're doing now, we're doing the same thing. We was private, now we going into the public. So now what the United States going to do now? Start taxing you, bro. They're going to assess the land and say, oh, you owe us X amount of dollars in taxes. You don't pay the taxes, what? They put a tax lien on your property that you otherwise wouldn't have had. Now you're giving them authority to tax you. And then if you don't pay the tax, they come and repossess for a tax lien. Think they weren't doing that 100 years ago, 200 years ago? Once you come into the United States, now they taxing all your stuff. And a lot of people didn't even know that they had the lien, the tax lien. One of these foreigners buy it from Europe, and from London, because Europe ain't London and England. I don't know why people keep thinking that. But anyway, they coming over like, oh, I just bought a tax lien for these Negroes. They got a lien. I bet you them niggers don't know. Yeah, but guess what? They don't pay. We going on there with the horses, throwing them the fuck off the shit. And if they do that, we gonna get the United States. Tell them we got an issue, and they gonna bring the army over. Yeah, that's what they were doing, bro. That's why it was so dangerous to even do business with these snakes, man. Man, I just peeped that. I peeped that a long time ago. That situation with the tax joint.
Hey, y'all keep it in. Jump in, Naughty. Jump in, D-Cobb. Somebody. I'm trying to fix these damn Bluetooth.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead. I
Yeah.
thought you wanted to say something. My fault. Yeah, man, but I'm just going down the line of how but a lot of them, that's how they got free though. They already knew about withholding holding land in trust, because that's how they was using that to protect their land against the monarchs, the kings over in England, because they was instead of the king talking about he was sovereign working for the benefit of the people, they created these trusts. You can read this in William Blackstone commentary, how they was making laws and all this crap. Same laws they got over here, actually, charging them with being homeless, being poor. They were doing that to all of them.
Okay, so all right, so so what are the circumstances, the whole timeline? The whole timeline. We're not getting into a color look. Let's deal with the people that was over here.
Right.
Where they came from during that time, because if you're looking at the timeline of my uncle, you're looking at when he was giving these not giving them out, once he started accepting and issuing leases for these people to come drill, right? So they was coming over here and they was coming over into Oklahoma and they was drilling. Now at this point in time, this is Weewonka County. Weewonka County, Seminole County, Muskogee, Kanawha, what they call Kanawha, Oklahoma. That was all considered to be part of Weewonka, Seminoles. So they was coming over here. Some of them were setting up stores. Some of them was setting up banks. You know what I'm saying? A lot of what they was doing, and but the people they was bringing over to work was their own workers. The people that was actually there already, people that are part of that nation, so on and so forth. They wasn't working. They were bringing other people with them on the train.
Okay.
All right. So.
Well, this is late. This is late in the night. Well, this is like 19. You said early 1900s.
This is late 1890s, 1890s into the 1900s. But really, the documents and everything that I see pretty much start 1910, 1912, 1913. And then the shit started happening in 1920. 23 and 24 and 25.
Okay. Well, it's still they still technically are slaves then, bro. But see, that's the one thing. Even though they was coming from Europe, they was still slaves. They always trying to make it seem like, yeah, they was laborers or employees, and man, they was fucking slaves, bro. Fucking Slavs. I mean, they always trying to make it like it's a, you know what I mean? Like it was like they was like corporate employees, like trying to make it a different, trying to make it sound fancy or something.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So this is so
They
you
did.
know,
They didn't have
you would have
authority.
thought
I'm
that
just gonna
these
put it
people.
like that.
Yeah, I might have thought that these people that was coming through at that time was a part of that famous forum coming into Ellis Island and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know off and these other ports. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? These other ports
Slaves.
that they
Mm-hmm.
was coming
Slaves.
up over here as slaves,
Yeah, bro. But they always
refugees,
trying to put that on us. You know what I'm saying? But
refugees, or was it
yeah,
refugees?
refugees, um, seeking asylum seekers and shit, some shit.
All right.
Fucking trafficking. A lot of them was trafficking, human traffic. They was traffickers, bro. Let's just call it what it is, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Human traffickers, for real. That's why I used to get the Pan Africans all the time with that bull crap, bro. Talking about, oh, no, they brought them from Africa in the slave ship. I'm like, man, I ain't no slave. Nigga, that's human trafficking. What you talking about?
Now the other key is okay. So let's get to the time date when my uncle won his case back because he came in and as a plaintiff against them that actually did that sheriff. I mean, it's a whole thing. Sheriff came in and they did a whole foreclosure, moved him, did all this stuff, and he didn't stop. He came back
What
and
court?
actually
He a
won.
plaintiff, and what court was he in? What do you know?
Uh, yeah, I'm about to pull it up. I already pulled it up. Let me pull it up. So this was right here. You see, yeah, this is Supreme Court of Oklahoma, right? So
Oh, okay.
this
Yeah,
is
man,
Supreme Court.
everything sound real legit, bro. Yeah, he was in the right venue and everything.
Yeah, so this is September 16, 1930. So
Oh crap. So and that's wait a minute. Dang.
so he was still in so-called Indian territory. It seemed like he had to go
Yeah,
to the
yeah, yeah,
Supreme
yeah, yeah,
Court.
yeah,
It's like he had to go to the Supreme Court based
yeah, yeah.
on
Yeah, yeah. That's the
their
only.
their their U.S. citizens trespassing and taking
Yep, yep.
land.
That's the only court that got standing.
Okay,
Yep,
okay,
yep. That's Article 3. That's all. That's what I'll be telling people. Like, bro, you're talking about some Article 1 courts. Like, our people don't belong in there.
right.
You getting bamboozled. But yeah, you talking about Supreme? Yeah, that's legit, bro. Which means that, dang, that's legit, bro. Because which means what was his standing? That means shit. That means that he wasn't. United States didn't have no authority over.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And
The United States didn't gain authority over Americans until after 1930.
yeah, all right, so okay, good, Derek, good. All right, so
Which
okay,
mean,
so
hold up. Which mean he wasn't no U.S. citizen, bro.
okay,
U.S.
there you go. There you go. There you go. There you
Yup.
go.
U.S. citizens don't be in no Supreme, no Article 3 courts, bro. Trust and believe that. It don't happen.
U.S. citizens didn't become our problem until the children of after 1933 were born.
Exactly.
All right,
Exactly.
so okay, so my question, 1930s, right? Now, number one question, all right, you guys, and I'm gonna address this to Derek first. Now, my rhetorical question is: you see how important 1933 is?
Yes.
All right,
Yup.
I'm giving you guys a primary source here. Now, so 1930. Okay, let's put 1930 and let's put 1933, 34, and all the things going at that time. But at and then we go back to 1924, 1926 Indian Citizenship Act, Indian this and that, where they had these certain things going on. But in 1926, my uncle was still in control of about 400 acres
Yes.
leasing, and people were still coming over here. So I'm gonna start with D, and then y'all pick it up from there because I'm trying to figure something out here. I mean, god damn, like everybody jumped off the I mean, there's only 3 left in the panel. Where them niggas run to? Go ahead, y'all. Should be funny. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it first. Y'all take off from there.
It's simple to me, but it's hard for everybody else to grasp. It's only 2 nations here. It's always been since 1865, 2 nations. The American nation and the United States nation. They folded us into the United States nation generation by generation. And once they got to, it started, 1871 by, 1940? They were, everybody that we know of as copper colored races was a United States citizen due to the 14th Amendment. But when the 14th Amendment was written in 1865, that was only for a certain group of people. So they had to wait till they died, and then their children, they folded them in, then their children, they folded them in. By the time they got to the 3rd generation, that's all of us. But now the question is, what nation did these people originally belong to?
That's the complicated thing. Because based on what I got through my genealogy, man, people was moving around. I mean, like constantly moving. It was no Indian removal type shit. They were constantly moving. When I saw him, D, check this out. When I saw him, and then I saw what his pops was doing. I mean, his pops was born in like the early 1800s. You know what I'm saying? Because he was born in 1870 or something like that. So that means his pops was at least 30 years old, 20. So he was probably born in mid 1850s, could be born a little bit earlier than that. It's hard to track his daddy. His daddy was a mover and shaker. They have all different type of dates for him. So who knows? He could have been one of them soldiers. But you know, my thing is that, you know, when you get into the movements of what they were doing, none of it was forced. I mean, I saw he had patents in like 4 different states.
That's a sign to tell you what nation was he moving under.
I mean, he had shit in Wyoming.
You got to
make that make sense.
No, it's very easy, because if you look at a map, 1865, cutoff date. The cutoff date for United States citizens, the United States, is 1865, and they only had 13 colonies. Now, the rest of the United States was Indian territory. Period. All the way through Wyoming, all the way to California.
I agree with that. That's why they called it the Interior. That's why they created a Department of the Interior.
So now, 1865 being the crucial time. Okay, so if the United States is 13 colonies, 13 states, and the rest of it is Indian territory. Now, Indian territory stretched from the south all the way to Washington.
Well, gonna be able to get nowhere.
Yeah, good luck. Oh, okay. If you think about it, all the Indian nations came together to do what?
I don't know.
Before 1865.
I don't know.
They all came together to create what you call the Confederate Republic Federation.
All right. I'm rolling with you on this. You know, people will disagree. So just know that.
Now, people will disagree, but people don't realize that when the war ended, supposedly, the deal was for the Confederate States of America to grant the United States rights to be in this territory. Because before the war, they did not have the right to be in this territory.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're only granted rights to get to be here, how can they be in control?
Right. So
the United States is actually under the Confederate States of America, because the Confederate States of America came together as an American nation, even though it's not recognized as one today, but legally it is one.
okay.
Because if you look up the definition of a treaty, treaty has to be done between government to government. That's the key. So they'll tell you that the Confederate States of America was never a nation. But how can it not be a nation if it had all the principles of a nation and it did business as a nation?
So it'd be safe to say that these people that was trying to run a play on my uncle were coming over doing some type of predatory shit and some what you would call a progenitor of stealing somebody's estate through straw man terms. Is that safe to say, you guys?
Yeah.
Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Yeah. You're right.
But before 33, they couldn't necessarily do that because it's a legality to it that you don't have any wealth to.
Now, right here, right? Let me read this little part. Nadi was up here when I read this shit because I figured he could make it make sense with me as well. Because I've been reading this and I'll be like trying to figure this shit out, right? So now that you two are up here with Nadi, the one thing that got me was that he executed a first mortgage on the land and said sum for their services in procuring the loan. Plaintiff gave 4 notes in the sum of $300 each to secure claim, executed a second mortgage on the land. Now it says that he being the owner of the land, right? So he owns the land, and that he was unable to pay said notes, and that suit was brought on the 4 $300 notes and to foreclose the second mortgage, resulting in a sale of said land on July 21st, 1924. So now you're in Indian territory and you're bringing they had to make him an offer and say, hey, you can do this with these notes. Well, what were these notes considered to be, and what is this mortgage considered to be? You know what I'm saying? This is pre-1933. Where are these notes coming from? See what I'm saying?
The notes are gold and silver certificate notes. That was the money back then. But
later on in the thing, he actually these notes were created off of the lease, the oil and mineral leases that he had. Right. So these oil and mineral leases he had with these companies that I was talking to none about, like this conservative loan company and all these different companies, these was all connected to these companies that was coming over to the East Coast.
Correct.
And it was actually on his land that he was leasing to them. He was actually taking the leases that he had them under, and he was selling it back to them.
Correct. Gold and silver certificate notes, money, backed by assets. That's why I keep showing you that debt clock, because no one can explain the wealth, but the wealth comes from before 1933, not after. Because the gold and silver certificate notes was the money that.
All right. Anybody want to jump in? Nadi, where you at? Still there? Or no?
Yeah, I'm here.
You got anything?
Nah, it just chillaxing.
All right. Uh,
No, I hear you, but
okay, go ahead. What you got on it? I mean, me myself, I've had this for some time now, and I actually put it down because this shit was giving me a headache reading this shit. I'm like, what the
yeah,
fuck?
I know it will give you a headache. That's why you got to make it make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, the problem with is it is gold and silver notes, right? But the problem is when you accept the notes and not the actual gold, it becomes an issue. When you accept the notes, right? You're now giving legitimacy to these two bankers to hold on to the actual gold and lend money secured by assets that they don't have. You see what I'm saying? So with these bankers, the way these bankers was running, say for instance, you got in circulation, right? You got $100 million in gold notes. The banks don't have $100 million in gold. They probably only got $10 million in gold. But they issue notes, more notes than what they have on reserve. They know. So if everybody cash in those notes, they don't have enough gold to reimburse everybody because people kept accepting the notes. So I our people wasn't really dealing with that. You feel me? But
Okay.
that's how these foreign bankers was operating to the point where now they issue, instead of 100 million, now it's all the way up to $1 billion in gold and silver notes that they got in circulation, but still only got $10 million in gold. This is how they got us trapped into a speculative market, right? Working with bankers that are all committing fraud, but we keep accepting notes.
We
Okay,
accept
no.
Federal Reserve
Real,
notes today.
let me
We do not
real quick.
accept silver certificate notes.
Real quick, D, but you gotta look at it. Okay, so we're talking 1920. Okay, so this is December 30th, 1920. Right, this is 1920. This is not 1921 or anything. We know our dates, these main dates on these so-called Black Wall Streets and all that stuff, what they want to call it. This is before the Great Depression. This is before the New Deal. This is right around the time. This is within the time frame because a lot of this stuff was 1910, 11, 12, 13, 1913. The Federal Reserve, all that stuff started coming in the United States. But at this point in time, what we talking about notes here. These notes are secured by mineral and oil. It's not backed by gold. These notes is based on leases. Like if I lease you, like if we get a lease agreement for you to live in my house, On my land, I'm leasing it to you for a period of time. And all these had either 5 to 7 year leases on them.
Right.
And
And they
eventually
expect
they
a
on the
return.
land to drill and work.
Right. He expects a return from his lease.
Right. But
I'm
he's
leasing you,
actually taking
I'm
these
leasing
leases,
you this land with a commodity that you're looking to extract.
but he's taking these leases and using them as secured collateral to get money.
Yes.
But they're just saying that it's a loan. They're loaning him something. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. But now, okay, let's say you lease this land, right? You made
Mhm.
an agreement and the dude foreclosed on the agreement, even though you took out a loan. But that's what they would do back in the day. They know that he owned the land, so they get him to take out a loan between him and the third party. Third party's working with the government. So now they make an agreement with the owner to pull the oil out the land. Now they go do some bullshit like, all right, there ain't no oil on this land. All right.
Mhm.
So now you can't pay the loan off. So now they got a tie to. So now they're gonna use that as an excuse you didn't pay. So now we can usurp the land. But in actuality, the land has been in a land patent since he owned it, because only an American can have a land patent. Period. No foreigners have land patents.
Right.
So therefore, with the economy the way it was set up before 1933, before the central bank, it was man to man. Your handshake, your word is your bond. Everything is done off of assets before 1933. After that, it's done off of credit. So now all the land assets has been put on reserve. Even though it's in reserve, it's
Um,
still gaining interest.
not to cut the brother man off, but you're wrong about non-Americans owning land patents, bro. The Chinese own over 500 million acres of land in America.
That's a land deed, not a land patent.
They have a land patent, brother. Please,
Please tell me what family is that? Because
what
land
family
patents
is
are
that?
directly tied to a family.
Chinese private entities and companies
Tell
hold
me the
land ownership.
family. Because
Huh?
land patents are not tied to a company, they're tied to a family name. What Chinese family?
Private
They're here.
entities and companies hold land ownership and patents in America, bro. Um, um, uh,
There were
we
no,
keep
okay,
taking
what? Okay,
this
tell me this,
identity like
tell me
everything
Yeah,
is
the,
you can
just
names
hold
you
on,
of
you can
these
patent land
Chinese
today. You can
families.
still
hold
patent land,
on,
bro.
You
hold
With
can't
on,
patent
GSA.
land. Land,
hold on.
you
Yeah, I
cannot.
have my land patent. Yes, you can, bro. Stop.
God,
Yeah, bro. I thought you knew that. Yeah, you
oh
can
This
patent
shit
land.
is
God,
crazy, bro.
this shit is wild.
Yeah,
Go to
it is
GSA.
wild.
Yes, yo, it's GSA. Companies do it all the time.
This shit
There,
is wild.
you have to have a
So let
federal
me
land. You
say,
have to have a federal deed
man,
No,
let me
you
say
don't.
something.
to
No,
hold.
you
Let me
don't.
say
Okay,
something.
excuse me.
Let me say
When you
something.
complete your mortgage, what do they give you?
Let me say something, bro.
Yeah,
You in
but
a
you
whole
can.
nother ball field
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
When
that's
no
you
that's
complete
that's
mortgage.
a
your
separate
mortgage,
issue,
what do you get?
You in
bro.
a
I know
whole
that's separate.
different
You can
game,
still
bro.
patent. You can patent your own land. You can do it,
Okay,
bro.
When you
Go on
talking
to
about a
GSA.
mortgage,
Oh my, yeah, mortgage is
it's not
that's
even tied
yeah,
to you. That's
when
right.
you
actually tied
finish
to the
a mortgage,
citizen, which is
what
United
do they
States
give you?
property.
What do they give you when you finish a mortgage?
Yeah, but they're not. No, that's up
Do
to
they
All
you.
give
right,
Have
you
let
a
the
me just
land.
land
say what I'm gonna
patent, or
say.
do they
That's
Since he
give
wanna
you?
separate,
keep
bro.
saying that. Since he wanna keep saying it, let me say what I'm gonna say. So the understanding that we go in with that this is our country and everything is ours and this is this. and you keep tying yourself in with this commercial entity or business in a commercial front, and it's an oxymoron to think that is yours when the whole United States is an international dealing. That's the whole purpose from beginning to end. So if they're doing anything on the land is identified under the international banking, international laws, international observance.
The United States dollar bill was not internationally formed until 1944.
No, that was the only authority they had from Jump Street was international dealings. We had the
Man,
authority
The
on the land.
United States dollar did not gain international recognition until 1944.
man,
Period.
boy, we ain't worrying about what you talking about on the dollar. You going into another ball field again. The
Yeah.
United States itself, period, is a international interest company. Shall be
Right.
for beginning to the end. It's a foreign company. It's foreign.
Right.
It's not America, bro. Why you keep thinking that?
The United
Why you keep
States,
saying that?
the what? The United States of America is foreign.
Yeah. The state now look, the states are domestic. Our states handle you notice that the states don't have anything to do with internet. Like a governor from one of these states don't do international business. They
Nope.
have to go through the United States authority in order to do international business because United States is an international entity.
The United
The only time you seen a state doing something international was Texas when it came to the immigrants coming over to the
Yeah, because
country.
because they on the border. That's why they on
And
their
they
border.
independent, just like California, so they can deal in their own international affairs. They got that plausibility by being independent, but associated.
So you believe that this whole system was created and formed by a foreign entity?
No, it was used for them to do international business.
Let me explain this to him. The
All right.
foreigners were the only individuals identified under a structure of what you're seeing today. It wasn't for the free people of this land. By the United States being created, it turned the free people of this land into international entrepreneurship.
Right. Because
All right,
before,
bro.
yeah, because before the
Y'all. All
United
right, bro.
States, we wasn't before the United States. That's why they couldn't come over here, bro, because we wasn't even dealing with them niggas, bro. We ain't had to.
Nope, they was identified under a colony when they came over, and it was
Yeah. That's I
British
mean, I'm not
ran.
yeah, this is
British
not this ain't
territory ran
yeah,
that we
this is
allowed the
not hard,
British
bro.
to
I'm not
sit
nobody trying to be funny acting,
and
bro.
come gather up trade and shit in their own essence without the Moors. That's what the colonies were.
So are you saying the Moors are the Americans and they created America?
I said with
So did they
the
have their
colonies.
own?
I said the colonies were territories of the British, so they can come and sit to gather trade from the land and from the indigenous people of the land without the Moorish involvement.
So the American people of this land, tell me about them. What kind of business was they doing? Like, is it in the
Minding
billions?
their
Is it,
own, minding their
okay, so
own.
are they making any money?
Money for what? We didn't need money.
Bro, what is you
Okay,
in the
so
Indian
there's no
tribe?
value.
Hold
So
on.
you
What
tell
is you
hold
doing
on,
in the
hold
Indian
up.
tribe? Let me
You
ask a
got
question to bring some reality and some relevance to this conversation, please.
oh,
What a individual indigenous doing in a tribal event or surrounding doing with another colony's money?
Right.
What is it gonna benefit him?
I didn't ask
Every
you that.
colony had their
I asked you
own.
specifically. I said specifically, what are the American indigenous doing? Do they have business? Do they have anything of value? Are
They're
they
grabbing,
trading anything
they're
of
grabbing
value?
trade. They're using trade as
So,
commerce or
so their commerce
entity
is
of
trade.
a currency.
Okay, so their
If
commerce
you
is
if
trade.
yeah,
Hold,
you
stop right there. Let's go.
yes.
So now you're saying that the cotton market, is a trade. So now you're saying that the vegetable market, is a trade. Are you saying that the mineral market, is a trade as a group, as a whole?
Bro, when me and you barter, we barter. You got 6 goddamn carrots. I got 2 bell peppers. We barter. That's not that's not in commerce. That's not commerce. Commerce is when you take the material, store it up. When you gather the material for a currency under such said government entity or whatever control of that commerce of that entity within that area, taking that trade, making a production of it for more currency. That's commerce, bro. Me and you bartering is not commerce. We're
So
bartering.
now,
We're
hold
not
on.
even trading. We're
Okay,
bartering.
that's fine. So Americans bartered amongst Americans. Now, did Americans do business with foreigners, or did they barter or trade with them?
We, as you said, do business with foreigners. No.
Did okay? The Americans who traded amongst themselves. We've clarified that. Now, these same Americans who have these commodities that they're trading amongst themselves, did they
Uh-huh.
do business with any foreigners?
No. They
No.
did. They took their rations or whatever hunt they gathered and took it to the head chief or the. It depends if you was part of a tribe. First of all, if you was part of a tribe, you would take your rations to the head chief, and the head chief would go to the head Moor or the Moor within that trade department representing the Continental Congress, and they would do a trade deal between that chief of that tribe and that goddamn Moorish identity identified individual under a governmental system. It wouldn't be dealing business with foreigners. Foreigners, no. Even in the colonies, it was a head Moor's identity, or what you would call a continental of Congress or governor of that colony was a Moor. All he would orchestrate all the businesses for the trade for the British and the trade between the Indians. The Indians weren't taxed. The tribes, the Indian chiefs, wasn't taxed when they traded or gave commerce or surrendered over into that field. That's why they was called Indians, because they was the people dealing with the colonies. That's what was identified as Indians. The ones that wasn't, they was identified as indigenous, barbarians, savage men. They had all kind of different names. The ones that was identified as Indians were the ones that was doing contractual agreement with the Continental Congress, later on the United States. That's who Indians are. Sellouts. That's who the government described them as. That's who the everybody described them except us. We want to take this name and think it's a good name. Even the native people got away from that name because they knew what it meant. But we all of a sudden come 50 years later and want to pick up a torch that was been burnt out and claim a name that they been gave away. Even in the census, they gave it out because it was what it meant to them. They didn't want to recognize any type of agreements by way of contract with the Indians who they was business partners with. So they counseled them out.
Right. But some people know they was sellouts, but so they ain't really worried about that shit. because a lot of them, a lot of the people became. See, it's even
What's an
deeper than
Indian
that.
agent? Nonetheless, what's an Indian agent? Black law
Those
definition.
the same thing you just said. The ones that were doing the deals, the
Exactly.
contract with the
Here it
government.
is.
But
Here it is though. Here it is though.
Okay.
A motherfucker
All
right,
said
right.
but
they
look.
enslaved. Hold up right quick.
Yeah,
A
yeah. Go
motherfucker
ahead.
Okay.
said they
Please go ahead.
enslaved
Y'all know.
or identified as indigenous and go and take a bro or sign over their identity to the United States and become a citizen is a what? Indian agent.
Yeah.
Identified under their identity of contract agreement, bro.
Mhm. Yeah, you
So
contracted
if
with
you
them.
are Indian, you want to claim to be a lonesome Lone Star Indian, and you got a goddamn ID or anything like that part of the United States, use a Indian agent.
Right. Because you left. They is actually a congressional hearing talking about how when these Indians became U.S. citizens, they abandoned their nationality through their nation. Those are people that abandoned their nationality from their nation. This is facts, bro. You can't be a
If you
U.S.
say so.
citizen and a part of the nation all at one time. So
No
that's
kidding. But now you still haven't told me
yeah.
what is the other nation that is opposed to the United States nation.
One of the nation, any nation, you can create a nation. The Wampanoag
Yeah,
Nation,
yeah.
the Cherokee
The
Nation, the
Wampanoag
Seminole
became a
Nation.
part of the Confederate States of America.
But bro, what you're
Oh,
saying
this is
is
not.
that could be international as well though. You can have Germans, you got German
The Confederate
that's
States of America did business internationally. It's on record in between between the time of 1861 and 1865. They were shipping goods from the South to the East Coast to be shipped out of the
right,
country.
but that's
And
after
what?
Reconstruction, bro. That's after the
No,
Civil
that's
War
not.
though.
Did you hear what I just said?
You said 1865, didn't you?
I said 1861 to 1865, while the Confederate States of America was still in secession. They were actually moving products from the South to the East
Right.
Coast on ships to other parts of the world. Period.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the question would be, who are these American people who formed this nation? Now they're trying to tell you that it's the same foreigners that actually formed the United States, but that's not true because these are all Indian nations that came together to form the Confederate States of America.
Mm-hmm.
So how and who are those people? Because those people are Americans and they're over the United States. Period. Those are what you call state sovereign people.
Not
Period.
during that time though, bro.
1861 to 1865. All those people
But you're
are
talking about a
state
time when it
citizens.
was. But you're talking about a war.
Oh my
That's slap
God.
dab in the middle of
I'm
a
talking
civil war,
about
bro.
business. Can we talk about some business? Because during this whole war that y'all are talking about, they are shipping goods from Georgia, Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and I'm talking about they going to Delaware, Maryland. They're going to New York, and they're all leaving on ships to go other places. This is food.
Okay, I mean,
So
bro, but
now, if they're shipping commodities,
you talking about
aren't
a
they getting
but
if
but
they're
in history,
shipping commodities, and I'm talking about thousands of pounds, hundreds of
brother,
thousands of pounds of different
brother,
commodities.
I got
Now,
you. I'm
are
not denying that.
they getting, hold on. I'm asking you this for a reason. These
Uh-huh.
commodities that are leaving the South, that are going to other places in the world, are the other places in the world, what are they doing? Are they sending money back or are they sending goods back? Is it a trade between other foreign countries in this country, or are these people sending stuff out to get money? Because at that time, everything that come into these ports on this side is tariffs and it's tax, period. Now, the people who live here aren't individually taxed. As a matter of fact, they can only tax, and it's documented that the landowner is the only one who gets taxed. Anyone who lives in his property, on his property, is a state citizen, and they're untaxable. That's what changed after the war. Because everybody who became a 14th Amendment citizen became taxable.
You know where it's sticking?
All right, brother, you ready? You ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right. Look, bro, I'm not denying what you're saying. What I'm telling you is that the banking during that time, all you gotta do is look this up. Okay, what you're saying, it makes sense because I did read, I have studied that part of the Confederate and how our people had the plantations. However, we had our own currency as well. You should know this, bro. So you had the Confederate money. Remember the pictures of us on people, black people being on, so-called black people on the Confederate money in the cotton fields or whatever industry they was in.
Go in the closet.
Now,
By the dining
What?
hall in that bathroom, that closet, they might have some brand new broomsticks in that box.
All right, T-35.
Yep.
now what happened is this. Yes, they was doing trade. I'm not denying what you're saying, right? However,
No, I'm asking.
they were
I'm
not
asking
getting.
you.
They were no.
Hold on,
Listen, they
before
was.
you get started,
Go
I'm
ahead,
asking
bro.
you
God,
when they sent these products over there, were people paying for that when they got there?
brother, I was about to get to that before you went
Okay,
on some more, man.
that's all I want
Listen.
to know.
Yes, look, they was getting paid, but look, this is what they did, bro. You gotta understand, you dealing with diabolical businessmen from London. They know how to scam. You think they weren't scamming back then? Yes, they was, because you know how they crashed the money and didn't pay us what they supposed to be in us pay. They started counterfeiting our currency. Go look it up. Look it up. Punch in counterfeit Confederate money. So what happens? We talked about this earlier. When you do that, you now lower the value of your currency. So you think you're getting paid, but in circulation is a whole bunch of our counterfeit currency. You ever heard of people saying, "Well, I ain't taking that Confederate money," to the point where people didn't even want to take our Confederate money anymore. So
Did
how are
you
we
know
going to
Confederate?
identify our
Did you
currency when they
hold on?
pay when you
Ho-
you can't you
Hold
can't
on.
use our currency no more?
Hold on. Did you know Confederate
Yeah, go ahead.
dollars in every state
Right, go ahead, go ahead.
was backed by
Go ahead,
gold? Was backed by a commodity? Every dollar is
bro.
documented.
Did you hear what I just said?
Every
They started
dollar,
right, brother. They
every
started
dollar
counterfeiting
of
it. It was counterfeit.
listen, can you stop?
All right, go ahead,
Stop.
bro. God damn, bro.
Please stop. Because every time, okay, what you're not doing is elevating your people, but you keep elevating someone else to where they had your people duped, and your people have never been duped ever till this day. Because the same thing that they wrote in 1865 still stands today. Period. Nothing has changed. The only thing that changed between 1865 and now is the way the money system moves. Period. All that counterfeiting in that time is what actually led to the Great Depression. Because that counterfeiting led to fake marketing, led to fake business, and led to bullshit.
And that's all they do, bro. That's what
Listen,
I'm trying to
but
point
you
out to you,
told
bro. You're
okay,
dealing with a bunch of
and
scammers.
I'm trying and I'm trying to tell you, you can't scam the person who invented this because these
So
people wrote it in
how people
shop.
invented the scamming,
Listen,
bro?
sir,
Counterfeiting
can
shit.
you please? Can
All
you?
right, go ahead,
Okay,
bro.
do you understand that the Federal Reserve note itself, as a whole, is a counterfeit? because it's not backed by anything. The only time that it had a true asset is when it was backed by gold, because the gold is the asset. That's why when you look on the debt clock today, it says sovereign assets.
Bro, the only reason it's not counterfeit because we keep accepting it.
Because we don't know we have our own currency
Right.
that we should be exchanging to give this currency any kind of validity, because the currency that we would exchange is backed by assets.
Yeah, you ain't got no argument with me with that. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so now if we hold a currency that is backed by assets, how come we don't use it?
That's the $1,000,000, no pun intended question.
Okay, so now what nation would that currency and those assets be up under?
Whatever nation we decided to be under.
There's already a nation that is already backed up under. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you know the Pledge of Allegiance? Can you recite the Pledge of Allegiance?
Bro, if I said no, would you believe me?
I'm asking you. That was my
All right,
next one.
no,
Can you
no,
recite the
no,
Pledge?
I don't know it. I
Okay.
don't know it.
The
I don't
Pledge
know
of Allegiance.
No, I don't know
Okay, Naughty, do you know the Pledge of Allegiance?
it. Naughty, say no. Say no, Naughty. Nigga, yeah, everybody know that shit, bro. Why you asking
Okay.
a
Okay,
rhetorical
recite the
question?
Pledge of Allegiance.
Nigga, I ain't reciting it, bro.
Okay, let me
Hell
help you.
nah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one
We
nation,
know,
under
bro.
God. Huh?
Everybody know what that shit is. Yeah, nigga, you ain't
Okay,
gotta
so
keep
now,
saying that shit.
hold on. Okay, so if you know it, there's a very important part of this. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Who's the republic for which the United States stands?
No, 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 money grip. You you fucking ass backwards on that interpretation, right? Man, listen. You pledge an allegiance to the United States of an already existing format. So it's the United States you pledge an allegiance to, not the America. And to the republic for which it stands, for which the United States stands. Under America. America is the republic. The United States is the democracy. You can't put those two together. It's saying, it's letting you know that the
What
United States
nation was the republic?
is you listening?
What
Are you
nation was the
listening?
republic?
Are you listening to what
Yes,
I'm trying to
I
get
hear
to you
you.
to
You're saying the
understand? You
republic
keep
was
asking
America.
what nation. I just said,
What
listen
nation
to
is
what
the
I'm telling you,
republic?
bro. You saying nation is it's not nothing to do with a nation. America itself, the people therein, the common law is the republic, not the democracy, bro. That's the United States. So when you're reading this and you know the difference between the two, you can understand the difference. It's saying
Okay.
in the
Do you
republic for which it stands. It's just saying that over there stands on the republic. We stand under it as the United States, but we got our own shit.
okay, so therefore that's your interpretation, right?
It's what it says, bro.
No, it says, I pledge allegiance to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. The republic is a nation. It's actually
No,
the Confederate Republic Federation.
no, no.
Hold. Okay, you telling
The
me no?
Confederate no, star. No, the Republic, I mean, the Confederate was not a republic in acting and governing. No, Mm.
The United States of America is a republic or is it a democracy?
No, no, the United States. The
Isn't it a
United
constitutional
States, bro.
republic?
Of
No, the
America.
United
You keep
States of
adding that like
America.
it's one word. It's not one word. You got
What's not
two
one word?
entities.
What's not
You're
one word?
saying two entities. United States of America is not one entity or one word. It's not.
Okay, so now if there's two entities, tell me the two different entities. What flags are the two entities?
Of what's in the middle of
What
those
are
two
the two
entities
entities?
are of.
What are the two entities if they're two entities?
That
You saying the
that
United
means
States is an entity
it birthed
and
out
America is
of.
an entity? Now, all right, give me the two flags. You know what the United States flag look like. What is the American flag?
I'm son of my mother. That means me and my mother the same, bro. Hell no, it don't. And to the republic for which she stands, it,
Naughty, 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 naughty.
the
I
United States
understand.
ain't even a it at the
I
time
under,
of this declaration, bro,
is the
or a
Confederate
pledge.
okay, Naughty, let me help you out. Let me help. Let's do this. Is the Confederate States of America, is that a republic or is it a democracy?
It wouldn't be neither actually.
Okay,
It'd be
what would be
more.
okay? So what would be the Confederate States of America?
It'll be more of a dictatorship.
Who's dictating?
The chief
Who's the chief?
of the tribe
What
or the
tribe?
confederate,
Who's the chief of the Confederate?
whoever's ordained as the
Okay, so
chief or
basically,
ordered in as
are
the
you
chief.
saying
What
that you
the
don't
you
know?
talking
Are you
about?
saying that you don't
Bro,
know who the
what tribe you talking about? What confederate you talking about? I don't know which confederate you talking about, bro. I can't give you
the
no chief name.
Confederate
It's
States
the
of
chief.
America?
They don't go no further than that. It's just the chief, period. Stay there. Stop trying to ask for a name to carry the argument somewhere else. The chief, deal with that. The chief, something you can understand. Stop going everywhere else to make your mind wander. Let we
Did you
stay
know that the
focused.
Confederate States of America had a president? They had a vice president. They had a Congress. Did you know that? Did they have they had
Oh,
legislature?
man.
They had state
What?
legislature.
What?
Did you know that?
What? What?
Did you know that?
What Confederate? What Confederate are you speaking on,
Did you
bro?
know that the Confederate States of
It's a
America had a
lot of
president? They had a vice
no,
president.
no,
They had
bro.
a Congress.
It was not recognized only by them. That
Okay,
has
only
no
by who?
validity by the
Who?
Confederate
Okay,
themselves
okay. If they had no validity, how could they go to war with somebody? If
because
they
they
had no
wasn't
validity,
recognized.
how
They
could
was
they?
trying to
Hold
gain
on, hold
composure
on.
of
Oh my
what how
God.
do you say it? Recognicity, whatever the fuck the word is. Come on, bro. Because they wasn't identified. The Brits, Europeans didn't identify them. That's why they didn't pay them. That's the whole reason the Civil War supposed to have jumped off anyway, because they didn't get paid for all the goddamn work and trade they produced and kicked off over there. Um, um, because they wasn't recognized. They wasn't
Who
recognized
wasn't
by the United
recognizing?
States. They wasn't recognized, bro.
Who wasn't recognizing?
The, the powers to be.
Who are
The
the
ones who
powers
was
to be?
doing business, the ones
Okay,
that had
okay,
contractual
Nadi,
agreements was the United States, Europe, and the Indians of the land. That's who
Nadi,
had a contractual agreement.
Nadi.
The
Before,
Confederacy didn't have
before,
a contractual agreement with nobody but themselves.
o- okay, before 1861, did you know that the United States could not come into the South without permission at all?
Brother man,
I'm
the
asking you no,
United
now. I'm asking you this because all the states of the South are 3 times or 4 times or 5 times bigger than the territories that you call the Union.
Okay,
So now,
let me get
if
in.
these people, hold
Damn,
on,
you asked a
because the
question
South,
and you don't want me to answer the question.
well, I'm trying to get you to understand
You
that the
asked the
South is
question.
where, excuse me,
Excuse
the
me.
South,
Let me answer the
the
question.
South,
Stop carrying me down this
okay,
rabbit
what,
hole.
I'll answer your question, sir. Go ahead, Nadi.
Thank you. Since 1776, the United States has been going through the whole of the America territory from the eastern shore to the western shore. Around 1861, there was just some bullshit going on, but the United States had already claimed territory,
The
brother.
United States did not claim territory until after
Uh,
1865. They did not, they
shit.
weren't even granted to the South until after the 1865. They weren't granted to any Indian territories until after
This shit
1865.
crazy. This shit crazy. This shit crazy.
How is it
bro.
crazy? Because now
Because you
you would
had a
have to,
president named Jefferson. When is Jefferson in
it was
1802 or
Robert E.
18?
Lee.
What
Robert E. Lee was
he
the
said,
president
actually,
of the
man,
Confederate
damn,
States
this
of
nigga
America.
here, bro. Y'all, you can't have a conversation, bro. You
I'm
can't
having
get
a
a point.
conversation.
Nobody can get a point in. And you just
What's your
go
point?
right past it with
'Cause now,
bullshit.
no, only you're telling me is something you read, but you're not telling me who these people are.
What you
Because
doing?
The Confederate
1861,
States
baby.
of America,
Everything come in the
the
United
Confederate,
States.
the Confederate States of America is a sovereign nation with sovereign states. Now, the sovereign nations in the South aren't the same as the states in the North. Those states aren't even sovereign states yet until after 1865. So, how did that happen? How did the South become Southern sovereign states if they're not sovereign people?
Yo, check, check, check. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, dang. Everybody was quiet. I'm like, yo, I thought I got cut off. Bro, we'll be all day talking about this, bro. Look, the all right, let's put some more information for people to research about the Civil War. Um Abraham Lincoln was putting 80% tariffs on the South's goods, right? Cause remember they was brokering the deals for international trade through Washington D.C. So that was probably the main reason that the Civil War popped off because of the tariffs, and it's legit because that was a major revenue stream for the United States is tariffs, bro. And for whatever reason, they don't want Trump to do it. You know what I mean? That's why we live in an interesting time now because now we can identify what screwed us up in history by looking at what's going on now. It's a lot of what happened to us that's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? So people that want to, say this and say that, they have no idea what they're talking about because I recognize that if they was doing it back then, they doing it now. That's why I'm like loving what's going on right now because a lot of people that has information out here, man. But the South was being tariffed 80% in the 1850s. It was up to 90% tariffs. hmm It was all business, bro. So they
So
crashing
okay,
the
hold on.
southern, they crashing our, bro. I'm telling you, they did. They
Go ahead,
crashed
man. You
our
tell me.
markets, bro.
Tell me.
We look, nobody look, bro. I think you just want to argue. We just
It's
building,
not an
bro.
argument.
I'm not even
It's
saying
not.
what you're saying is wrong, but I'm saying that you're
You're
looking at
looking
it
at it
one
one
way,
way,
and we're
and
just
we're just
expanding on
expanding on
what you're
what you're
saying
saying
with and putting
and
business
business
onto what
onto
you're
what you're
saying.
saying.
That's
That's
all.
all.
And what the
Okay,
United
so
States was
tell
doing
me the
to us.
business between the United States and the Confederate States of America.
They was brokering deals for international trade.
Who?
The United States. That's what they was.
Okay, so
They
you
was.
saying that the
That was.
United States? Hold on. Let me get
That
this
was their
straight.
jurisdiction. That was their
Let me
only authority.
let
Wait a
me
minute. Hold up, bro. You got to
Right.
Okay,
understand
go
that
ahead.
the only authority for the United States was to negotiate deals internationally. Nothing on our land. They had no dealings with nothing on our land until the after the Civil War. They created the 14th Amendment. That's what gave them jurisdiction. All in a nutshell. On our land. Other than before that, they had no jurisdiction. They was only to broker deals international.
If they couldn't come in the South to do business, why would the South give them jurisdiction to do business internationally for them?
Because, bro, that's not our territory.
What's not our territory?
Bro, are you kidding me, bro?
What's not our territory?
America is our responsibility. That's our territory. The ocean, London, France is not our territory, bro.
So you think that these people were shipping food to other people in the world that they didn't have a connection to? So you saying the people that had the connection to the other people in the world were the people that's in the North at this time, the Union?
No, no. We're talking about DC, Washington, DC. That's all I'm talking about. And the authority given to them to do international deals and bring workers over that they call indentured servants and all that. Those contracts, those was all brokered through London. Um, I guess. Well, you could say Ireland, but Ireland was treated bad. I mean, they was like the scum of the white people. They just treated them like they was worse than slaves. But people, some reason when you say that, people want to argue. No, man, we was worse than the slave. We was the worst off slaves. Man, them motherfucker, they did the motherfucker Irish dirty, bro. But
You,
I ain't gonna get into that. I ain't gonna get, bro. We ain't got nothing to do with that. We gonna worry about that. But we did let it get out of hand because we shouldn't have trusted who we trusted. You know what I'm saying? Now we still dealing with the repercussions today, bro. We should never have let them even do any deals in the net. If that's what you're alluding to, I agree with you. We shouldn't even let the motherfuckers even do that. No, I mean it should have been on site when as soon as we seen them. You know what I mean? So whatever, man. You know what I mean? But motherfuckers did sell out. They couldn't have did it without the sellout. They took the bag. You know what I'm saying? Gave up our secrets about what we was doing, our trade secrets, how we was doing the land, how we was growing shit, how we was, the cotton, all that shit, bro. And they learned and started doing it themselves.
when was this? Give me a timeline when that happened.
Bro, it ain't just one day is it goes all the way back to the beginning of them coming over here. Then they started doing apprenticeship programs. That's when you get the Masons, George Washington, all these people were known Masons, bro. Freemasons started bringing apprenticeships and all that programs over there. They get infiltrated, you know, by other secret societies, bro. Secret societies are a major issue, but nobody seems to want to deal with that. But that's what we need to focus on as a part of the element of us, you know what I mean, falling and all that stuff. But bro, see, I think when you talk about the 1960, you said 61 to 65, that's a complicated time, bro. It's a lot going on during that time.
What's going on during that time?
You had you got the North and the South. You got Abraham Lincoln. You got the Dred Scott situation, which wasn't even a damn Dred Scott wasn't even his name. That was his brother's name, by the way.
What?
You knew that, didn't you?
Hell no.
Yeah, that was his name. He had died. His brother died, and he took on, and that wasn't even his brother's first name. That was his brother's middle name.
Okay,
So
let me get this straight. Let me help y'all out real quick.
So when they said
Now,
niggas wasn't citizens, you had black people.
Hold on.
But when you read that case, I guarantee you it wasn't about him. It was about them white people not having legitimacy to even free him. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
From 1865 to 1933, do you understand that as a whole, copper-colored races were at its richest?
Yeah.
So how did that
what?
happen?
Hold up. Which means what? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what that means. That means it was a whole lot of jealousy going on about us, bro.
Okay, first of all, you would have to. Okay, do you understand that? Okay, between 1865 and and 19. Hold on, between that time, which is a cool 55, 60 years, right?
Yeah.
These people accumulated over somewhere in the multi-billions of dollars as the economy whole as a people.
Right.
Okay, in the time that we're talking about, the average price for something is 5 cents. So now, in order for you to collect billions of dollars of wealth in 50 years in the economy, which the things are 5 cents, that's virtually impossible in the time.
Okay. What's your point, bro? Go ahead.
In that time, do you know that the people in the South hadn't left? You do know that, right?
Man, bro, our people was in the South
So now,
all the way to the 60s, for real.
There's tens of millions of Negroes in the South between 1865 and 1933.
Shit.
Tens of millions.
Man, I take it all the way up to 1960s. It was still tens of millions down in the South.
Okay, so now if these people have never left, and between 1865 to 1933, they have an estimated gross value in the billions as a group of people. Where did that money go? Where did those assets go? Because in 1865 to 1933, it's all asset based. There is no such thing as credit. You couldn't buy a house on credit. You couldn't buy a car on credit. You couldn't buy groceries on credit. There was no credit cards. There was no extended lines of credit. So how did these people acquire billions of dollars in assets?
Bro, they was getting loans all the way back in the 1700s. These white people was getting loans.
In the 1700s, there are no white people here.
Huh? What'd you say? You said they wasn't? You said they wasn't, bro?
I'm waiting on this one. Wait. Hey, look at the screen Rodney puts up. Why?
Okay.
We're waiting on D to respond to that one.
Joseph.
Is that what, or is that Rod just being Rod?
I don't know. Is that him? What he saying? Dre Scott was
He
Joseph
said
Smith?
Dred Scott and Drew Joseph Smith, Smithsonian Institute.
Okay. That's
Oh, that's all you got is okay?
no. Oh no. He's saying that.
Yeah, he just threw that up. He threw that in there. I
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. 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 I mean, it's several
Okay,
sources
so
that explain the story, but I can put it in the back if you want to see it.
okay, yeah, I would love to see it,
All right.
but
I give you one.
we don't have to. We can get into that later until you guys finish this. But you know, Shaq is up here. Appreciate you being up here, Shaq. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, none. So you telling me Dred Scott ain't Dred Scott? He was actually using somebody else's driver's license? Is that right? Is that what he got hemmed up for? It wasn't his license. You know how we do. Yeah, you use your big brother license, huh? You ain't old enough?
Yeah.
Ah, shit. What we doing here, man?
Yeah, bro. That wasn't his name, bro. I mean, I'll give it to you. Hold on. Let me look at it. I mean,
Jeez.
I got it in my notes. I'll give it to you.
See, this is what I'm saying. See, all this is why I bring up canary stuff. All that crazy shit.
Was that federal? Dred Scott, was that federal? Was that state?
It started
Federal,
off
right?
state. It started off state, and then he took it. I think he took it to the Supreme Court. He took it federal.
Right, but at that time, remember, see, people remember the language, man. If you're using a language and you in a different jurisdiction and you're trying to go to a different jurisdiction to get recourse from a different jurisdiction, they're going to rescind that. That's not their jurisdiction. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's from what my knowledge when I'm, that it was federal. That's why birthright citizen, all that shit was a federal. It was not state. That's why they still got laws on these state books, because each state got their own constitution, which is really technically, like you said, a country, right? Nation states. They got their own constitution, right?
Right.
And they have their own. They have their own government. Technically, have their own government, right? So those are different jurisdictions, right? So a state jurisdiction, is different than the federal jurisdiction. So you cannot take a state case to the federal to a certain extent, like especially something that's a state situation. You got to go to the state. Like you was mentioning, you were talking about the other day about the process of different steps of appeals and stuff like that. You got to go step by step. You can't just, you know what I'm saying? To get to the next, you got to go through the process, the full process. Unless you got to connect inside where that motherfucker can pull you up, like you were saying. You get priority to get your situation seen, to get some type of recourse. But they was not seeing nobody to get nobody claiming to be black or African during that time, man, because they was playing that
Okay,
game.
let me ask you this question, then, Shaq. So, I mean, but the state constitution must be uniform with the United States Constitution, right? Don't they have to kind of run parallel?
The state constitution?
Yeah,
not necessarily, because it acts as its own country, but they it depends on what the jurisdiction is, right? Because federal is not supposed to overstep their bounds over the state either, right?
Yeah.
So they have different jurisdiction agreeable boundaries per this is say jurisdictional boundaries. You know what I'm saying? That they operate in.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh,
okay.
oh,
But okay, but if they
let me read that.
all right.
Read that.
Okay, I got it. Hold on, let me share my screen. I got it up. All right. Y'all view that? 1795, 1858. 63 years. That's him. Says Dred Scott was an enslaved person, mainly. Scott was born in slavery. The property of the Peter Blow family. He was given the name Sam. but took the name of his older brother Dred when the latter died. Oh, bingo. Scott was taken by the Blow family to Huntsville, Alabama, where they settled on a nearby farm. When farming proved unsuccessful, the family in 1830 relocated to St. Louis, Missouri. Ah, ah. Oh. Um, can y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah. It's a couple other sources on that. All you gotta do is put in did Jared Scott have siblings, and it'll tell you. Yeah, you bro. It's like this not no new stuff, bro. I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? We ain't have names like that anyway. Nobody knew our names anyway.
That's
That's how I
crazy.
knew. That's how I knew that whole case was a scam, bro.
I don't
It
know
ain't had
how I
nothing.
overlooked that.
What I'm saying is they didn't have and they didn't care about. You think they actually think about this? You think they actually cared that Dred Scott wasn't considered a citizen and that he was a slave? So white people fought over that, bro. Come on, man. No, it was a psyop, bro. But I do recognize that in that because I've read it probably some years ago, probably over 5 years ago, and I read the whole case and every Supreme Court opinion on it, right? But it was one justice, I forgot who it was, that made an interesting comment. He said that Tanner, he was speaking hypothetical, right? When he was, I'm just paraphrasing what he said, but it stuck
Mm,
with me. He said that, okay, let's say hypothetical that Tanner said that Dredd was free. He doesn't even have the authority to free him because he himself is subject to the authority of the United States.
hmm
You feel me? So I was like, oh, this is interesting. He's saying that nigga, Dredd, even if the dude did say you free, he doesn't have the authority to free you in the first place. Because he himself is not free.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
why we
And
that's
Right.
that
why we
makes
gotta
sense.
go through this.
And don't that make sense though?
Yeah. That's why we gotta
That's
go
what that
through
whole
this
case
thing
was
because
really about.
Thank you,
You
Nadi.
cannot
Thank
be a citizen free, bro.
right. And then how yeah, that's and look, that's
How
what they
you
really
claiming to be
free.
free
thank you.
but want to
Bingo.
be a citizen at the same
Bingo.
time? No, we're
That's
not
Bingo.
what
allowing
happened.
that.
That's what
That's
they
a
was fighting.
bingo.
That's really what they was fighting over. It
Yeah, that's
wasn't
what
over
they were
Dred
saying in
Scott.
the whole case. That's what the
Thank
case
you.
says.
Bingo. Our people need to really smarten up, bro. We
Yeah,
already
bro.
smart. We already smart, bro. But stop listening to these people that don't know
The
what they talking
narrative.
about, bro. They got us looking one way when we should be
Yep.
focusing on our common sense, our own intelligence, and look at it for what it is, bro.
What they made that
Hey
movie with
man.
Bruce Willis? What's that called?
Which
Huh?
one?
Bruce Willis made a movie called I forget the name of the movie, but he had a phrase in it: make somebody look one way while you doing something else. He broke somebody's neck at the beginning of the movie by having
Oh,
him look one way, but then turned his head. He took his hand and broke his neck the other way. So he gave the I think it was Ashton Kutcher, maybe. He told the dude, it's not the it's like a bamboozle. It's called the Inky Shuffle. No, the
okay. We got black. We got we call it
I
black.
forget the name of it.
Yeah, we got
But
black dog shell, but I don't think it's that one. Is that the one when he was some type of boss and he was looking next door to somebody and he was like that?
I think he was like a hitman. And he was in a wheelchair at the beginning of the movie in like Time Central Station. And
I think I
someone
know.
came in, he sat by the dude and he said, let me tell you a story about something called Bullwinkle. Dog. he used a phrase. What's the name? What phrase?
Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, when you look at it like that, just that article that I was reading that article.
It was Lucky Number Seven. That Lucky Number Seven. That was the name of the movie. And he was an assassin in it. Yeah, he opened up the Kansas City Shuffle. That's what it was. When everybody looks right and you go left. That's the name of it, goddamn.
Hey, that's a hell of a name, bro, because you know they did a lot of chasing stuff out there in Kansas City and Oklahoma City, man. Oklahoma, bro. Them Irish
Hmm.
motherfuckers, they went out there and they when they went running the muck out there. You know what I'm saying? They ran the muck up out there.
But we're not looking at these cases, bro. And that's why they came in with the 13th Amendment, i.e., 14th Amendment, to let free niggas lose their freedom.
So I was looking in there too. Go back what you just said because I've been the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment. People say they abolished slavery, right?
No,
But
yeah, that's what it
they
is.
they codified slavery with the 13th Amendment and with the 14th Amendment. Technically, they codified it in the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? Literally, right?
Yeah, yo, that's a fact.
Yeah,
Well,
citizenship is slavery and what is
in the
recognized as
preamble,
a slavery.
Right.
in the
Criminality. You made it
preamble,
criminal. Uh huh.
in the preamble of the Constitution,
Hmm.
when it said "we the people," that was actually the white man, and when it speaks of the property, that was supposed to have been the indigenous or the enslaved identity. That was not part of the United States. Anything that wasn't a part of you can see it now. When they pull you over and ask you for your ID and this and that, they want to make sure you part of them. If you're not, they gonna bust your head. The
Yeah, we're still
police,
charter. We still consider still charter because guess what? We own their documents. We're using their documents, instrumentation, bro.
they
So
don't
we still
want
consider
they
charter.
don't they don't want to identify no individual as free. Like we're not identifying it to ourselves. We're just using our mouth and not the political event or political arena to identify. That's all they go by. Remember, I told you guys, culture. The white man culture is what rules the world. In his culture, he identifies the first thing is paperwork.
I agree.
I'm doing
I
a
agree.
I'm doing a rate uh um a rate yeah, I think that's how you spell it. I always say it ERRATE, a rate. Because I turned in some documents and forgot to sign the motherfucker. So right now, as we talking, I'm doing a E-rate to go and E-rate to go and do a signature. I'm gonna go ahead and get it notarized because I did the documents didn't have to be notarized anyway. But with me notarizing it, I'm going back to validate the documents I sent off. Cause white man felt of recognized through his culture paperwork. One T not crossed, one I not dotted. He on your ass. You don't have the pleasure of making those same mistakes or inconsistent behavior. You don't have that opportunity. He do because he created the rule book.
Yeah, you're right. And even the 14th Amendment even states the reason why it was supposed, like you said, it was supposed to correct Um,
Well, I don't all the way
even
agree
black
with that,
folks
Shaq.
in the book of
Shaq, you
Revelation.
agree with that?
I don't agree with nothing they say. I'm going off what they say. I don't agree with nothing they say.
Okay,
Give me
well,
a
I'm
name.
just saying I don't agree all the way with everything. I was right with Nadi all the way
Uh-huh.
up until he said they created it.
No, no, he's saying they created paperwork. He's saying that's their culture
They ain't
is the
creating no
paperwork culture.
paperwork. There was papyrus and all kind of
No,
paper
no, no, no. You're
everywhere.
not. You're not. You're not. You're not understanding what
That's
he's
what I
saying.
was up here for. I did want to clarify. Yeah, there's
Pen is
papyrus and all
mightier than
kind
the
of
sword.
stuff.
Once they use that check, that those
Nah,
instruments to put themselves in position,
Nadi,
bro. It ain't
yeah,
true,
Nadi
but they
be
use it.
loose. Nadi sometime would loosely say something and he wouldn't stand himself corrected. So I said, wait a minute, did you hear what you just said?
What you?
You hear
I'm
what you
still
just said?
trying to
What
figure out
type
what
of
you're
paper?
saying.
What
What you
type
don't
of
agree with?
paperwork, Nadi? Nadi, what type of paperwork?
Type of paperwork niggas don't do.
Okay, so
Nah,
All
because
right, man.
our
Leave
culture
nah.
is,
me
I do
alone,
want to
Shit.
man.
clarify.
Go ahead, Ezra. What's up? What's up, Ezra? I
Okay,
was
I do
about to
want to
say,
clarify is that it
why'd you
is.
bounce? You was here earlier. Where'd you go?
Oh well, I'm still on the clock, so But I do want to say
Oh,
that
shiggity.
well, listen, our culture is what runs the world, and if they document it, what they'll do is they'll run behind something that we have done and put it on a piece of paper, which is called stealing, and say that they created something. That doesn't mean it's their culture that runs the world. It just means that their culture of thievery is the loudest. That's that whole scamming culture. But we are the creators of everything, which we'll create. We're freely creators. That is our DNA. And what somebody will come and they'll copy us, and they're just our copies. And what you're seeing is a reflection of us. So when you think that they're the ones who their culture is what created everything, that's not necessarily true.
Well, I would push back first. I see. I'm right halfway there with you, lovely people. Like, where is this? Where is them being the loudest? They're not the loudest. We're always the loudest. We are the loudest people in the world. We talk loud. We talk a lot of shit, but we're loud for them. They do no talking. They don't know how to talk. They can't even keep up with us in our conversation. They don't know three-quarters of the stuff we saying. Who is being loud? You heard the conversation we had last night. They talking about we need to be scammers like them.
I
We need to
know.
scam and be like, yeah. I mean, come on now. Come on
I
now.
mean, we are not, no, listen, I mean, that is totally not our concept. And that's probably one of the reasons why, our society has fell apart is because I think that part of their culture is loud. And we're thinking, oh, we need to be like them. Now, that part, I do agree that we're feeling like we need to be like them. And that's where we're trying to pick up, oh, we need to be a scammer. We're not the scammer, we're the creator. We don't
That's
have to
not
run
what
behind
you
nobody and take nobody's stuff.
right, but Nadi, that ain't what you saying though, right? You ain't saying we got to be like them. Is that what you? That ain't what you're saying, is it? Nati?
I,
Roz?
I allow people to put the words they want to put in my mouth all day.
I
I
mean,
just sit
I
back
mean,
and let them make
I
an
don't
ass of
know though,
themselves.
bro.
Okay,
I mean, I
well,
don't know. It just sounds like you were saying we got to be like them a little bit. We got to do the paperwork that they say do. You know what I mean? It just sound like it. I don't think you're saying that, but it just sounded like it.
So,
it sounded like you said is their culture runs the world.
so in saying that, melanated culture in America, fashion, um, musical, instrumental,
Science.
dance. Hold up.
Okay, go on.
Oh, bro, this shit is crazy.
Go ahead, man. Let's go.
All right. In reality, evidential is the basis that's being used for commodity. The the assets, that commodity is the paperwork. The paperwork is what identifies it. The paperwork is what label it. The paperwork is what classify it under a structure of what is weight in gold. That's not us doing. Science is the congenital or the common basis of science teaching. It's not us. Religion is the common consensus on the basis of Catholic um, um, Catholicism. Catholicism.
Uh-huh.
It's not us. So when we come into a real reality of what the enemy is, identify it and be able to attack it with the consciousness of advancement, not being stifled, but advancement, then we talking on the same at the same table. But when we keep being with this ideological belief system that it's all ours and we don't have or partake in it at all, it really, but by a minute percentage, it's
Mhm.
not adding up to me. It
Oh,
sounds like a bunch of deterring, afraid to really be motivated and do something productive. It sounds like it's a bunch of couch potato thing action that's trying to
oh,
happen to me.
okay, okay, Naughty, but I'm gonna go back to the paperwork based on what you said. I'm gonna ask you a question. Is making sure the I's dotted and the T's crossed, does that subject you to their jurisdiction or not? But based on what you just said, you got to correct some stuff. If you don't get it
Okay,
correct, we're
okay.
not acknowledging this.
You want me to answer? Let me answer that.
Yes, sir.
It
Go ahead.
subject you into the jurisdiction of acceptance in a universal aspect or recognition,
Mhm.
which is evident, bro. If you don't go to school and learn how to read and write, and you start signing just your three X's on everything, you don't know what you're signing your life away to. So that's something that we, in reality, is a culture that we all have to share, that we all have to be acute in.
Okay.
But at this time, it's evident that the white individuals are in practice of this culture more awarely than the indigenous.
Okay. Now
And
you on to something.
they're using that culture to supersede the rights, the land, and the privilege or the inalienability of the indigenous of all lands, not just one, but of all lands.
Okay, you
Go
on to
Okay.
ahead.
something. You on to something
Okay.
real quick. Real quick.
Okay.
Here's this, and then you got it. You got it. You on to something. Because I hear a lot. I don't want to talk about the past. I don't want to talk about history. I don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? But they actually cherish. You can hear it in their languages all the time. They actually cherish American history. They cherish all these things that came before them, and they are actually executing this. And it's dinner table talk for them. You know what I'm saying? While we talking about the latest rapper that died or went to jail. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, is.
Okay, what I'm saying, and I'm just gonna bounce off of what you just said. They cherish the lie, right? Because they don't give when they're repeating narratives and stories like that or paperwork, they're only repeating a lie, stuff that benefits them. And we see this all the time where something's supposed to be through the paperwork, because remember the paperwork's the culture, right? And then we'll be like, well, the paperwork says, and they could care less about what the paper says. The paper only is a tool to assist someone in thievery or a lie. Because if the paper says something that they don't like, all of a sudden it will catch fire, it would disappear, it goes in the trash can. Even you saw that with the Trump election, where ballots, the pieces of paper were thrown in the garbage. So they only cherish the paper as long as it assists them in whatever nefarious acts. But if you have that same piece of paper, it doesn't matter. So the piece of paper is not the culture. It's just a tool to help somebody take your stuff.
Naughty. That's for you. You
It's
gonna just let
okay.
it? He gonna let it go. All right. He said
Okay.
he gonna let it go. All right. So, what I say that last part again. Say the last part again. Is this? Say the last part again. The paperwork is what?
It's a tool to help somebody take your stuff to or defraud you or to scam you. As long as it's convenient for them, the paperwork works. But when that paper ain't convenient, it goes away. So it's not really a cultural thing. It's just a tool.
You're correct. It is a tool, and done improperly, it can end up with you getting your stuff taken. Done properly, it secures everything and makes sure that you maintain your autonomy. Done properly. Now that paperwork, and Nadi went in one direction. I'm gonna go in a different direction, but I think we might be running parallel on this one. Is that paperwork precedes all of us, and the only paperwork that they are executing is paperwork that they already been taught and got knowledge of through their learning. Now, what I also would say is this: what they have done is they have manipulated the paperwork and made it complicated. You know what I'm saying? Through these agents. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'm gonna bet you the paperwork. I'm throwing the paperwork on there, right? I'm betting the paperwork, and I'm gonna add you the actions outside of the paperwork, and I'm gonna add the GUN because the paperwork ain't like she said ain't can't be it itself. They can't it can't be it itself, but it is definitely a tool
All
along other
right.
things
So
outside of that.
so the paperwork is what causes other actions. The gun, the GUN, the advancement, the takeage of property. Again, we got to stop. You don't have to do anything. You can do whatever you want. I came a point in time in my life where I had to stop putting the blame and looking for a blame and come up with solutions. And the solutions that I came up with is I cannot change a game that was existing prior to me and gonna be here after me. I'm only one man. I'm not Jesus Christ. So
All right.
all I can do is get in where I fit in
That's
and
true.
not look to do anything new under the sun because it ain't nothing new under the sun. I'm
Right. I
not the
think we can
first
all
one
say
who
that.
came to this
You know,
this attack to this type of paperwork and this type of essence I use. Um, None of us are. It's been done a million and million times over and would be done a million times again. So it's where you want your placement in life to be. You understand? Or your ideological thought process in your happy space or in your sad space, because it can corrupt you and devour you like from the inside, like for real.
Go ahead, Shaq. I got it after you.
no, I don't agree to nothing. Disagree with nothing he said because, like you said, I'm always in the mind state of multiple things just at once. So we're just trying to rationalize the condition that we're currently in. That's the key word, condition. So
Right. Now, based on what you three just said, including Isness, why and this is the only thing that get me fired up when the arguments and all the cutting of the knees come in and the conversations we all have in different spaces and stuff like that. why are people afraid of this stuff when you're actually supposedly the the maker, the owner, the sole controller, the cream of the crop, and the cream of the earth, and all this stuff. Supposed to have created everything. So why are people afraid of this paperwork? And anybody can answer first. I want to hear everybody's answer.
Okay,
Trying to figure out why
can I
people
say?
scared of this. Why people scared of this?
Well, because the paperwork is a tool to steal. It's not always tried and true. You'll look in the law books and be like, okay, I'm supposed to do this, that, and the other. And then you go and try to do it and you can't. They'll come up with some other piece of paper that you should have, could have, would have signed. There was an example of an airman who was legally able, he had his paperwork to have this GUN. Matter of fact, he was a active military, sitting at home talking to his girlfriend. Somebody doxed him or whatever you call that, where they just call the police on you for no reason. They called the police on him. He had his paperwork. Within what, 4 or 5 seconds, they murked him. So he had his paperwork. So the reason why we're not on that paperwork trip, because I think we instinctively know that paperwork is just for them to take, not for us. Now we can use it. We could play that game, play that game and do, and do what you got to do. But at the end of the day, I think there was a story. There's Uber. Uber was literally against the law when it first got started. They went and just changed a piece of paper, which we feel is supposed to be set in stone. They just changed some paper and be like, okay, so now Uber is like the law of the land at this particular point. So the paper is just a tool for them to rob, kill, and steal.
All right. I mean, okay, but still, though, is this? But there is some truth and some authority within that, even for our people, correct?
Yes. I mean, play that, play the game. But I'm just saying that it's not the culture of the world and all that other kind of stuff. But, play the game, even like the driver's license. Some people will tell you you're not supposed to have that. But, are you going to go get a driver's license? Probably. You're just going to play the game. So I believe that we should play the game. But I'm just saying that those pieces of paper move around quite easily on their behalf.
In the Philippines, and most time in those areas, those islands and stuff like that, India, they have pretty much the same acts and laws that we got here in the United States. And well, not just the United States, just in America. Like a lot of the laws and stuff that, I mean, the Bill of Exchange Act, promissory notes. I saw an unlawful detainer or eviction that was identical in the Philippines that it is in America. They operate from the same laws. A lot of these, mostly all these countries, operate from the same laws regarding the Uniform Commercial Code, contract law, and all these consumer things. It's just almost the same, So
You're correct, Coach. And because it's okay, it's just like AI, right? It's just like the computer, correct? Anything can be used for what? We heard this saying before.
right.
Anything can be used for good or bad. You know what I mean? So even when we talk about the concept of just medicine, you know what I'm saying? Medicine or things like that, it's been used for bad. I'm well. Let me see. I'll be 45, I think, in November, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
just learning the difference between nutraceutical. I never even heard the word nutraceutical before
Mm-hmm.
versus pharmaceutical. I haven't even heard that. All I heard in my life was pharmaceutical. Yeah, I've heard herbology, you know what I'm saying, and things like that, pharmacia. But I never heard of nutraceutical, which is one of the things that as indigenous people was using prior to them coming, and and everybody's saying is they duplicate, but they duplicate it in the worst way, and they use it for they're bad. They do they do perfect bad. Let's just say that they do perfect evil. with things. You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better word.
Yeah. I'm just, there has to be. When I
So,
say
Aton,
there
are
has
we
to be.
visitors or do we live here? Are we domiciles or are we birthright people?
Nah, we're not birthright nothing. We're not birthright. We're not domicile. We're not none of those things. Only
Okay.
within the United States. But even within the United States, you can get up out of there. You ain't permanently there. The United States operates out of Washington D.C.
I
and England.
understand all of that. I do. I
You,
get that.
you can come in and do business though. You come in and do business, but that doesn't make it you though. Contrary to what
Okay.
other people
So,
say, that's my mind.
who
The
is the you?
birthright The birthright is another great example of how they move paperwork to benefit them. Now we know that that was used to bring the American into United States citizenry.
Right.
But now, right? So now in 2026, they said, forget all what we said before, is to bring in the whole world to United States citizenry. So that is an example of how paperwork just moves to benefit them, and then you're using it as you're just using it to beat them at their own game, because one of the first things they're gonna say is, "Where's your piece of paper?"
Right.
Yeah,
I'm saying that, okay, let's say, for example, birthright citizenship. Eliminate that right now. Now, who has to stay and who has to go?
yeah, but in my mind, the only people that I would say have to go at this point in time, anybody that came over here after the 70s. Anybody came here after the 70s got to go. Got to.
Okay. Birthright citizenship started in 1865.
Right. So those people can stay because in 1860s up until the late 1800s, there it was a group of people that actually contributed, and based on the narrative, y'all don't cut my head
Right.
off.
No, I'm
Based
understanding.
on everything that was going on at that time, there still was a dominant melanated continent for the most part, North America. It wasn't
I
too
got a
many
question.
considered to be white people that was on this continent today. That's just how I look
I
at it.
got a
Now,
question.
yes,
Go ahead.
Did I go too
Go
far?
ahead.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
What is the value and the difference between citizenship and naturalization?
Nothing.
They both the same? They equal the same?
Yeah, natural birthright, citizenship, and naturalization. That's the Naturalization Act of 1790 and 1890.
well, I got a
Because,
Yeah,
better question.
well,
the
hold on,
What's the
hold
difference
Naturalization Act.
on.
between
The
Hold on, let's go back
Naturalization
to
Act gave citizenship. Yeah,
right, because that's what's in the 14th. The people don't read the rest of the 14th Amendment.
right.
Naturalization is in there, and they give you the details of what steps you have to take to become naturalized. So is that not still in standard? I mean, what we talking about? They
what's the
revised that?
difference between a birthright and a birthright citizen?
Right. But
I'm
yeah,
gonna say, I'm gonna
And,
say federal and
and the
state
thing
once
is
again.
that they told us that we had a birthright because we're American. That's our birthright. You sitting up here operating on our land is their birthright. You sitting up here on their stuff, and you gonna tell them that they can't do this, that, and the other? They have a birthright. That's what birthright citizenship means. It doesn't mean just for the fact that your mama pushed you out your coochie that you have a right to be at some place. That's not birthright. That's the most ridiculous thing in the world. And so what they did is they took the piece of paper that made logical sense in the old days, and now it don't make no sense at all. But guess what? That's their pieces of paper.
Yeah, because remember, not all the states had been formed in that sense of the states, but it was like 34 states at that time. Who all was a part of the United States at that time? 1865. Anybody know? Hello? Uh oh.
You're not
What up?
really
I hear you.
clear. I don't know what you said.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You're a little clearer, yeah.
Okay, I said how many states had signed up for the Union, the United States Union, during the 1865, during this birthright and 13th Amendment stuff, 14th, 13th Amendment.
Birthright citizenship was granted to supposedly enslaved people.
Right, so it didn't have a race on it, correct?
Huh?
It didn't have a race on it.
No, it didn't have a race on it, but it was addressing a group of people, which, if you want to call us the American race, that is
Hmm.
the race that was on it.
Because remember, that's what I was saying earlier. It mentioned something about trying to correct. That's why I mentioned the word condition and position and condition earlier, because the condition that the mothers that were in, or the people that was they claimed that was enslaved, that was in due to those black codes and some of those other, you know, things that they were doing in the earlier years. It was supposed to address that and give the children of those enslaved people due process, right? But you got to realize they bringing other people over at the same time, right? It's going on, right? Because what 6 years later, 5 years, 6 years later, 1871, they come up with this all free white person shit. So how does that How does that correlate with the birthright citizenship and this free white person shit? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the white people were naturalized.
Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So it took them. So 5 years prior to well after they landed here, right?
Right,
Imported here. 5 years. It took them 5 years. Some other stuff they had to take to be naturalized. Correct.
right.
Okay.
And that was when they, before their start date, they were saying if you were here before our start date, 5 years, so you got to predate the United States by 5 years, then you were a
Oh.
naturalized citizen.
They talking about before the construct of the United States, the 1776 Constitution.
Right,
Is that what they said? 5 years prior
right,
to that.
right.
Um, 5 years prior to that. Hmm.
So if these people that call themselves what they call them, heritage Americans, they can't go back to 1776 to be a heritage American. They have to go back 5 years before 1776, because those were the people, those were the white folks who were naturalized. And I guess apparently they did have some I mean, for them to be for real heritage, quote unquote Americans, but the only American is us. So for them to be heritage United States citizens, they have to go back 5 years.
Yeah, because
But now,
I said because
has anyone ever found
Mhm.
a white person today that's done their genealogy and that can prove that?
I think
not
most
personally,
can't.
no. Me personally, no.
Now
Yeah,
you
I think
see,
most can.
okay, so basically we're arguing a story
Mhm.
because all of these people are in this conversation that none of them, I don't think, can prove that they were existing here on this land during that time. Period.
If they were here during that time, they're probably black by now. Like
Well,
for reals.
I believe they was here, but not in the numbers, obviously, that they are in now, and they definitely went in the condition they were in now. They was in a different position.
No, I'm
This is why
thinking that
the
they would
wars and
have
stuff
mixed
happened.
in with the people of the land. And by now, those original white folks are probably being called Black, African American. They would have mixed in with the people of the land, because you got to remember, it was few of them. And we were here. And
Now you get,
they were
that's
mating.
exactly what I'm saying.
I get
Now the
the wisdom is they were
heritage,
made. Yeah.
think about this heritage American stuff that they talking about. Do you know that all that shit really leads from the South, not the North? Because hey, have y'all ever done y'all y'all know that it's a dude out there that did the genealogy on Robert E. Lee, who was the president of the Confederacy. You know, his brother and sister were black, and his mom was black. So how can he be a white person?
Let's keep talking about paperwork and wordplay. The pen is mighty in the sword, brother. We keep saying how these people use these words, these terminologies, right?
No, but what I'm saying
That's
is,
true.
okay, what I do understand is the
Uh-huh.
Confederates, the KKK, all that shit came out the turn of the century, and then it died for 35, 40 years. Then it came back in the 50s and the 60s. This is documented shit. Now, what you don't understand is in the 1900s, when it first started, they were flying the American flag. They wasn't flying the Confederate flag. They didn't start flying the Confederate flag until the 60s. After the Daughters of Confederacy had the rights to actually write history books for kids in school throughout this nation. Because I know in 1861 through 1890, the South was under what you call Negro rule.
That's a tricky word too, brother. I'm gonna be honest. That's a very tricky word. That's very tricky.
I just went to I just went to the Golden Gate Bridge, and under the Golden Gate Bridge is a big military base called the Presidio, and it has a museum. And so I was just going to see the it's a fort, and inside the fort they have a portion dedicated to the quote unquote Black Americans. It's a big thing talking about the Buffalo Soldiers, and in it they also show early military, quote unquote, Black folk military. And what I have never seen, what I saw at that time, was Black Confederate soldiers. They always tell us that, oh, y'all ran to the front. I mean, you ran to the north and you fought and this, that, and the other. There were Black Confederate soldiers, and if you look at these soldiers, these, especially all the Civil War soldiers, they were like dope. Like they had tilted to the side. I mean, they were clean, and it was really funny. They tried to show a picture of somebody's interpretation of those Black soldiers. They look like a slave, shirt hanging off, breeches. The whole story. The breeches ragged at the ankles. But if you actually looked at the soldiers of the Civil War, they have pictures of these guys, and they were clean, they were crisp and everything. So I don't know why I'm telling you that, but there were Black Confederate soldiers at that time.
No,
Because
no, that's what I'm
you're
trying
making
to get
sense
you
to
guys
what it
to
was.
understand. What they usurp is the name
Right.
American, the name, image, and likeness, the NIL of the word American, because it's a people, it's a noun, it's a person, place, or thing. If y'all understand, when they started doing this, we had that. We were a people, we had a place, and we had things. Now,
Right. I
what
agree.
today is, everybody will tell you, oh, this is the white man's country. No, they didn't. They just actually usurped the name.
I
So now
agree.
everybody's thinking that they're the American. No, you ain't.
Because of
Right.
pieces of
But
You
paper.
used 100 years of segregation to segregate business, period.
commerce, yeah.
Because at the beginning of the segregation, we own 90% of the businesses and all industries and manufacturing. By the end of segregation, guess what? They owned it all. We work for them.
But Ida said something earlier. She said something about clean, right? That's what in my mind where they got the whiteness from. Them niggas ain't never been clean. They ain't never been pure. So they're stealing like they keep stealing an identity of a people, bro.
Yes.
They're not white and clean. They're not they, okay, you clean, why? Why would you be clean and white?
Because,
You have no
okay,
debt.
because they
You
can
have no
steal the
debt.
idea.
Hold on,
They
don't go
can
too
take
far.
the credit
You have no
for the
debt.
things that are produced.
Yes, you have no debt, and everything is pure, it's clean, right? It's a clean exchange. It's fair. It's fair. fair handshake, right? You have a fair handshake. You have a fair deal. Everything they've been dealing with has been kind. I keep saying kind. What's a goddamn kind? Huh? These people are they are who they say they are, not who they tell us who we think they are. They are kind men, cunning, right? They'll take something I just said that meant something righteous and they'll flip it for themselves. These motherfuckers ain't never been pure and clean, but when? They came over as criminals. And they still doing criminal activity. So how the hell is they pure and clean? Nowhere near. And we still got some of the coldest guys, like she said, tailors and stuff. Like a lot of people used to I was born in the 80s and when I was growing up, we still had our own shops. We still had our own tailor shop, people doing tailor work, like sewing, knitting, stitches, cleaners, ice cream parlors, anything you can name, barbershops, car washes. It was all owned by the people, our people, and family members that sit in the city and shit, all throughout the city and town. You know what I mean? But these people kept bringing in a lot of these colonial laws, man. They keep taking us out of our position.
Okay. Okay, Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, that's legit what you're asking, but um, let me ask you a question. And I'm not trying to be facetious.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where within the whole paradigm, within the whole paradigm, we've had a lot of conversations over the years, right? We had a lot of conversations, and we've always pretty much been on the same side, in regards to our approach. Pretty much matter of fact, we ain't floating. So where would coming now, right? And we've learned more as we went along since we met. Where would you actually see the I don't want to use infiltration, but the the arrival
Mm-hmm.
of these pale skins they call white people? Where would you actually see that definitively in your research and your studies?
1880.
I'm gonna
That's the
say
start.
anywhere from 18. I'm gonna say 1840s, 1840s heavily, and that's why I mentioned. People say Ellis Island, but I'm saying heavily coming in because they
That's
claim someone
1830.
came in through 1830s Ellis Island. Okay, so 1830 Ellis Island.
Hold on, D. Let him answer.
1830, but see, this is what I keep telling you. It was not one the word I'm looking for. Invasion. That's the word I'm looking for. It was not one invasion or one import. People keep thinking about the Ellis Island. Yes, they say 12 million came through there. I don't know when it started and when it ended, but they say it started 1830. There was another influx during 1840, 1850s through the Galveston port. That's a different group, a class of Europeans. That's the German. That's another group of Germans coming in. That's another group of
No, no,
Polish
you're
coming in,
right.
Russians coming in.
But you gotta okay, hold on. The
Okay.
reason for Reconstruction
Mm-hmm.
was to open the door because the door wasn't open before Reconstruction. It was only cracked.
Okay, I agree. I wouldn't disagree with that.
And
That
there's
makes
a
sense.
nigga at the door like, nigga, what's going on? Who is this? Nah, nigga, fuck all that.
But remember, why would they need to bring
Now,
people here?
Reconstruction,
Commerce, work, industry. They constantly still doing it to this day, bringing people in for industry.
I
Trump, you
understand.
mentioned something Trump, right? He brought in the white South Africans, farmers down in Mississippi.
Okay, but okay, the
Right.
start. The
Mm-hmm.
question was, when was the start of the influx? That was the start. Is the 1850s to the 1880s. Why? Because of Reconstruction. The Reconstruction was the takeover of the southern states by hook or crook,
That
because
makes sense.
these motherfuckers ain't with the change.
But
We
hold on,
cracking the door, but we not opening this motherfucker. So they
but
had to
go back
take
though.
down the South. And
Go
so,
back.
and you gotta understand, in that same time period, look and
Mm-hmm.
see what's going on. All the different coups, all the different the raids, and all the different murders. It's all happening during that window because they need to get the legislation. They didn't even have a foot in the door. They didn't have the numbers.
So let's go back for a minute. What do you? Because okay, let's talk about the South. Give me your geographical location where the South you think starts at starting point of the South.
South starts in Virginia.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. All right, we on the right page now. Keep going.
All right, did you know that Washington, D.C., before it was Washington, D.C., it was Rome, Maryland?
No, I didn't know that. But
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
I didn't know
So
that.
you don't know about Columbia? You don't know what that means to the word liberty? It's a whole. Listen, homie, this was America long before the United States was formed.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's 100%.
Long before. And the only thing that we were taught is their story, not ours. That's why we don't like this motherfucking, we don't like the Confederate flag as a people. Because we think that shit got something to do with slavery. No, nigga, the slavery was the heritage, and the heritage was employment. The reason why they could call them
Right.
slaves is because they were untaxed people. Nigga, you
Hey,
can't tax my children. Nigga, I own this land. So
but
what? They
go
got
back
a
to what you
house
just
on it.
said. Go back to what you just said, brother, because you hit on something. I think people went over people's head. The word employment and employers had not been created yet. That's another reconstruction of a condition, right? Before that, they were calling it slave labor. Even through the Middle Passage, they were calling it slave labor. It was not considered. They was not calling it employee. You were being an employee yet. They
It
hadn't
don't
came up with
matter.
that.
You know why you
Yeah,
a
it was called
slave
slave
to
labor.
somebody
You're right.
else on the outside is because your money and your life is private. As far as they know, you don't make no money. The U.S. government had no ties to these people. Y'all need to really understand how this economy worked before 1913. That shit is pivotal. If
Coach,
you own property, hold on, listen, you're a taxable person if you own property, right? But now let's
right.
say you own 5,000 acres.
Hmm.
So, you know, all your children and grandchildren can live on that 5,000 acres.
Right. So
So,
it's not taxable, correct? It wouldn't be taxable at that
come
time.
on, come on, man.
Is that what you're saying?
I got to put my shit on the floor. You don't mind if,
So, Coach, you think that's the entry point, 1830, or you
no,
want to
I'm
go back
saying
to the
this
bar?
is the influx. This is when you start looking at when they start having a little pin action. 1830s is when they start moving niggas from the eastern seaboard to the middle of the country.
Right, I agree, but I'm gonna go back farther
Okay,
though,
but at the
because if you're
same
talking about when
time,
they
so
first started coming in,
as
I'm gonna
you
go back
move
farther.
people from one place to another, you can bring in people from one place to another.
I agree, but I'm gonna go back
But now
farther.
that's only crack. If you think about it, how they doing it, they only got the door cracked.
I'm
They
I'm
ain't
gonna
got
go
the
back
door
farther.
open.
I'm gonna go back to the Residency Act. I'm saying you're right. These things open those doors up. I'm saying
Yes.
Residency Act is among one of the things that open that door up. Because like you're right, it allows them to move to a certain location and set up shop, and then bring, like you said, others with them. Right? That's what you're saying.
Okay, as they getting off the boat, they need a spot.
Right.
So what's the best spot than people that used to be there? Why? Because you ain't got to build nothing. You just bring these people in, move them in. You go a house, Nigga that had clothes in here in the closets. When you see all them old pictures of white people dressed up, where was they buying that shit from? They just got here.
But you know what though? Go back though, because I think it go with people's head. Um, they were bringing people in heavy, 20, 30,000 up there in on the East Coast too, running people out of those towns, Virginia and places, running them out of those towns too. You know what I'm saying? People think they was just bum rushing people in the South. No, they was not. Not just only.
First of all, do we understand that the first people that they brought here was children?
I agree. Look here. When you talk about slavery, I said this before, brother. I said the first slave was a woman. The female was the first slave. The next one was a child. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about
Okay.
throughout history, mankind history.
If you read between the lines of history, his story, they tell you the truth. Why were the kids coming? They were being adopted to work.
You're right.
Because there wasn't no illegal restrictions about a child labor law.
Child labor law. What year was the child labor law? Because that's very key,
why?
brother.
No, because why? A child is a great apprentice, a great slave. Why? Because he will learn this trade from a child. So by the time he's an adult, he's already great at it. Why did they figure out this technique? Because that's the American technique.
Exactly. Yeah.
Niggas had been doing that in the South for generation upon generation upon generation with every industry.
Keep that question though, Shaq. What'd you say? What
Yeah,
year?
the trade, yeah. Trade,
No, what year?
master trade was all that, yeah, for sure.
What was
Why
the
don't
question?
you see paperwork amongst these industries? I don't need a gang of paperwork because I ain't got to introduce this shit to nothing but my child.
What was the question, Shaq? Labor laws. When was the labor laws? What?
Which, and like you said, the language will be a slave. So yes, there were slaves, but those were laborers, workers. You know what I'm saying? Like you said.
Then you had a question
as
about the
as
labor
it
laws.
go on, it gets reformed and reconstructed into now where we at now.
But you had a question about the labor laws. When were the labor laws?
You said something earlier about how much they was paying people. How much you think they was paying people in the 18?
Can you hear me?
You mentioned that earlier.
Can you hear me, Shaq? Shaq, can you hear me? Shaq, can you hear me? Shaq, can you hear me?
Hey, Shaq, can you hear Aton?
No, I can't hear Aton. I just hear you.
Okay, so just ask him to.
All right, we'll come out. Go out and come back in, man. Come back in, because Aton got something.
Wait. Hey, before he does, D.
I need to go back out.
Hold on.
Hey, D, hold on. D, ask him. Don't forget about just tell him. Don't forget about the question about.
Can anybody else hear me? Can anybody else talk?
Labor laws. The
No.
labor laws
Hold on.
when that came in.
Okay, I hear you. All right, Aton said go out and come back in, right? But the question you had about the labor laws and when that started, don't forget that, because he wanted.
Right. Yeah, that's very.
All right, but come back, go out, and come back in.
Okay.
All right. I did it right, Aton?
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean I'm just looking at it from a timeline perspective, Aton. If you look at it from a timeline perspective, there's no way you can tell me that y'all are the Americans. The only thing that you can show me from what time you've actually been here in numbers, and that starts it, all right, like you said, let's say 1830s. But you didn't come here in the millions until 1880s.
Right.
Because the real violence didn't start until the 1900s.
Right.
Now, once the real violence started in the 1900s to the 1920s, guess what happened next? Nigga, the Great Depression.
Right.
That's what's crazy about all of this. Y'all come here, y'all get to ruining these people's lives. Y'all doing all kind of wild shit. Next thing you know, y'all all in bread lines broke, nigga, to a point where y'all eating each other. Hold on, somebody got control over y'all. And if you look at the way the money's set up, the gold standard is in full thrive throughout the world.
Oh yeah.
How can the gold standard be in full thrive throughout the world, nigga, if you got the Great Depression going on in the United States of America at the same time?
Oh, I got something on that because my relative just sent me a text message. But yeah, y'all go ahead and finish this up because I'm blow y'all mind. I don't know if y'all heard, but yeah, just came out. But yeah,
What?
go ahead, Shaq. Y'all go ahead and finish that one up.
Oh,
No, I googled it, but it says they enacted the child labor laws in 1930, but they had to be doing that way before that. Like it had to be something before that.
no,
You say
no.
1930? That's
Okay, you
correct.
got to think about it. Okay, Shaq, look at this. Hold on.
No.
All right, let's say your great grandfather owned a farm. Who was he gonna teach how to farm?
Yeah, it's gonna be the children. It's gonna be the children.
Okay,
Yeah,
so guess what? Now, at what age can he start teaching his child how to farm?
yeah. You talking about at any age? Shit, 5, I guess. As soon as the mother start walking. Shit.
Nigga, as soon as that motherfucker listen, nigga, this is a pear tree.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
And, and,
Papa, this is a pear tree.
and look, I'm gonna tell you why that's true. I had met this older lady. Her name was Miss Latney, right? She ended up passing, but she was like 91 years old when I first met her, right, online, talking on anything. She told me when she was a little girl down in Alabama at 6 and 7 years old, she was picking cotton, bro.
Yeah.
Now, if she was 91 in 2022, how old you think at 7 years old? What year that was? You think that probably was? That probably was 1930s, right? Around
Yeah.
that time. So you know,
Remember, child labor laws were different back in the old days.
right? But right. I would imagine. But you talking about before 1930s? You talking about 1930? Before 1930?
Well, I'm just talking about like you. I listen to 80-year-olds, and
Mm-hmm.
they'll say that when they were younger, they picked cotton, and it
Right.
wasn't because they were slaves. It's because sometimes they chose to help out with their family, and sometimes they just wanted extra money, and they would
Yeah.
just go and do it.
Yeah. It wasn't no regulations on it. You're right. It wasn't no
Right.
regulations. Mm-hmm.
But now, okay, now you have to understand and imagine the scope of that at
Mm-hmm.
the time. Because all fruits and vegetables and grains are grown in the South at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And textile ingredients such as cotton, wool. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now you got to understand if everything's grown down here, how does it get manufactured? Where are the industries at that manufacture these products? Like who's canning the peaches? If you follow
Right.
the way it go, guess where the canning and industries and machining industries are? At the top of the Mississippi. Chicago, Illinois, Michigan, all that, Ohio, all
Mm-hmm.
that is machine and industry depth. It's the everything.
Mm-hmm. Now Pennsylvania up there, they had some machine stuff up there too.
Exactly, all
Ironwood
of
and
that.
stuff up
That's
there. Yeah,
region.
correct. One
One
thousand.
region, one region was used to grow food. The other region was used to where actually to be machined and manufactured. So now they have another region that did all the shipping, and that's the coastal states.
That makes sense.
This is
Shipping is
all
like logistics.
American
Yeah.
ingenuity. That's why
Right.
I could always say that the American engine created the American engine.
Yeah. That's literally right, engine. Yeah, engine. That's why I say the word in Indian makes sense because there would be a industry man or an indigenous man, which is a laborer, right, by birth,
Why do you
And it
think
was
it's
because he
called
have
well, it seemed
industry?
lands
like
to labor.
If you
Huh?
it
think
seems
about it,
like
the
it
word
it
the
seems
word
like
industry.
The
Uh huh.
Indian was pronounced engine, like ingenuity. It sounds like
Yeah,
Indian was
I agree.
pronounced engine. Okay.
Yes,
Right, I agree with
engineering,
that. Yeah, because
industries.
yeah, because remember they came in. These people once they able to learn, like you said, some people can say the more whoever. When they learned these rules and laws and stuff on how to change vowels around and shit. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. A-E-I-O-E. Come on, man. They taught us that shit. You know what I'm saying? They taught us that shit. You know what I mean? And that's another reason why I can see why they would put that word India over there on India, right? Because they have a similar what? They have a similar landscape. They have a similar industries. They have multiple. They have a subtropical regions where they can have what? Come on, good people. Multiple harvests, multiple seasons for harvest. That's industry right there.
And the thing is that if
You
you
know
look
what
at
I'm
some of them, they're kind of black looking folks too.
saying?
So they probably did just apply, said, "Oh, these the same people
Yeah,
over there." Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, cause think about it. They had the East Indian Company. I think they had the West Indian Company, and then doing the hey, hey, time. Remember y'all showed me that shit. The articles of what association or some shit. Articles of something. They had the East Indian Company in that motherfucker back then. Who the hell was they talking about? Who was running that?
But you
Well, I
got to
don't know. Like,
understand the
oh, keep
timeline.
going.
Think about they
Uh-huh.
created India the same time they telling you from Africa. But before then,
And you know what's crazy
it was
is,
called
you're right,
Hindustan, and these people
right.
knew that they was
Right.
American.
It looks like it was like the 40s or something, and
Yeah,
everything. What about the time Israel began?
Yeah,
They just
1948.
went right. They just went through and just started flipping all kind of stuff, doing all kind of stuff, tearing stuff. I think that's when Africa separated. Was around that time, where they did that. Where they did that little canal, right? And so now we have a Middle East instead of it being North Africa. They
Yeah,
did
the
during that time.
Suez.
They just the Suez, right? They went through and they just flipped all kind of stuff around during that time.
Also, you're right. You get the creation of Israel, you get the creation of India, and guess what else? You get the creation of Latina and Hispanic. How the hell is that possible? Go at the same time. Was that Reconstruction? Uh oh.
Wow.
Uh
Okay,
oh.
well, let me answer that.
Uh huh.
The
hey,
people that are now within, right? So it's right in front of our face, right? But I guess we ain't connected the dots yet. But let me do that for you. The people that are occupying what is considered to be the state of Israel are the relatives of the people that are actually protecting Israel in the United States. Now, let me tell you why I say that, because I confirmed it.
Mm-hmm.
See, Smoke Channel is useful because on that late night shit,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, Superman will tell you, I didn't have people up there coughing it up. Now, these two cats came over to the channel just out of nowhere, and I quizzed them. I said, "Where y'all come from?" "Oh, we come from up here in Europe, over here. So this area." "Oh, really? Okay." I asked them another question. I said, "What about them people over there in Saudi Arabia? These people that's in Iran and occupying these places?" He said, "Yeah, those are our relatives. We're just at war with each other. Ideology. You see what I'm saying? Same
They
people."
had a civil war. They had a civil war over in with Paris and when in 1500. The
Okay, so
1500.
look. Okay, but check this out though. This is why every single one of them. I mean, I don't know what the difference is with Trump and some of these other people, but some of these people have even melanated people
Mm-hmm.
has taken their trip over to Israel and kissed that wall for whatever
Right.
reason. They have a
Right.
connection somewhere. You know what I'm saying? But I know for the most part, that's why the Ukraine, Russia shit is still going on. They still fighting for Ukraine. This is
Mm-hmm.
why they still fund Israel. And Israel, they have assisted Israel in all these different wars, especially the one with Gaddafi and all these other things they got going on with these African countries. These 54 African countries is part of the African Union, the
Right.
same one that Malcolm X was teaming with, and then Farrakhan tried to team with. You see what I'm saying? So these people are related, all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, but
Trump
are
just
they
might
the
be a different
original
guy.
people though?
Trump might be a different guy, but at the same time, he still wants to protect Israel. because they're all related.
They it's bloodline. Yeah, you said
All these
yes.
There's your answer, Shaq.
It's religion and
Okay,
relations.
Aton,
Religion
Aton.
and relations. Yes.
But
Going
Aton,
on.
all these people that you're talking about right now, if you look at them, they look related, don't they?
They are related.
They are related.
So they gotta be related because
D,
they don't look like none of us.
hey, D, check it out, right?
They are.
This is where our era kind of dropped the ball because we used to push that. The main thing about the nation movements of religion and all this stuff, even with the Hebrews, the Muslims and all that shit, what we did know is who these people were. For some reason, people forgot. You know what I'm saying? And that stopped getting pushed because all these cats started getting taken out. But they are related. That's why their first priority is Israel. Their second priority, well, it's 1A and 1B. Their second, the 1A and 1B is Israel and us. What they gonna do with Israel and what they gonna do with us?
Don't the
That's
same
it. Everybody else is just you know little things along the way. Hate to tell them, but
aren't they
that's what it is.
foreigners? Aren't they all foreigners? You go to Israel right now, don't he look like a foreigner?
Well, shit. Our people look. Our
You go to
distant
Texas and
cousins.
look at these white boys. Y'all don't
Distant
look like
cousins.
foreigners.
Our distant cousins brought them over here. Who you think brought them over here? Pale skins? Hell no. Our cousins brought them up over here because they started looking and seeing how good it was. They're like, damn, y'all still popping, huh? Okay. Well, we
This
need
place
to
ain't never not pop. When
because they couldn't sustain. They could not
sustain.
sustain the 13 colonies, D. They could not sustain it. And they needed all
they
Europe.
can't sustain the 50 states.
And we
Nigga,
was
they
like, get your
$39
asses
trillion
up out of here.
in debt today.
We said, get your asses up out of here. And that's why we fled up into, that's why a lot of them
Everywhere
fled
they
into
go, they get
Central and South
bankrupt.
America. That's why
Because
they
they
fled up into
bankrupt,
Texas. But look, this is why they fled up into Texas. They went up into Texas. They went into Mexico and on down and on down and on down to the islands and all that shit and started infiltrating the indigenous people over there.
Yeah.
Because we told them to get, and the other ones went up north. That's what the Underground Railroad was about. Get. And we told them to get. That's why they hate us.
Okay, no, they hate you because you are. Nigga, you ever heard of I am? That really is you. That's what they hate.
You talking about that nigga from Minnesota?
No, I'm talking about anybody that's from this soil. I am.
Thinks he's fine.
Because the people from this soil, nigga, are God's people. Nigga, everything started here. Nigga, prove me wrong.
Okay.
Hey, you don't have
Can I
to.
jump
Hey,
in
look,
real
you don't
quick?
have to
Let
put
me
the
just
I
say
on it, but
something.
you can just say I am. A-M.
What
That's
I,
American. Yeah, American. I am American. Yeah, A-M.
but if you look at their map of Israel, if you look at their map of Israel, somebody placed it, one of these other folks placed it on top of the United States, and it fits over the United States. So this is the Garden of Eden. So when they're talking about Israel, we're thinking that they're talking about Palestine. And what it looks like is that they're trying to take this place. This is the place that they want to take. This is the Garden of Eden.
Hey,
Can I say this and I'm going to shut up? I promise you. None of your business.
I doubt it.
Answer this question as a woman.
It fits over the United States.
No, watch this. Watch. Now, none of you didn't. Ask this question. I'm asking you as a woman specifically. Okay. All natural foods are grown here on this continent.
Derek, can I say something? Can I say something, Derek?
Yeah.
I am American isness.
Yeah, that's business, bro. That's not like
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm
He's my sister down there, man.
I'm gonna let you
But you
finish.
do this a lot, and I never say nothing. But I'm like, okay, let me tell
don't beat Derek up like that. Don't beat him up like that.
I'm just trying to correct him
No
because
disrespect.
I know you're not. I'm just playing.
No, I was just specifically saying as a woman, your opinion on this. Think about this. Now, they said all mankind started in Africa. Okay, if that were true, How long did it take for mankind, for man, to hook up over here in America to establish food and resources of water? How long
You
did
got it
that
right.
take? Because
Zero,
natural
Man,
zero
food
amount
and
of
natural
minutes.
water comes from this country.
Yeah, it comes from here. Absolutely.
right.
This
So,
is the Garden
okay,
of Eden.
Oh,
God put man over there in Africa. That's what they telling us. So how long
That's
did
what
it
they
take for
told us.
man to
Yeah.
get his ass all the way over here where apples and oranges is?
I mean,
They
that really
call you a
doesn't make a
Homo
lot of
sapien,
sense.
which a Homo sapien is not even.
The monkey was in the
Yeah,
desert and came where,
yeah, that's a
okay.
mix. That's a mix. Yeah, that's a yeah.
No.
Bro, they told.
So you're telling
Watch
me
this.
God
Watch this,
ain't God? If you can't
bro.
answer this question, that okay, why in the fuck would God put man somewhere else other than food and water?
It wouldn't.
If
It wouldn't.
naturally food and
It
water
wouldn't.
come from this land, man
The,
has to come from this land.
the story was told in reverse, brother. Yes.
I understand that. So now that we got that straight, okay, let's go into what was built here. Because the man that was here is the one
Uh-huh.
who built the structures here. Now we've
Right.
been all educated to believe that someone who came here built these structures and this economy that we live in. Now I'm gonna tell you one American slogan that I always thought was real shit. Land of the free and home of the brave. That's the most American shit I know. And the only people I know that actually live like that, truly in their heart, is niggas.
Yeah, man.
right.
You gotta be a
That's right.
brave motherfucker to be a nigga.
That's right.
And niggas is the only ones that's free, nigga, here. Because free come from the soul. And I dare you to tell me anything other than that. They've been standing on that particular motherfucking slogan, nigga, all the history.
No, you
So
correct.
how could they? Y'all telling me this slave, but I'm telling you a motherfucker that don't know nothing about it throughout his. It ain't in his DNA, as they say, because the show ain't in their history. That's why when I get into it with Nadi and all that, because you trying to tell me who I ain't, and I'm telling you who I am, because I was born this way. My mama was born this way. My grandmama was born this way. I come from this woman. This woman married a man who went to World War II, nigga, did what he had to do and come home and be a truck driver. Had a son who was raised by him. Nigga went to the motherfucking Vietnam. Did what he had to do. Nigga came back home and worked for Coca-Cola. Nigga, he had
Yeah,
a
man.
son with the Desert Storm. Nigga, this nigga, I can show you right now. He's a mailman. So, okay, the American motherfucking way. It's in my bloodline.
And that's to work and provide for who? Your family, bro. It's just like I said. That's why I was saying to somebody. I was like, labor is a birthright. Is our birthright. But we have not been benefiting from our own sweat equity in a minute. Probably since
Okay,
like the fifties.
if
You know
niggas
what I'm
understood that they own this place and everybody else got to pay rent and taxes is the rent, niggas would be asked, fuck all the other shit, nigga. We want our motherfucking money. Break bread or play dead. If you
saying? You
can't
know,
do it, nigga, all right, we gonna do it ourselves. But niggas don't understand that as a whole. That's why you have so many different factions of niggas right now. You got FBA niggas, you got ADOS niggas, you got Muslim niggas, you got ear-like niggas. But all these niggas got birth certificates and social security numbers. Ha ha. Y'all
Ha
all
ha.
pay taxes.
Ha ha.
Don't act
yeah,
like
Last
it's
time,
pain, man.
last time I
they
checked,
all cattle. They all
last
chattel
time I,
slavery.
last
Chattel
time
slave,
I
no
checked, last time I checked,
paperwork. Hey,
he,
yeah.
I'm just
Hey, but you know
saying,
what?
like,
Speaking of World War II, I found some out right with that Horn Island, right? Just to get off topic a little bit. That Horn Island down there off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, where this situation with Notable Wills happened, how about they was using that island as a testing ground for bombs, biological, and chemical testing on that island.
oh, there's plenty of places in California they do the same thing.
I said, wow, that's deep.
You get up into Hemet, you get off into Barstow.
Uh-huh.
Shit. What's that? What's that right before Barstow, D? Before you get out to Vegas. You got Barstow, what's that? Victorville? Yep, you got Victorville, and then you got a whole little spot right between on the 15 going up. Then you got Lancaster and Palmdale. That's
So
where they were sending a lot of the brothers and sisters out to projects over there in Watts. They was giving them vouchers, giving them vouchers to go buy houses up there in Palmdale, Lancaster, knowing them goddamn things was bomb sites and that shit was fully contaminated with uranium.
Now, see, now we didn't stumble into something, right? I
Uh-huh.
thought I was gonna be off, but that's stumbling something because once again, why all these areas that we heavily populated at became testing grounds for all type of chemicals, brother. Radiation, and all this shit. Radium 88. Why do you
Mhm.
think some of our people they keep talking about is hereditary? Because they know, like you just said, them areas that they were testing were heavily populated with who? The indigenous
Um,
people.
i- in
Well,
San
we were
Francisco,
centralized
in
at.
San Francisco, there's an area called Hunters Point, and there was a Navy shipyard, and there was a lot of testing, and that's where they went and pushed a lot of people into San Francisco to the point where the reason why Hunters Point ain't super duper gentrified because it's kind of radioactive. They
Yeah.
got
See what?
bombs and all kind of stuff all over there,
So I got a
and
question.
uh,
Where were the cabbage patch? Where were these cabbage patch plantations at? Now, where were they at? Where were they at?
huh?
I said, where were
So
they calling them cabbage patch? But that's just another word. That's a slang word in my how I think for just biological testing, biological and chemical test tube motherfucking babies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but all that shit's okay. If you look at 1900 all the way to 1940,
Hmm.
it's a population boom.
Right, but you couldn't bring. Think
Okay,
about it. You couldn't bring that many
okay.
people in. You would have to
No, no, no,
reproduce
no, no, no. You gotta understand.
on.
Hold on.
Yeah,
You got bringing people in, and you got the kids that you brought in the generations before
right.
that are grown now to add to the population, and you educated them, segregated.
Yeah, I agree.
So now you taught them kids that came from somewhere else, who knows where their parents is. You taught them that this is your creation. You are the children of the forefathers that created this United States of America. When in actuality, nigga, y'all just got here, motherfucker. You don't know nothing about nigga what. So they grew up to be in the 1920s and 1940s as adults, thinking that right is right. How do you take an identity of a people? Y'all just got here, but y'all think about it, nigga. It's an Italian American in the 60s. The fuck are you? How, what? A Chinese American in the 60s? That don't even make sense.
well,
Your
that's the
group
reason.
just got here.
That's the reason why, if you look at, I'm gonna go back to this birthright citizenship thing because it was really interesting, socially. And if you looked at the lady that was arguing for birthright citizenship, and they were asking her questions about Dred Scott, she didn't know. She didn't know at all. And actually, the questions that they asked her, the judges had to answer for her. She had no idea because she came later. And that's why when we say that we're the American Indian, the indigenous people, that's the reason why it's so hard for people to fathom because they're not here, they don't know, and they only got like a generic version of what America is. They don't know. They don't know. So when we say our moms, our grandparents, these people said they were Indian, they're like, "Oh, you lying?" These motherfuckers really think we lying because
No,
they don't have
no,
no
because
context.
right. They were taught this in school
They
because
taught
this
that
is
they were
the
taught the
curriculum
African
they
story.
taught.
Yeah. Right.
We fell for it first as the kids of the 80s. Our
My
You
mom
know
moms,
what?
always like,
our
you're an
moms,
American.
our
My mom is
moms
like,
are the
ain't
people that taught
nobody
it to
an
us.
American but you. That's what my mom
Yeah, my
always
father
said.
always told me he Mississippi boy. He always said we always
Okay,
there. Now
you know how
he could
you know
explain it
how I
to me.
know I know I'm American. It ain't because I was taught it. It's because my grandparents showed it to me. See, because you got to think, my grandparents were born in the 20s. They went to school to the 6th grade. They don't know. They ain't got no education. Now I look at their life and look at our whole generation. Matter of fact, you look at baby boomers after them. Nigga, their life only was good because they got passed down all the shit that they left. Now
Right. And
our
that's the reason
generation
why they
after
kind of
them,
dropped the ball after them. Yeah.
nigga,
They dropped the
right,
ball because
X
they were
generation,
past.
we had
Yeah.
to start all the way over. Why? Because we thought, nigga, we from Africa. We slaves. We didn't know
They would
that,
still
nigga, as 18-year-old, wait a minute, hold on. Nigga, our people had a farm that was taken away from them. We didn't know none of that. That wasn't taught in school. We were taught the slavery word. That's it. That's all. That's why people from around the world scream, nigga, you was like, what? Hold on. How we were slaves, nigga? My great-great-grandfather owned 2,000 acres of land
Well,
that had
then
been
they'll
passed
tell
yeah.
you
down
that the
before him.
slave, they'll tell you about your great grandfather and they'll say, well, he was a slave and he bought him some land. How the hell do you buy land if you a slave?
No,
I thought the
no, wait.
definition of a slave was you work for no money.
That
Well, remember they changed that
see,
name too. They changed. I keep telling you, they changed
now,
that shit.
hold on. See, this is the part that be tricking me because all throughout history they tell you slaves bought themselves out of slavery.
Right.
Wait, hold on.
So
Somebody,
So,
how? See, because I'm a nigga. I'm sorry. I ain't no motherfucker went to Harvard or nothing, but I'm a nigga. So how you telling me a broke motherfucker bought
so
something?
you got some explaining to do. You got a little bit
Right?
more explaining to do. I'm trying to figure this out. How did the
No,
because a
how a
slave?
broke
slave is a
motherfucker buy something?
worker.
Tell me. No, it's a simple question. How does a broke motherfucker buy something?
You don't, because a
Okay,
slave
so
is
now
a
the word
worker.
slavery that you're using ain't real definition of how it's supposed to be used.
Is
Because the
not.
broke
I just
motherfucker
told
can't buy nothing.
I told you they took the labor off of it. They took slave labor off of it. Just said just start using the word slave.
Now,
You know what
because
I'm saying?
slave labor
'Cause it's a
means
fucking worker.
employee.
There you go.
That- That's
There
a
you now you got it.
look. And at the time, I'm telling you specifically in the South, that with the Confederate State of America, they had it specifically. Those people were untaxable, and it was more them than anybody.
Man,
Boy,
we didn't went to a whole nother topic. I thought I heard D Cobb say, I'm gonna say this last thing and I'm gonna shut up. I could have swore I heard that.
It's called you know.
Did I hear that, Cobb, or what?
time, time. The day you tell me for sure, on your end, hey man, was niggas the Confederate States of America or not?
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Hey, Shaq, you hear it?
Yeah.
Look, he ain't heard nothing I said.
No, I'm
You know
set
what
up.
I'm
I'm
saying?
sorry.
Yeah, see, that's what he said. Was they Confederate States? I don't know. I really couldn't answer that question. I don't know about the Confederate States of America.
Well, I
That's
do know
that's a
this. There was
that's a
multiple
that's a
multiple
that's
confederations though.
kind of, but that's kind of like a white supremacist narrative to me, man.
I do believe I do. There was a Mississippi Confederation. There was an Illinois Confederation. So I don't know if that was European language or not, but I know that those things existed.
But
And
that gets into what you was asking about the labor laws,
okay,
and I think that was a part of the union
hmm
pulling in people that they consider to be, in their mind, 3/5 on the indigenous side and convincing people so that way those
Oh, Aton, are you
he,
saying, listen, Aton, are you saying that the union was actually a union?
yeah,
yeah,
it is a union. What you mean? Actually, what
it's a it's a
damn
it's
union?
a union. And what they wanted is they needed more employees. They needed more
Wow,
members.
y'all.
If you actually read Article 1, Section 2, and then you get into Clause 3, it tells you about enumeration. Enumeration gets you money.
Yes. Now watch this.
It's members on the 501c. Your membership in your association of people builds your numbers and builds your funding, builds your numbers, and that's what it was. And what the United States was able to get federal territory, because you guys got to look at the debate Joe Biden and Trump had, and what he was talking about, and then Trump had said something, and Biden, just give me a few minutes, y'all. Biden had said something. Biden corrected him because he was like federal territory. So Trump was talking about something that encroached upon federal territory. He was like, nah, this is federal territory, what we dealing with here. Not unincorporated territory. See, it's unincorporated and it's federal territory. And then Trump actually corrected himself on that shit too. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm saying that is during the Civil War, they had created these imaginary lines, you know what I'm saying, in order to get jurisdiction in areas they didn't actually lawfully could occupy. And that's why you only see the flag and only in county, state areas. You know what I'm saying? You're only going to see the flag in certain areas. Some of these other places is not incorporated, but it's just these imaginary lines. So that union was a way for them to be able to incorporate people that was not considered to be citizens.
Hey, what's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
Sacramento.
Hey,
Okay, slow down for a minute. I'm thinking about something. Is there a major port in Sacramento?
No.
Or
No. The ports are like in Oakland, San Francisco, Vallejo, Richmond, more towards the Bay. Yeah.
Tracy, yeah.
Okay.
Sacramento is like the Wild West. That was the Wild West type of thing. That's why it's the capital.
Sacramento. Go ahead. My bad.
Well, there was like a gold rush here, and so Sacramento was a really wealthy place at one time. So.
Yeah, Sacramento has the oldest.
Sacramento, I'm trying to correlate the capital cities to something.
Check this out.
Counties to something too.
Sacramento has the oldest high school.
So obviously there had to be some riches there.
Can you hear me, Shaq? Shaq.
Some powerful families.
He can't hear me.
Shaq, can you hear him? Shaq.
Yeah, I'm here.
Shaq. Okay, he's talking to you, and I don't think you could hear him.
Again.
I can hear you, but is somebody talking?
Yeah, me.
Aton was talking to you. He's talking.
I can hear Aton. Let me go back out again. I don't know why this thing keeps.
Tell him he got two screens up here.
He says you got two screens up.
You got two people up here. You. I got a Shaq Waller and a Shaq Waller. Look at the screen. Tell him to look at the screen.
Look at there you go. He turned his camera off. He's like, oh shit, my camera's on.
Oh yeah, you're on here twice, Jack.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear Aton now. Can you hear me now, Aton?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you gotta drop that other one.
Yeah, drop the other one.
I don't know how to drop it because I'm still on the same phone. I just had click down and click back in. So I don't know. You might have to drop it. Can you drop the other one?
Yeah, I could drop it. All right, so look. Sacramento has the oldest high school west of the Mississippi. Did you know that? It's called Sacramento High School. That high school has been here since 1860, 70 something. Now, yeah, did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Aton, you can't hear. I mean, Shaq, you can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him. Was he talking?
Yeah, he was just talking about Sacramento High School.
I can't hear him. Let me go back in.
Yeah.
Let me go out and come back in, bro. I'm gonna go back out and come back in. I don't know what's
Yeah, Sacramento got the old. Yeah, Sacramento's got the oldest community west of the Mississippi.
Okay.
Yeah,
and I believe all that because it makes sense. Cause all that
Yeah.
you got to think. Okay, Aton, I know this is what they told us in history, and it never made sense to me. Like the Buffalo Soldiers, they're the ones who carved out that whole western side of the motherfucking Mississippi.
Did you
Right.
just see me change my avatar? I just put the Buffalo Soldiers up. It's actual pictures of them. I took pictures of them when I went to that
No,
museum.
I see Kamala Harris up there with
Oh
a
no, hold on, I'm gonna
briefcase.
change it real quick because I
What
took a
the hell
picture
you
of
got
the
that up
Buffalo
there for?
Soldiers. Hold on.
You got that up there for?
Yeah, you might as well take that down.
Kamala.
No, I
No.
didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, like that whole side, like the Yosemite, all the national parks up there, the Buffalo Soldiers carved out all of that. The roads, they mapped out the territory, all of that. They're the one who actually documented all the wildlife, all the plant life, all of that. How, if
So,
y'all knew this is from Africa,
so you saying the core engineers was pretty much built off the Buffalo Soldiers.
that's the Buffalo Soldiers.
That's the
The
Buffalo Soldiers.
actual Corps of Engineers is them.
Right, right. I got
I have something to say.
you.
Now, did you hear me, Shaq, when I said Sacramento High School is the oldest high school west of the Mississippi?
Yeah, that's
Nah, break
correct.
that down.
It is. Oak Park. It's in Oak Park. You heard of Oak Park?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, it's an area called Oak Park. And it's in Oak Park. Sacramento High School. We used to look at that thing right in the middle, go play in the basketball gym. They got a right in a center jump. 18, sheesh, I can't remember. 1860, 1850, something. 18 something. Yeah, they've been there for a minute. Now, that was that whole story. You remember the movie that Denzel Washington played in? It was called when they had all them people, and then at the end he had the little. He was one of them. He was a marshal. He was like knocking people down. He had the people.
Oh yeah. I had just seen it on YouTube a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
It was called the Seven something. The Seven.
The Magnificent Seven.
Magnificent
Yeah, the
Seven.
Magnificent Seven. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they used to talk about Sacramento at that time, so Sacramento was very prominent at that time. Very prominent.
It's
We
very
still got old
influential.
Sac. We still got old Sac over there. We got the train.
Yeah, it's the Wild West. When you hear the Wild West, people think it's somewhere else. It's Texas. We're in the West. It's the Wild West. And the gold was up here. All the gold mines are up here. And so this was a very wealthy place at one time. And even some of the famous black cowboys you're thinking is coming out of Texas, they actually were in California, but they've been scrubbed. And my husband was driving and he saw a book of the black cowboys, didn't buy it. And when we went to go back to get it, it was gone. But and I have not been able to find a book on California's black cowboys. But some of these famous black cowboys that you hear of are from California. They were here.
Yeah.
They will tell you about the whole sport of rodeo is us. That's cowboy. That whole culture is us. Period. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can prove it through all the inventions of the cowboy.
Yeah,
Because all of that comes from us.
Yeah,
Spurs, the saddle, reins, all of that are Negro inventions. Period.
Yeah, and this is why
they quote them and they put hyphens on them and call them American inventions.
Yeah, this is why California is so like swept. This is why they just tore California up, because it's too much vast history, right? You have what is that place called? You got Rio Grande, you got Rio Americano, you got Rio Linda. What is the name for gold in Spanish? What is it? What is it? What is the Spanish name for gold?
I don't know, actually.
Hold on, let me see. Spanish.
We don't know. We do not know.
Name for gold. I tell you, y'all just oral. Right, there you go. Oral. Right.
That
The
makes sense.
Spanish word for gold is oral.
Learn
There is
something
a
new every day. Okay.
there is a place where mostly pale skins are right now called Del Oro. We used to play them in football. There's a lot of places in around Sacramento. I mean, you got a lot of different counties. Got Oro in it. You know what I'm saying? And but there's there's another one. Yeah, Rio Grande. What was that other? Wait a minute. Let me look at this other one. But let me say this because I wanted to say based on what the Israel back in the day. I
Can
mean,
I say,
back
can
in
I,
it's
can
back
I
in the
say,
it's
okay,
back in the day now. But
Aton, can I say this before you move on to the next subject? I just want to talk about gold real quick.
no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm on the
Okay,
same.
okay,
I'm on the same
okay.
topic. I gotta
All right.
say this because remember you talking about Israel, right?
Okay, yes.
All right. So when Trump in his first administration, when he had that, when he, July 4th thing, he had in front of the those big statues, they got all the president's faces on it. I don't know if anybody was watching that, but I did. He said, "We're saving Israel for last." Everybody thought he was talking about Israel, and I'm actually with you on this. And what you were saying is this: people think he's talking about Israel over there. He said we're saving Israel for last. See, but a lot of people thought he was talking about Israel over there. And everybody talked about that afterward. I mean, that thing went crazy when he said that. It was like they ain't talking about Israel over there. They're talking about Israel in America. So the only thing that hasn't been addressed yet is America. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. All right, go ahead, Isness.
I concur with what you just said. That makes perfect sense.
Dorado. There you
Okay.
go. El Dorado. There's an
Okay,
El.
that's what I was about to say.
Don't you live
Y'all
in El
read my
Dorado?
mind. You
Don't you
read
live
my
in El
mind because that's
Dorado?
what I was about to talk about. Was El Dorado when they tell you and they make you feel like it's a whole Spanish thing? No, that's California. That's Upper Sacramento. That's the hills of Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's right. Dorado. You got
Okay.
Dorado.
Okay.
Dorado. The D is a TH. Dorado. And Oro. Those things are the two words. You got Del Oro and you got El Dorado. And you got a lot of different places over here with that type of connotation. Yeah.
Man,
Go ahead.
that land up there where y'all at is the most fertile land in the world. You know what fucked me up Aton about up there? You know you can't take a truckload of that dirt out of that land. That's a federal crime.
No shit.
No shit, my nigga.
Mm.
That's a federal crime. You go to Yellowstone, nigga, think you gonna put a gang of that shit up in there. Go to Sequoia National Forest and think you gonna put a gang of that dirt. It's just dirt. Go and put a truckload in there and drive away. See what happens.
Well, actually, they sell the dirt. There's a whole bunch of quarries, and this red dirt is called Indian dirt. And I remember my mother telling me that her mother did something with the dirt because she said it was Indian clay. And if you look
Oh,
out up here, that red dirt is just everywhere. And matter of fact,
yeah.
they sell it.
It's a belt of it in Georgia. The
And I
Georgia
just
belt is red clay.
thought about something. Now, mostly all these places, I mean, is this you from the Bay, but I'll tell you out here, all those places, sundown towns, don't get caught in those areas. You got Rio Americano, you got El Camino, you got Del Oro, you got El Dorado, all these places, Sierra, Folsom, Rockland, but don't get caught out there. All them places. Now that I know what I know now, all them places is rich soil, minerals, everything is out
Mhm.
there, and they're all occupied by pale skins. You go over
What
there if you want to. You will not make it out
what
of there.
they being Aton, they being
Ponderosa?
they being
Yeah.
somewhat gentrified right now, but Northern California is still KKK capital of the world. So Susanville, Red Bluff,
Yeah,
Oroville. When you go up into Northern California, you in super duper Ku Klux Klan land.
that's
But
right.
places like Folsom, it looks like they sold that out to the Hindustanis, and you can see where in Rockland, I think we went to play basketball. There's a basketball gym out there, Aton,
Yeah,
and
Rockland.
right, the Hindus are sorry, that's my washer. Sorry, y'all.
We didn't hear nothing.
I know my shit about that. But
Can you hear me?
I'm really at a point where I really believe that there has to be something done because, okay, Aton, I got a question real quick.
Mm.
Was the Union sovereign states?
No.
Okay, so the sovereign states was the Confederate
Yeah.
states.
From narrative, yeah. Confederate States
Okay,
were stopped.
okay, so
That's why they were able to create their own money.
okay, so they're sovereign states and the Union ain't. Who
Mm.
really won? Because these are sovereign states we live in today.
Well, yeah, the Union won because I'm looking at that. Like, yeah, have some Confederate money all you want. That thing ain't worth a dime. That thing ain't worth
No,
a
no,
nickel.
but okay, hold on. Confederate money, all those states, right? Got
Uh-huh.
changed into gold and silver certificate notes and
Oh,
was used throughout the nation as legal tender for 50 years on the
I don't.
gold standard. Now, after that, it got locked up.
I ain't never heard that one. Hey, show me that. Direct me.
What? All Confederate money, right? After
Uh-huh.
65, look at it. It's changed to gold and silver certificate notes, national dollars.
Uh, okay, I'm gonna take a look into that.
65, I mean, Reconstruction, 1870. All that money, that's states money, changed to federal money,
Right.
which is gold and silver certificate notes, all backed by assets. So every bank got to have that much gold in your money distributed. Period. That's the law.
Right.
Now that happened all the way up until 1933. So they then went and got all the gold, weighed it out, and put it up, and then
Okay.
based the credit system on that weight.
Now, just because I
Now it
say
worked
right,
fine.
that don't mean I'm I'm with that. I'm not. I just say all right. When I say all right, or I say yep, okay, I'm listening. That means you got my full attention. Go
All
ahead.
I'm saying is, if they won, whose assets are backing this system from 1933? It's not the United States' money.
I mean,
Can't be,
of
because they
course.
ain't got none.
I
They
mean,
have no assets.
of course.
So
I
if they
mean,
have no
to
assets,
us,
but now you
to
have an
us,
asset based in 1933, they telling you we have an asset based economy. Period. Every dollar is backed by gold.
okay, but
From
to us,
1940, from
of course.
1933 all the way to 1971, every dollar spent throughout the United States and the world is all backed by an asset
Mhm.
through commodities. Now, after 71, which is when we're born into a straight debt system. But now, when we're born, the one thing we have an advantage of, even though they're taking all of our industries and manufacturing and sending it overseas, we just have pure numbers of employment. So therefore,
Okay,
after 71 is the great migration of the people of color who became the
okay,
buffer class to us not working and not getting jobs to where we at now.
okay. So So I mean I agree in the fact that yeah, I mean that 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 the Aboriginal Indigenous dollar has always been the dollar based on terms and conditions in the alliance that they whoever they are had to agree to. Now, what I would also say is that the Confederate dollar and all this stuff and the disconnect. You know what I'm saying? I really haven't looked into that like that because it seemed like if you're talking about the Union and Confederates, you're actually talking about indigenous nations and the United States who supposedly had an agreement, a peace and friendship treaty, an alliance, and somebody breached that. And from the story, South said, "We out of here. You guys keep putting us in debt. We're not going to sit here and keep funding you and bailing your asses out. We out." Then something else happened over there. Now, my question to you, D, and Shaq, chime in on this too, because you know, this is your angle too as well. If somebody said that and said we out, did the union have any power to whoop any ass or dictate any program? Or it end up being in the situation how the history books tells it today. Physically, I'm talking about just on a physical level. There, did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? Did you catch that question?
Nah, say that one more time.
Okay. Based on what I just said, you know what I'm saying, in regards to the Confederates saying, just as the story goes, everybody, hold on real quick. Let me get it back out again. Based on as the story goes, I'll shorten it up. If the Confederate South succeeded out and said, you know what, we tired of paying y'all debts, we started bailing y'all out, we out. We walked out of the Continental Congress and we're done. You know what I'm saying? Yawn, yawn. Now, if the so-called North is continuing to beg the South to bail them out on their debts that they can't pay because they're doing bad business, would that same North have the firepower, manpower to be able to come into the South and whoop ass, as the history book says?
No, hell no.
I say no.
Fuck no.
I say no. Shaq, you there? He probably can't hear me again.
Can I say something
Nah,
of
say that again.
clarification? Okay.
Go.
Can I say
Shaq,
something
you
real
there?
fast?
Yeah, he
Uh-huh.
did. He said, say it again. Damn, I gotta say it again. All right, look. If the South succeeded, saying we ain't paying your debts no more, we out. That means the North is borrowing from them. That same group of people, the North, that's borrowing from the South, would they, since they're borrowing from the South, would they have manpower physically or any other power to come into the South and whoop some ass and take over these places?
They have more numbers, you're saying. They have more employees. Because in the South, those were probably like, small businesses, right? And the North have more employees. So they will have more manpower.
You know
they
how
have more.
big, okay, name the biggest state in the North at that time.
Hold on, real quick, D. Shaq, you got anything on this? And then Nadi came back up here. He came up here for a
Yeah,
reason.
because I was looking up the Confederate States, which will be considered the South, which will start from Virginia on down, right? Virginia, South
Right.
Carolina,
So who had the numbers?
Texas, Tennessee. So it had to be the Confederate States, those 11 Confederate States. We still got the dumb numbers, but bro, all them states you just named, those 11 states, we heavily populate them damn states like a mother to this day. So imagine how we populated them back then.
Right.
Imagine.
That's all you get.
I
Imagine.
mean, you see what I'm saying?
Texas.
Is this? That's why I asked Shaq if he had anything to say. Okay,
Okay.
is this your opportunity? I don't. The North, the Union did not outnumber the South. Come on now.
No.
Well, I just want to
Think
say the
about it.
thing with it. I
They
just want to
enumerated them as
clarify.
3/5 of people, and they still was in the millions.
Go ahead, Ish. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify when we use this term great migration, that's kind of like a term that the newly our new friends, our new guests have placed upon us. But if we move from one side of the country to another side of the country, that's not a migration. That's just called moving. And that's the term that they placed upon us. It's kind of like an African American type term to place us out off of our land. We just moved. A lot of people started in the military. We've been in the military for the since the beginning of time. Am I correct? And a lot of let's say California. I'm gonna use California. Most of us have a military story when it comes here to California. So people
Mhm,
was just in the military. They just moved.
mhm.
Well,
So
I,
that's just
I
all I
bet
want
you
to
one with
clarify
that.
with that great
I
migration.
mean, y'all
I
all
bet
make
you
it.
one different.
This is what I'm saying. Y'all make
No,
it's points being made. I know Naughty going the first thing came out of his mouth. What I thought it was is no, but
I
these
said
are
yo.
all
I said
valid.
yo. I was just trying to get it.
Oh, he said, "Yo." Usually, your first word is no, but look, hold on, Naughty.
You
These
don't
are
know it's the same
these are
thing.
good.
You know
These are
it is.
good. These are no like I ain't no fluff. These are good points, and I'm telling you, this shit is hard to figure out.
What was the question again, Aton?
Okay, the question was if based on the story, if the Confederate South, succeeded out and say we ain't paying your debts no more, you guys keep you want us to keep bailing you out, you keep getting yourself into debt, and you keep getting upside down, we done, we out. Could that same group of the Union, the North, have enough manpower, firepower, money power to be able to come into the South and whoop ass and take over from the people they begging from?
So, what part of that story you believe, and what part of that story you don't
I
believe?
said based on the narrative. No, all of that.
So,
All
based on a narrative, there was no
the
niggas fighting
last
in the
part that
South.
they actually came in and whooped the South ass.
Based on a narrative of the
Mm-hmm,
historical identity, there
mm-hmm.
was no niggas fighting in the South. There was cooks and fucking cleanup crew and shit like that.
Okay.
That's the documented shit.
Well,
So
Yeah.
I
hold on,
Courts.
hold on, hold on,
Wait,
hold
wait,
I
wait.
on.
Hey,
showed
what?
I just
Hey, hold on.
Wait,
Naughty.
just
It was funny.
wait, just
Hey, Naughty,
wait. Hold your
Naughty. I was.
horses, man. I know
Hold
I be
on,
saying
Naughty.
some
Hold
real
on,
shit
man.
that
Hold
be
on,
Let
man.
me
fucking
get it out.
I
I
gotta
spiking.
make
gotta
it.
hear this. Let me get it
Hey,
out.
hold on, man. I gotta make a joke out of this one. What was they
Oh
coming
shit.
with pitch and what is it? Pitches and forks. What was they doing? Pitching forks and shovels and
Spoon, and fork.
shit. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right,
Go
so the
ahead.
documented story behind it, if you're gonna use that story, you got to go by their culture, which they have documented behind the definition of. No matter what we feel or what we think or what we was told, the document is what's gonna stand in court, which is was validated, not our front room or the closet or the bathroom. It's court that's going to show some substance. So, what I want to ask, and I want you to pull this thing together, that whole story, does it make sense when you identify all of those individuals as citizens? Because they were, even though they was talking about they was the Southern Confederate and the Northern Yankee, they were all United States citizens. So all
Based
it was
on
operating
based on
was
the narrative.
a commercial business war. That's it. It was about
Yeah.
business. It was about money, and that's it. It wasn't about freeing no slaves. It wasn't about niggas did this. Historically documented. If we going off our hip and heartstrings, yeah. We could say whatever. We could say we flew across with like Superman and did this. Right?
See,
The story never end. But
so
documented.
according to Nadi, the documentation says that both sides was on the same team.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna tell
mean,
you as a
you
person.
say
Now,
okay.
as a
So
person,
the narrative will be that where I would agree with him and stop there is that they were all considered to be United States citizens. I can agree with that. The rest, I don't know.
right? Because they ain't on the same team.
I mean, they had to be
Bro,
of
bro,
some sort.
bro, bro. The whole
They
war
had
was
to be of some
between
sort.
No, no, no. What I'm
because
saying is the
they didn't
agreement,
get their money. They
the
didn't get
business.
their share of the pie. They was business partners. They was collected. They was one collected. One. If I don't pay you of a business affair you was involved in and you put the sweat and hard earned and I did the paperwork, but I ran off with the bread, we're gonna have war. That's where you're gonna see a separation, bro. Not in the beginning. We was under one roof. We was identified as one, just in different
Aton,
sectors.
Aton, didn't you just clarify that the South bailed out the North more than once, right?
I mean, based on the deeper research is that they were in the North was getting in debt and they needed the South to bail them out.
So
And
therefore, the
they needed
South,
them to front the commodities and all the things that they needed in order to trade, but they wasn't paying the shit. They wasn't paying up on nothing. And
exactly.
from,
So
from
therefore, they're telling you that the South is an independent entity.
well, I think we all
Already
agree.
got assets.
Nadi agrees to that. They was business partners. Yeah, so that
No,
means they.
now hold up. You're independent entities doing business.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, why? Because one entity has the power to actually give you something, which is a commodity, on front. Same way dope, nigga. Same way with dope. Only the nigga who got it can front it to you.
All right.
So somebody had to guide it. Nigga, I got it. Okay, well, I need you to front it to me. Okay, but we ain't paying you back. Okay, we got a problem. So we succeed. All right, now we're going back to our own independent entity.
I mean, but that's how it started.
Now, that's how the whole shebang get there. Now, at the end of the shebang, we back cool again.
And still today they ain't paid nothing back. But go ahead, man.
No, but I'm saying now you understand the deal. We back cool again. We still independent. You do your thing, I'm gonna do mine. But we cool now. But now that's where the 1880 bankruptcy come into play. Because on their own, they can't do it. Nigga, being American is a motherfucker. Land of the free, home of the brave. You gotta be a brave motherfucker to do this. You can't play with this.
Speaking of the brave, Aton, I wish you could show that picture because of those soldiers that were not with pitchforks and knives and spoons and stuff like that. There actually was folks on that Confederate Army, and it is documented that they was out there doing something. I don't know what they were doing, but they were doing something.
They were throwing mud pies.
What glory. So check this out. Check this. You
Wait,
got
hold
hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me give some facts, please. You have some regiments called the 242, the dudes out of South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
They went up to New Jersey to enlist freely for free, and they was involved. There was cooperation with what you call the Buffalo Soldiers, who was involved with killing the indigenous people of the town of Calesti, Florida. So, yes, you're seeing the identity of those was Confederate so black soldiers. The first and I believe it was the only at that time that was able to develop a fighting force to actually use artillery against their objectives. So when you go and do the research on these stories and these pictures, and you see what the
So you're saying
definition
there's only
behind this
one?
is,
Oh no.
it was a conglomerate of a different regiment, regiments throughout the United States came up under one umbrella of a regiment identity, and they went around different places. They went to Chicago, they went to Florida, they went to different places killing indigenous people.
The Buffalo
What?
Soldiers?
The muster
No,
rolls?
we are the indigenous people. The Buffalo Soldiers was moving the little Chinamans out the woods. That's what they were doing.
Can we understand what I'm saying? It
We're
was
trying.
identified. It was different black places here, there, working under the industry, whether it was the North or whether it was the South. You have a particular regiment came out of the South Carolina, joined the 242 up in New Jersey. They went to New Jersey and they went out around the country killing indigenous people. And they was working for the Southern, Southern Confederacy.
Yeah, they were moving the little Chinese people out the woods.
No, 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 no. They killed the people in
Well,
Okalesti. They're
they
documented.
could they might have they were soldiers, so I'm sure they probably got
These
rid of some people,
individuals
but they
killed.
weren't killing the indigenous people. They were getting other people
Yes,
out the way.
sister. It's a whole story about Okalesti, Florida. They made movies behind it.
Well, that's a movie. I just went to the museum and I just saw them, and they was not killing, no, running around killing us. They were going and they were killing the little Asiatic people living in the woods.
Oh
They were
my
moving
Right.
God.
them. They were ushering them into the reservations. That's why we got reservations
Sister,
all over the place.
that's not all they
No, you
did. They
don't.
killed
No, no.
us. They killed our
You
people.
don't. You don't even know that the Buffalo Soldiers are actually responsible for the lines called the reservation. They're the ones who drew those
Bro,
lines up.
what is you
That's documented.
oh
Oh,
my
that's
goodness.
documented,
This
sir.
is crazy, bro.
That's documented. Not just
Are
like they
you
carved out
listening
the
to what
lines.
I'm telling you? Or is it just
They
going
are
over your
responsible.
heads?
They are responsible for the national parks on the whole Western Hemisphere.
Nonetheless, where you at, none?
Didn't they protect Jamaicans too?
Nonetheless, where you there?
The picture, my profile pictures of the Buffalo Soldiers, and a lot of them are buried here in San Francisco.
Hold
And
on, hold on.
they were they roamed the
Hold on,
Sierras, the
hold
redwoods, and
on.
stuff.
Is I'm taking the pictures and I'm converting them to a PDF and I'm putting it on one file. Okay, now I'll pull it up.
All right.
All right, all right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I said all right. Thank you.
All right, cool. I mean, y'all can still talk. None of your business. What's happening? You ain't said nothing. What's happening?
I know. I'm just listening to everything.
Okay.
No, Buffalo Soldiers did not protect Jamaicans. The Buffalo Soldiers are a black regiment in the U.S. Armed, formed in 1866, a year after slavery was abolished in the United States, and 32 years after slavery ended in Jamaica.
Okay. So what was they doing in Jamaica?
Who?
I had heard growing up that they had gone and they protected Jamaicans through some type of civil unrest.
I don't know. Anytime America put any of their soldiers in Jamaica to protect Jamaicans from the British or the Crown. I don't know of any time. If that happened, that's a new one on me. I like to read that
Yeah, I'll
because it
have
would
to look it
actually
up.
be America territory
You
and
know
not
what's funny?
independent.
Naughty. You ever heard of the Harlem Hellfighters? You ever heard
The
of the Triple Nickels? You ever
Yeah.
heard of you ever heard
airplane,
of the
the
Black
Air
Panthers?
Force regiment.
Now, that's World War One, right? Them was some bad motherfuckers. Documented.
My great
Now,
grandfather was involved
okay,
in that.
now,
I
okay.
know about
So
that.
now, well, guess what? All of our great grandfathers were involved in it. Because my grandfather was in World War II. His son. And his son was in Vietnam. And his son was in Desert Storm. See how you say the cooks and the janitors and all these motherfuckers that's supposed to be low end, they always been low end, but they always been the killers. They come home and they fight for what's right. That's the American way. See, we got it organically, my nigga. If you really look at it, but you don't want to look at it, you want to find it in a book and bring a little sarcasm to it, because it really ain't you. I understand that. That's cool. But this is us. This is our blood.
Yeah, my mother spoke highly of the Buffalo Soldiers. She always
That's that.
talked about.
Now, hey, look, I'm gonna tell you, as a woman, look at that man in uniform and see him bailing down the street. Baby, don't he look? Why you see why they were saying man in uniform? Because he always looked good.
Mic check. Y'all see the screen?
Yeah,
Yeah.
There you go.
look at him. He tailored up. Now, who made the uniform? Remember, shit's segregated now.
It had to be our
Who
women.
tailored him up?
Hey, look at this on his left patch. Do they still use that today? See that circle right there? You see that right there? You see that right there? Do they still use that patch today? Anybody?
I can't see it. What is it? Is it the Purple Heart or what is it?
Can anybody see this patch right here on his left arm? On his left arm, on his arm that's shown right here. Do they still use this patch?
Oh yeah, I see that.
Is there only one person talking? I need more people talking.
I mean, I kind of see it.
I want to hear you talking.
Pyramid.
They still use this.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, let me blow it up some more. Where are you at, isn't it? You brought this up. Look at the picture. Look at the left. If you can't see it right here, look at the picture on your phone.
Okay, hold on.
Left arm. This is the brother. Do they still use this patch here?
He's highly decorated too.
And we're not done. It's more to look at. Who's here? Who's here? Shaq's still here.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you see the picture
We
on the
here.
screen?
Yeah, I can see the picture. I thought I had got.
Hey, is that
mine.
the Confederate? Is that the Confederate Army?
He said it's the Buffalo.
Buffalo
So
soldiers.
what? So what?
Okay,
You?
so now,
So tell me about it. I'm listening.
well,
Okay, wait a minute. I'm just asking a question first. We ain't about to get in a long dialogue right now. I'm asking questions.
I am. I said I'm
yeah,
listening.
they use
Y'all
them
be having
stripes
big
today.
problems.
I'm just saying. I'm talking to D Cobb too because he's about to get into
Yeah,
this.
they
I'm
use
asking
those
a
stripes
question
today.
about this patch right here. Is this
Yeah, they
patch
use them.
being
Yes,
used?
they use them stripes today.
Okay, now look at his chest. You see down here, you see this cross right here. You see this
Yeah,
cross?
that's the
Okay, over
Congressional
here,
Medal of Honor.
do you see this cross in the middle? Do you see the cross this over to the left? This
Yes,
horseshoe. Okay, over to the right, you see another cross. What is that?
The Republic.
Is that what that is?
Anything that you see crosses is the Republic.
Look, this guy is suited and
And
booted.
booted.
Masonic all the way. You don't see all that Masonic signature.
That's why I'm asking the question, brother.
Where
I'm just wondering. Like I'm waiting for
Just say what
the
you gotta say, bro.
I'm waiting on the continuation of being proud of this shit.
No, it
okay,
ain't
so
being
what
proud of it. It ain't.
Look like
It ain't
Billy
for
D.
me.
I'm
It
trying
ain't
to
He
being
look
figure
like
out
proud of
Billy
it.
where
D.
is the pride
Oh,
in
what we supposed to? What
representing
we supposed to be
I,
heritage
ashamed?
to
These are
not,
just
holiness,
soldiers,
bro.
and the
can we
United
not?
States military is going to have stuff like that. So
Hey,
now you're gonna diss them now, right? Because
I mean,
what it
can we?
is
You
he's
can do
a
what you
marksman.
want to
He's a.
do.
Excuse
This
I'm
me.
is
going.
Time out.
this is
Time out.
this man right
Time
here is
out.
your
Time out.
original.
Time out.
Okay, this man
What I
right
want to
here
do
is
is
your.
what I want to do is I want to dissect. I want to dissect this uniform first, and then y'all can get into
Okay,
it.
before I want to say something, the
Go
Common
reason
ahead.
why
sense here.
he's significant, the reason why he's significant, and they have him because I don't think I took a picture of the blurb,
Go
but
ahead.
he's our original
Who picked him
hitters.
out?
This is this is our original hitters.
Your
These are
sister.
our shooters. Okay, so they are. Oh, it's funny.
And
It's really funny when y'all get mad. Y'all
that's
start
indigenous
laughing,
right
huh?
there.
Focus
Yeah,
on the
okay.
shooter.
This is the shooter right here.
Okay.
All right, let's get
so
to the
he's a
next page.
marksman.
Obviously, we can't get into the dissecting of the uniform. We'll do that
Break it
another
down,
time.
brother.
Because
No,
jealousy
break it
just
down.
Go
just
What you
ahead.
got?
Yeah.
bleeds
I
out
don't know
people's
nothing about
eyes.
Okay, but let me start on mine, and I want to focus on these brothers over here. The boy got the hat tatted over. He got the hat tilted over to the right. Got the brim over the right eye. You got my man right here. We got the brother right here, kneeled down. You know, like we do in the pictures and shit. You know what I'm saying? These cats is over here looking crispy. Got my man with his leg up there on the thing. You know, they kicking it.
Yeah. You know what I want you to see.
I'm just saying.
Hold on,
We
go
that's
back.
hey, I already tried that.
That's
Now it ain't
this
gonna
is
happen. I
Hold
got
on,
one more picture.
hold
Got
on,
one more.
hold on
I,
about
okay.
that
That
one.
last picture
no, we
was
gonna go back.
Yeah.
We gonna go back. I gotta do my own commentary because y'all about to just go at each other and I
No,
can't even
bro. Let me say
take
something
your part
about the
up. Hey,
last
this dude
picture,
got finger
man.
waves. He got the part.
Lord
Man,
have
kind of
mercy.
looking mellow yellow. This brother right here looking real sharp, like he'll do something to you. And then we got my man, Lieutenant Henry O. Flipper. And is this where they got Flipper from? Is this the old Flipper, the dolphin? I don't know. But I just thought about Flipper the dolphin in that story. And then we got my man right here. He got the silvers. This is Lieutenant Colonel Alan Allensworth. And if you do know Allensworth, you can drive down the 99 freeway, and there is an exit called Allensworth. This guy has a
that's a black
whole.
town in California.
Go ahead, you take it. Explain it, please.
Okay. Well,
And then
I'm
y'all.
just saying that Allensworth is a black town of California. You know, when they try to say we weren't here.
How long? Oh, it says 1886 to 1906.
Why you carrying on and I couldn't get in the picture, bro?
Hey, look, I had to do my commentary because y'all was about to go at it. So I might as well.
Ain't,
I wanted to get my
ain't
commentary
no
in.
going at it. Just get it.
Here we go. Hey,
No,
Yeah,
go
you
ahead.
go
know
Go
ahead.
ahead. I would like to hear it.
I love to put pain on pressure.
Go ahead.
They they sure don't
Pressure
look
upon pain.
African.
Which one you want? No,
Hey,
that
look,
ain't the picture. Go
look,
back,
hey, my name is
go
Bennett.
back.
My name is Bennett. My name is
Right
Bennett.
there. There you go. Right there.
Here we go. Here we go. Let's
There
blow it
you
up a
go.
little bit. See, there we go.
Tell me you don't see it.
Hey, that's between y'all. I ain't got nothing to do with this. I love it either way. I ain't got nothing to do
I
with
said,
that.
tell me you don't see it.
I don't see what.
What is it that we need to see?
You don't see the Masonic pyramid right there, bro.
Man, I ain't even dissect. I just got the pictures. And I don't want to think. Man, you gonna make me think hard. Damn. No, I don't see it. Where is it at?
Man, go and get a. Damn. I
Where's
seen
it at?
a. Have
Where's
you
the
ever
pyramid?
seen a Masonic pyramid with how the rankings
The Masonic pyramid. What do you mean?
from the doorman all the way up to the high priest, and how they have a collaborative identity with each other but under each other. You don't see that?
Okay, okay. Now how
Hold
they
on,
set it
hold
up?
on, hold on, hold on. Let me stop the screen. I need to put this on a single screen. Hold on, man, because I gotta look at the chat. And at the end of the day, I wasn't supposed to be involved in this conversation. I just want the commentary to thing. But hey, y'all talk about it, please.
Okay. All right. Aton.
Let's go. No. Aton out. Aton out.
No, I just
Aton.
have one question. On that
Yeah.
photo with them at that cannon,
Yo, no one can hear you,
can you
man.
see those
Someone
poses
talking?
today in photographs amongst men?
Say that again.
The photograph that you just showed with those brothers were standing at that cannon. Can you see those poses that those people admitted in that photograph in photographs today of black people?
Yes.
I
Okay.
mean,
So
yeah.
therefore,
Even
so
dude with
now,
the beard.
now, hold on. Before you even interject anything, that authenticates that
I'm
photo.
on mute.
That's all I had to say. Now, everybody else, you can rebut it from there.
Okay, what I wanted everybody when you're looking at this picture, this when y'all talking about the Civil War and what we was and what we wasn't doing. Remember, we were slaves, hungry, and with raggedy clothes. This is your South Confederate soldiers.
Mm.
Them are some niggas. That's a nigga photo. If you telling me I'm lying, I can go to the pen right now and show you a gang of these. And they don't know nothing about no motherfucking Confederate history.
We still do that.
But we still striking these same poses. The nigga with the hat that's tilted like that, nigga, that's us.
Mhm.
Look at
That's
that
swag.
photo. Hold on.
But like I said, they don't look African at all.
That don't authenticate that photo. The fact that we can see these poses today.
Well, that's a
And
nice
I think,
piece of paper to me. So
yeah, it shows that
yeah,
we're one people and we're still the same people we've always been.
right.
But didn't they say during this particular war, when Abraham Lincoln told they were free, they all just stopped and ran off?
Yeah, this picture
That's the part
kind
of the
of
narrative.
this picture kind of blows some narratives away. I don't know what's going on, but I didn't even know that there was folks fighting for that.
And my whole thing is, ain't they the definition of copper colored races?
Americans,
Found in
definitely.
America by Europeans?
And aren't they all different colors like how you can find us now?
That's what I'm telling you. Copper colored races. They wasn't lying when they was talking about shit. They knew exactly who they was talking about. These is Americans. And from the looks of this picture, it look like we the same niggas that these niggas was. So that means that
Mm-hmm.
they the same niggas they people was.
Yep.
Because we the descendants of these people. What's I don't get how we're getting confused with this.
And when you look at
The
the
nigga
old,
with the hat ain't lying.
no, that
The
looked like
nigga
my
kneeled
uncle.
down by the motherfucking barrel ain't lying. That nigga with his foot up there ain't lying. Even the nigga in the back holding the back of the wheel, that's a killer back there. That
Mm-hmm.
nigga will get
Some
you.
bad brothers. Them some bad
He ain't
brothers
got
for
too
real.
much to say at all. He the humble nigga,
But
but he is a getter.
but the thing is, they were all misled to believe they were fighting different reasons.
Well,
No, they
can I
know
say,
why they fighting because they the home team.
yeah, they look like they know what they're doing. And it also, remember they told us the only thing we could do at that time was be cooks and janitors and stuff. This is the gun of the era. This is cannons.
Okay, but what we fail to realize is them same niggas will go home after all this shit is done and do them same jobs because they the home team. They cover all the bases. They the home team. That's what I'm saying. They made us feel that we visit. We the home team. Once you realize you the home team, okay, hold up. Now who really own this motherfucker? Who gained it? Why we ain't gaining from the assets? That's the whole argument I stand on because I understand the Confederate States of America was the home team. And I do understand and agree with
I
those
think
cracker
anywhere.
ass people that say that this is about heritage, not about slavery. It is about heritage. It's just not yours.
Right.
It's not yours at all. It's ours exclusively. That's the cold part. It's exclusive, nigga, like Louis.
But no, I don't think any war that was ever fought once those people got here was organic. At the end of the day, everything had some type of ulterior motive. And even this war was to open the floodgates to bring them in, to free
Right.
them, to
I agree with you,
emancipate them.
Nanya. I agree. I agree.
Yeah, so they used these wars to cut our men's numbers so there would be, less of them.
Okay, according to the economy, right? That okay, how many people do you think they eliminated in this so-called war?
I'm sure it was like a low count compared to what the numbers they give us now. I was just thinking, I need to look up the numbers, but I would guess, maybe 10,000.
Okay, do them niggas look like they killable in this photo without them killing you first? If you ran
It's
across
not.
this group of gentlemen, listen to what this you gotta understand. This group of gentlemen, right, is not just this photo. This is very large states within this confederacy. Very large states. And this is the photograph of all of them in these very large states throughout the South.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying they used it's called ambush. The coups and the ambush. Like these people were told, oh, we're gonna have you go here. The whole time, it was a setup. There was different situations that I had heard of where there was like one way in and water on the other side, and the only option they had would be to lose their lives. It wasn't like they were easily beaten. It was more like they were tricked, they were lied to. And the ones who did survive, those are
I
the
don't know.
ones who were story and given the land and pretty much told to be quiet, because in some cases there wasn't even any like hand-to-hand combat. You need hand-to-hand combat with certain ones of them. It was literally ambushing.
I'm just saying, like, okay, if you picture it realistically, it's feasible, but it's not probable. Because at that time, these people had been running a very large operation. I mean, I'm talking about a very large operation.
They look very healthy. They look clean. They do not look like they was ragged in the 200 degrees heat picking cotton. These men look very, very, very clean.
The one thing the South has at this time is food and water. A gang of.
Yeah, but then my other question is, why would we be going against the North, knowing that that's just still family? Like at the
No,
end of the day, it's not.
Well, we
no, no,
fight
no, no.
wars all the time. We fighting in
Hold on.
somebody's in Iraq right now. You know,
Okay.
I don't
we
mean
are
these
in the
little made up
military.
wars. I don't mean
Yeah.
these
No.
made up
Okay.
wars. I mean the Civil War. Like,
I mean,
why
okay.
would we
The
be
civil.
fighting over commodities between us and the North when those are our people and the land in the South is owned by all of us?
Well,
We
no,
Well,
that's
only.
not the story. Remember? Okay, Nanya,
Oh,
Nanya.
okay.
Remember?
I know
Okay,
that,
listen.
but
The story is saying that they took these guys, right? Because these guys were winning. And somebody went to these guys and told them, hey, we got a better deal if you cross the line and you fight for us.
uh-huh.
Remember, that's the story. Because
And
these
they would get
guys,
more land.
right, right.
No, all I'm saying is the story that we were told about the Confederate States of America seems like we were told a different story because the owners and operators of this situation is really us. And
Right.
we own this outright sovereign. So therefore, we're not under your jurisdiction because we're descendants of these people. Period.
Yeah. I know I saw my relatives' names on the different military cards and patents. So they were out there fighting.
Okay, can y'all answer this one question I've had for a minute? Why is the Confederate flag even legal to fly in all 50 states?
Okay,
Today.
can I say one thing about that? So when I went to this little exhibition, they showed a flag that the Confederates were using, and it was like an X. It was like a blue background with a white X. It was something I haven't seen before. So they did have some type of different patch or something else going on as well.
Look up Scotland's flag.
That's the Prince Andrew or something flag. Yeah.
No, I'm saying the Scotland flag is an X, a
It's an
white X
X.
on a blue background.
That's what I'm saying. And it was
That's how I know the original people are from here.
Prince Andrew. Not all of them, but yeah, they are.
No, I'm saying the original, the real people from the indigenous Scots are from here.
Well, but we came back. We were from
That's
here.
what I'm
They
saying.
were
The
from here.
original people were coming back.
Yeah, they came back. Those other ones are now Africans. The ones there now are
Yeah, that's
African.
nah. Yeah, once they change colors, it's a whole different ballgame.
Well, they mixed in with the pale ones there so that they could try to, pull off that they are us, but they're not.
No, because if you look up the suffix ish, ish, it means to be like,
Mm-hmm.
kinda, not the original. That's why they're called Jewish.
They're
Not
cosplaying.
Jews.
Exactly.
That's why they're called Scottish, not Scots. Irie or Irish. See what I'm saying? You got British and you got Britons. It's all in the language. All these people are considered the same people, but they're all issues. That's why they
Well,
all look alike.
The issues are proxies.
Obviously, because you got to think about it. U.S. citizen is a proxy. As a whole, a group of people, you're a proxy.
Yeah.
Well, apparently you're not supposed to analyze this picture because they're all standing in some sort of formation. So I guess who cares about them, right?
My
Who
bad, y'all.
cares?
My bad. I had somebody
Why?
at the door.
No,
Where we
you're
at?
supposed to
What y'all want
analyze.
me to do with this?
No,
Y'all still
no,
analyzing this?
no. Aton, we just actually wanted your opinion on authenticating, and you did.
Hey, that just looked like. Hey, look, but now he brought a different angle. He said this is some Masonic shit. So what you saying? We all come from some Masonic people? I know goddamn well. I can pull up some pictures, and I see a
Are
brother
we the
sitting over
original
there
Masons?
with his head tilted to the side. Hey, man,
Hold on. What did I say earlier, bro? Didn't I say
I'm
multiple
with
things?
all of that, Nadi. Nadi, I'm
Hold
with
on.
all of that. If
Can you
that's
hear me?
me, then that's me.
That's time. I said multiple things this at once, and I said good things can be corrupted and turned bad.
Oh yeah,
Sure,
Yeah.
but now you got
Everything
to show
is
me.
Oh yeah. So watch this.
But you got to
Hold
show
on. Let me
me.
finish. Hold on. Let me finish right quick. With what the none of your business mentioned about uh these people coming to our towns and cities. They were taking these soldiers out and sending them on what they call dummy missions,
yeah.
leaving the cities and towns free for them to be ramshacked by other about the militias they was bringing in. You taking
Hmm.
them out, send them on a dummy mission. I didn't know they sent some of the. I think the Buffalo Soldiers, like I think the 275th, to Germany over there to fight. But watch this. They put them in a helicopter, right? And I'm gonna say allegedly, but not allegedly. They was not supposed to make it back because they put them in a faulty helicopter.
Hmm. Yep.
Yeah, but at that time, they was the one building the helicopter, so they knew if something went wrong, they knew how to
So they
fix it.
was not supposed to survive though. They survived it
Right.
though. See what I'm saying? Because they're real soldiers. You feel me?
Same thing with the Hellcats. They did some stuff like that.
You
yeah.
talking about send them over to France when they sent them to France after they
Was
had
it?
just
Was
came
it?
from a war? Yeah, they
I
sent them
thought it
over to
was
France.
Italy. Yeah. Was it
Oh, yeah.
France?
I thought it
I
was
thought it
France.
was
Yeah, that
Italy.
was one.
No, you talking about
France.
the Harlem Hellfighters? Yeah,
Yeah, Harlem Hellfighters. Yeah, they had just got
the
through finished fighting some
117.
shit, right?
The motherfuckers, nigga, wasn't no joke, nigga. Them was
But
straight
that's
killers. Come back and fried
yeah.
chicken for you, nigga. No problem.
But
Hmm.
yeah, I agree. But I'm saying the mission was the dummy mission was to send them on a dummy mission, not them for them not to come back though. You know what I'm saying?
They,
That was
they
the
Because
mission.
that's how
never.
they operated.
Yeah,
And once they got the men out, they started coming for the women and children.
Right.
there you
But
go.
that's exactly how you can okay now. Okay, look at it like this. You send your men to war, right?
Okay,
The
Right.
women
okay.
and the
Excuse
children
me.
are
Can I
voting.
say something? Can I just say something real quick? Could that be a real narrative? Because do you guys have any stories of anybody who fought in the Civil War and never came back home?
No.
I don't.
We hold on. Watch this. Vietnam. It's people that went to Vietnam. Why do you think they were sending people to Vietnam? To die.
Well,
Right.
They was
But they
Vietnam
was
is one
coming back
thing.
home.
That
was
that's
cannon fodder.
Vietnam. I'm talking
But
about
they
the
was
Civil
still
War story.
Well,
Oh, the Civil
okay.
War.
mine didn't survive. The
You have
land
somebody
was
that
given.
died?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't have nobody that has passed away. Everybody just had children and moved on with life.
No, I'm saying there were and there could be some that died. But it
Right.
wasn't as many as people think. Because I don't believe that the South was losing at all. There's no okay, first of all, today I can tell you that's the region of the world that the world won't attack today. And I'm talking about Russia, China, nigga, Afghanistan. I don't give a fuck. They will not fuck with them 11 states, them 12 states in the South. They know not to hit them shores with no
Well,
bullshit.
you know why? Because those
Today.
are what I can just imagine that just me just thinking with probably with major military bases in that you probably don't even know that's there. You know
Yes.
what I'm saying? The
I'm
core.
just saying the
The core,
terrain,
man.
the long as the people been there, the type of people that's there, nigga, you talking okay, you gotta hit the Gulf of Mexico. You gotta hit Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and some parts of Mississippi. You raiding right there? You sure you want to hit that shore with some bullshit? Are you sure? No, I'm saying like you could really come with some shit. Like I'm talking about some big, giant niggas getting off by the thousands. I don't see that going no further than right there. Them people ain't fucking with that. You ain't about to invade here, no.
To this day, no. I mean, no, I'm not saying it was like that, and I'm sure wherever we went to battle, you know, we came back with the lion's share of whatever we went for, but
Yeah, some people might have died. Yes, I
we was
understand.
we
That's what
was
I'm saying. But
dealing
they're
we
making
was
it seem
dealing
like in history that we lost, like we got
oh
our
no.
ass kicked, and that's not what I see. Because there's too
Oh
many
no.
people that's here after the war. Like, how is it tens of millions of motherfuckers that's just in these 11 states? Tens of millions?
Yeah.
And they niggas, just niggas, eating pork chops, fried chicken, neck bones, sweet potato pie, same shit. So how? Now
Yeah, the
today, these are the
legacy.
same niggas.
Yeah, that's
These
what I was about to
children's
say.
niggas can't be deported
Yep.
today.
They still act
Like,
like this. You could still see this picture right now. Like whatever
right.
is going on here, you will see this today. The way the
Mm-hmm.
dudes had, even remember the people had their beanie caps. They would even take their beanie caps and tip it to the side. This is what you will see. This has continued on. It did not die.
That's what I'm saying. The only
It's
way that
innate.
I
It's
know that
innate.
this is an authentic picture is because these poses are shit that we do today. The way he even got his knee out, nigga, like what's happening? The dude in front with his hat tilted down. Man, come on, man. That's not us today. And them is YNs.
But this turned into a picture in jail.
But I'm
And
just saying,
then
they so okay,
from
who are
that
the
it
niggas
turned
in
into
jail?
a
Ain't the
picture in
YNs in
the
jail?
that's the majority.
Ain't the Y? Don't these niggas look like YNs?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying how they flipped it from free men, you know, who own land. Now you are, quote unquote, a 13th Amendment prisoner.
Prisoners. Then I tell you,
Right.
They codified slavery in the
That's
goddamn
it.
Constitution. In our
But
face,
they
in our
code
goddamn face.
and the whole thing is, brother, you're absolutely right because they codified our whole economy. That's how they can actually oppress you out of it. Everything y'all did as natural people, they codified it. And now they can actually use the codes to work it again. And
Yeah.
that's how they manipulate the system today.
Because you get 1915, you get birth of a nation. But they had already been ruining it. Once they codified the criminality, the reason why, to this day, we're still bro, that's the head of state, bro. That's the
Yeah,
head of state.
but the
Hold
whole
on, that's
thing
the
is
head of state
they have
telling you that
okay,
these
even
niggas
though they
are
can
criminals by
classify you,
nature, which
but I'm
they
saying
are the
even though
criminals
they
by
can
nature.
classify you, they can't actually strangle you with the economy because the economy is still independent.
No, no, no.
So
I
you
get that.
gotta
I'm saying they put a order out there to the world. We thought it was just national. That shit was worldwide.
yeah,
That shit was
hell yeah.
worldwide. A worldwide order
Well,
that these American niggas are criminals in our mind. No matter what they
Well,
do,
you
they're
know
criminals.
what I'm sorry, Shaq, but we went with the okie doke. I mean, that's what Aton was talking about.
I agree.
We were
I
talking
agree.
about
Some people got
yesterday
fucked up.
is that, we were talking about that song by Young Miami, and people were
Uh huh.
saying that we are scammers. Like, when
Right.
did that become our culture? You think those guys was like they're scammers? No, they probably would get if they needed to, but they probably didn't refer to themselves as that. And so what's happening is these people are putting crazy stuff out there and we're identifying with it.
There you go.
And she is Heather.
Facts,
No, she ain't. No, she ain't.
Well, her father is
bro.
Jamaican.
No,
Look,
wow.
this is gonna hurt y'all, but I've been trying to say this. I just got to get my all my stuff together so I can present it properly. But I'm gonna say it again. Black culture is tether culture. Just let it sit on your mind right quick.
Yeah.
We got tricked
Who
into just
controls
being
it?
black culture, bro. But like you said, they still emulated the things that we did and called it black culture, and they promote it even with the Harlem Renaissance. Sorry, my people. The Harlem Renaissance was one of the major pivotal turning points of ushering us into that third faction of the Negro Project, which is, you know, entertainment. You only can y'all can only be entertainers. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And consumers of, and not like you said, providers, owners of, landowners, business owners who run the damn politics. The business sector does. This is why they wanted us out of business, out of things that we were already doing, and put us into a criminality, a system, a criminal system. Why are we the only
Right.
people when we they act we go and apply for something like something? The first thing they ask about your criminal history. How goddamn disrespectful that is. Who said I got a
But
damn criminal history?
okay, hold on. When it comes
Nobody ever
to the
been
word,
asking no damn
but
criminal history.
okay, but it's all about image.
I agree.
The image of American to the rest of the world is white.
Uh,
When actually the image of American is black,
Brown.
brown.
you know, and some more shit. Indigo, Indian red. Yeah, you can say well,
It's the same. It's the same copper color tone.
yeah.
That's basically why that's why that definition was written that way, because there are all sorts of browns in this land,
Well,
from dark to light,
in my
and all
experience,
of these are the American
we
races.
actually have copper in our skin.
That's
Yes,
right. Talk about it. See,
yes,
carbon and
yes.
copper.
I agree. Yes,
What is in
I
the
agree.
brain?
Now, all I'm saying is
Copper is in our brain.
this
This is
is
why
this
my
is
bad.
what
How about
this is
Oh,
what
this?
I'm saying.
Copper is melanin. That's what melanin is.
Yes,
Copper.
yes, I agree.
yes,
I agree. It's a different, totally
you're
different
absolutely correct.
conductor. It's a totally different
This is
conductor
why
for us. It's a
these
conductor.
things started in the beginning, because
Uh,
somebody made them write this shit down, because everybody will tell you, oh well, the white man, they named you. Okay, well, whoever the fuck they named some people that wasn't it.
well, we know that's cap. That's a cap story
Okay,
too, though.
so now we can all understand that. Who in the fuck is them motherfuckers that they named as them? Where they at?
They couldn't even speak until we allowed them to speak. So they
But
didn't
I'm
name
saying, this
shit.
your house. This your house. Do a motherfucker come in your house visiting and just talk shit? Hell no.
Not for long.
Not at all. Nigga, I do the George Jefferson, nigga, the Martin, nigga, you gotta go. Nigga, get the fuck out.
Right.
The fuck. Now we've allowed people to come in our home and speak. That's our
So,
problem. Period. Nigga, if you Asian, if you any other race, you can't. What you hear on pass? Pass. We about to revoke for the motherfuckers who we gave it to. Let's talk about that. So now when
That
they
part.
leave, you gotta go to. I don't want to hear shit.
so hold on. Let's go back. The Buffalo Soldiers, from what I'm understanding, were the American military, which is us as indigenous people, our military. Also was
Yes,
the Navy, and the Navy was built and created off the Buffalo Soldiers.
yes.
What happened though? What happened though?
What
I can
happened?
tell
Oh,
you today. I'm gonna you
let
want
me
me to run it down? A couple shit. It's still
go
going on
ahead.
to this
Tell
day.
me what happened.
Chemical. I just told you. I gave you a clue earlier. Biological and chemical testing experiments, bro. Biological and chemical testing, bro. They still doing this to this day in the areas where we are centrally populated in, right?
Yeah.
Right to this day, they still spraying neighborhoods and communities where we
Are you
populate.
okay? Who is that?
Yeah, I hope
Yo, you need some
he must
water.
got some they goddamn
Well, I can
thirst.
Yeah.
tell you,
That's scary.
if you look into if you look into desegregation of the military,
Uh huh.
that will give you a big clue, because
I
everything when
heard
they
that.
desegregated the military
Uh-huh.
in after the First World War, they desegregated the businesses that the military was contracted to, and those were our businesses. Like those tanks. That's what I'm saying. The Black Panther, the Black Panther tank battalion. We made those. We built those. We manufactured those tanks. So when they integrated, they had to integrate the patents and the machinery, and that's how they got that. Just like they integrated the oils, because those military people own the oil fields, and when they integrated that, they integrated those things too. It's all about money, because assets got to come to you somehow. So in other words, they couldn't take it from you, so they integrated it. But now it's a great business deal up front. But now they lied to their children and their children's children. But the deal's still on the table. The children's children just don't know that. They think they from Africa. They swear this white man is something special. Nigga, this is your home. You built this.
Yeah, you got motherfuckers want to go to Jordan and say that's Jesus Christ don't go to Jordan and shit. Bro, okay. All right. Okay. Why y'all, once again, while we being convinced to go to Jordan and Israel and all these other places, they still flooding these motherfuckers in America. They still flooding.
Flooding in
Okay.
here.
Come to damn America.
No, y'all been tripping on the videos and TikTok and on YouTube about all the people that's coming from somewhere else and learning about here and seeing what the fuck is going on here. Like, whoa, we were lied to. Yeah, why? What'd they tell you? Look, I didn't know they was lying to you. What they tell you? They like, this shit is wonderful. Like, look at this, the portion sizes and the foods and just a beautiful thing. Like, how y'all tripping because y'all people are supposed to be the ones who build all this in the first place?
But
How
they
did
couldn't
y'all
build
didn't know?
but they couldn't build it where they're from.
You ain't got this where you from.
Well, hell, they couldn't build it here. This is why they
This was not
motherfuckers have
built by them because they people saying that they just now hearing about it right now in 2026.
These crackers could not work in that hot damn sun in the summertime, bro. That's why they had to go. They had to delegate it to the niggas.
Man, there's two things going on. Hey, look, it's two things going on that should shock you. Like, did you know that it's over 10,000 Europeans have died over the age of 65 this summer? Did you know there's no air conditioning in the countries like Europe and Rome and France and all that type of thing?
Russia too.
You know they ain't got AC. You know they out here tripping. They out here tripping on like you can go in the motherfucking subway and they got AC.
Go back to what you said earlier. You mentioned something about Scottish, right?
They don't even have toilets. They don't even have toilets.
Okay,
why
so
did Trump, hold on. Follow me with this, right? Why did Trump say that he was when he went to Davos, right? Which I believe that was the real State of the Union. Why did he say that he was his mother was 100% Scottish and his father was 100% German? How the fuck you know his people was 100%?
They're 100% Caucasian.
Stay right there. He did say that Europe was doing bad. They failing. Europe is failing right now. Just to back up what you're saying.
Okay, was Europe built first? Was Europe built first, or was America built first?
Well, we know
America. Well, the
Okay,
name Europe.
You know why that you would feel that way? You know, realistically, like why in 2026? If you go, okay, America's like 75 times bigger than Europe. Nigga, you know how long this would take to build this place? We got to get all this right first before we can go somewhere else and hook up some shit.
Well, Europe, like you said, I get what you're saying, but you're right. Because a lot of places over is nothing but just islands. It ain't even no really. They really can't build nothing like that. No cohesiveness because it's just islands. So you're right. They can take that and kind of configure themselves on the construction here because of the landmass, right? The landmass.
The landmass alone should tell you who was built first.
Europe still ain't built.
in the United
So,
States is big as Europe. Like
Europe is
Texas
not
is
built.
bigger than Europe,
Texas,
I think.
Uh-huh.
Texas. Yeah.
And Texas got running water from east to west, north, and it's a gang of dead land in Texas. Lights on in all parts of Texas.
Yeah,
I'm just
they
saying, like
just had
the true.
Well,
major
they're
flood
flooding out
everywhere.
there right now.
Yeah, I'm here in Texas. That's where I'm at. Yeah, it just flooded
All
down.
kinds of shit going on right now. You know, if you really keep your eye on it, it's a lot of things going on in the world right now.
Yeah, I think
But the reason why the
that's
world
the
has
civil
a
war going
problem
on in
right
Europe right
now,
now, bro.
I think the world has a problem because this whole shit with niggas is a problem. It's affecting the world and how the world's looking at things.
But who is the
Because
world?
the one
We
thing, okay,
we
all right, two things that's going on. The BRICS nations moving away from the US dollar. That was the first tip.
nobody's moving away from something they can't afford to move away from. Okay.
No, well, you gotta okay. Their whole premise is to move away from the dollar and go into backing by gold. Okay, so that's their premise.
But
Now they
they
haven't
don't have
achieved
any
that
gold.
fully,
Yeah, that'll
but
They
be
they
don't
have.
have
foolish.
any gold.
That'll
No,
be
they
foolish.
have gold
But I
reserve.
agree with you.
They
If
do
they
have a
do
gold.
have gold, only American gold can be used as money. That's in the Constitution.
No, okay, hold on. Well, okay, first of all gold that's in reserve, it's in reserve for the same reason. Think about that as a whole. Why would China have their gold in reserve if it's your gold? You do what you want with your shit. Russia, why your
Right,
gold in
right.
reserve? If you Russia,
Exactly.
nigga, you ain't got nothing to do with the USA. Why
Right.
your
Because
shit
it's
in
not
reserve?
theirs. It's probably
Okay,
not even gold.
Britain, why your shit? Y'all
Yeah,
broke right
I
now,
think it's a
but your
deflection.
shit
Yeah,
is
I
still
think
in
it's a deflection
reserve.
with that.
Okay, why? Somebody let me know why is all this gold still in reserve, but everybody broke? How y'all owe shit and this gold just sit?
They call them bluffs.
Okay, somebody ain't telling the whole truth because reserve means to hold. I do know that. If I reserve a table, you holding it for me. All I got to do is come out and identify myself.
It's probably the gold they're promised once they, break us completely down.
All that gold went in the reserve at the same time, yo.
I haven't seen it.
33 when ours went in the gold. Look, all that shit that you talking about around the world was in reserve by 1944. All around the world. So all of it got to be connected. To whom?
Yeah.
The same motherfuckers that got the gold over here. Why?
Well,
Because we got the most of it.
but
Don't
y'all
that
talking
make
about the
sense?
union, right? You keep talking about the
We
union,
have
right?
over 8,000 metric tons of gold in the reserve. And the closest argument people say is, oh, it ain't real. Okay, all right. Well, we ain't never
Our
had a
gold
real
is
reason.
real.
No, I'm just
Yeah, our
saying,
gold
like,
is real.
okay, if we have the most, Russia has like maybe 4 or 5. China only got like barely 2.
But
So
none of
now
it is.
all I'm saying is
None of
like,
theirs is really theirs.
exactly, it's all connected to us. Because if you look at it backwards, when the gold came off the table, all of it went in reserve. What came after that? The US dollar became a federal and international entity. And what was it backed off of? Gold.
Yeah, gold and silver still.
So all I'm saying is, it's a reason why you niggas can't be from here. Period. Monetarily, you can't be from here. Because all the assets actually come from right here, started here and expanded throughout the world in the beginning.
Hold on.
So how do we go and demand our stuff back?
Ah, very good question, young lady. That's why you have a birthright. Because a birthright is what connects a birthright citizenship. See, a birthright is an inheritance. A birthright citizenship is a pass to be here amongst the inheritance. So now, the paperwork that's connecting you right now is called your Social Security number. What is the Social Security number connected to? Your birthright account, which is your inheritance. That's why they use that signature that you call application or a loan paperwork as the receipt to send to the feds so they can go into your inherited account and create what you call Federal Reserve notes and then loan the money back to you at an interest rate. So you already paid for it, but then you're gonna pay for it again. It's a game, but it's a
Yeah,
cold
3
game.
times. I feel like we
I'm just
paid for
saying,
it three
no, you're gonna
times.
pay interest. Yeah, interest on the loan, but you already bought it with your signature. Your signature is a motherfucker. See, because you
Mhm.
gotta understand, this a business deal, my nigga, off top.
You know what? I was just about to say that because I'm thinking about these men right here, and we're thinking about how they got flipped over to the other side. It was a business deal, and part of the business deal, if they
Bro,
won, if they joined the union, because y'all just gave me like all kind of light bulbs with that. If they joined the union, then you would be part of the union. You'll be part. You We will give you membership, and then that's the 14th Amendment. That's it. And so that's how they gave you your membership within their
man, niggas went
little
rogue, man. They bought it too. That's why I said
right.
people keep we always use the terminology that, oh man, they sold out. No, niggas bought in. They didn't sell out nothing. They bought in. They bought
I
in.
feel like
And
I
then,
feel like they
so
were
that's they bought
jumped
into.
in. They were
That could have been
jumped in.
too.
They were lied to and told, okay, give us this
But
gold because everybody's starving and we are in a Great Depression. So give us your gold and sign over, let us enumerate you and get into your trust. And they didn't know what they
no,
were signing up for. They thought they were
no,
signing up for
no.
their benefits.
Hold on. Now you got it right, but it's a little more on your side. It's a whole
What,
lot more
voting?
on your side that they're not
The
telling you
voting?
about. No, the business deal was we'll fuck with you. We're gonna let you rent here, okay, and create an economy for yourself. But now we live free off of this economy
No.
because your economy is backed off of us. When have you ever got fronted, nigga, and the motherfucker pay you still gotta pay him?
Oh, you mean we are supposed to live free? Yes.
Yes, by
Right.
law. Yes.
And
Now
it's
they
not
talk shit.
free.
That's
It's
why
not
they had to
free.
change. Huh?
It's not free. It's that we already own everything.
No. Okay, who the fuck charges the owner of the property? The renter
Who?
can't charge the owner of the property.
Right.
Yeah, but
They're supposed to be the pay. They're supposed to be paying. They
generations,
flipped it on us. They supposed to be
but
paying.
yeah, but
They
that's
flipped it
right.
on us, bro. It's this simple.
As generations go by, people aren't as smart. They're not ignorant, or they're ignorant. They're not aware of what's going on. Just like this stupid birthright citizenship thing, they just write themselves in. And so what happened is, as the generations move on, because remember, after Reconstruction, them people were doing fine, right?
Right.
So as generations move on, as more foreigners move in without the historical context in which we see this today, then everything is being flipped, because now the foreigners are telling us we're African. That's the same thing that happened to them. It's just new people moved in and we didn't stand on business.
They played mind
No,
games,
it's not
and
to
then
be.
they
Right.
threw
No.
And we
they
let
threw
them.
Hold on.
malls out there.
You also weren't told the whole picture. You were taught something specific in school. You got two generation. I'm an X generation, so I got one before me. But now the reason why you have grandparents and you love them so much is because grandparents see what happened to their kids.
hmm
Now the difference between X generation and what you call the silent generation, our grandparents, they watch the baby boomers because they're the first ones educated by this system. Now my mom, I can tell you in my own life, she thought she was better and bougier than my grandmother because she graduated from Southern University. She's a school teacher in California. No, I found out the real way, nigga. Mama Dukes is Mama Dukes, nigga. and she stand on business.
I'm glad you mentioned that, brother, because education did create. That was a see. We got to think
Yeah.
so many ways. Education created a divide too. Their education, because remember we already had colleges and different
But okay,
schools of
what we
learning
didn't know
that they
was
converted over
our
to
our
their land,
our
their language.
childhood was our
Rothschild.
education.
Huh?
Rothschild education is what messed us up.
Yeah, again, go back to the wars, right? Because the children, like you said, the biggest slaves were the children. So they also converted the children by
A
teaching them,
narrative,
right?
a
Teaching them in
narrative.
there, right? Yeah,
But these white kids are being segregated at this time. You got to think about it. Segregation going on all late 1800s, early 1900s, all the way through. You see what I'm saying? All the way through the 60s. So they're from a child off a train being taught that this American shit that you created. You're the
right.
ancestors of these people. So now they gonna
Mhm.
grow up with an attitude like thinking they ain't shit. But now they come up and find out, nigga, you broke. Because this American shit ain't easy. They looking at niggas who got it easy.
And you
But
ain't
what I'm
built for
saying
this.
is you're looking at niggas who got it easy. But you don't realize that these niggas been here for 30, 40 generations. That's why they got it easy. Somebody
Exactly.
lied to you about your history. We don't know where you come from. They got you off a train, literally. This is in their documents. They gonna lie about they should have lied about their own self, but they told the truth. Or are they lying about the orphan train?
My mom told me that was true. Cabbage
They
Patch,
tell some
all
their
that.
lives.
So now
Yeah.
you gotta think. These are the first generation of kids. It's the late 1800s, early 1900s. These kids is coming up. They're coming up to a segregated United States of America.
Hmm. The narrative for them was highly controlled. They had to fit into
Right.
all kinds of
But they
boxes.
broke.
The women.
Yeah. You saying you understand now how you can let's say you came here in 1851. So by the time the 1900s, you 50. But now it's segregated, United States. So you done learned some bullshit. They done told you the shit. These niggas ain't nothing. But how you gonna tell me they ain't nothing when these niggas live well?
Right, top hats and tails.
Right, nigga eating same shit we been eating. Like, hey, I don't know how long it take you to come up with this recipe. This is sweet potato. How long you been cooking it? This shit good as a motherfucker.
Hey,
Hit the song.
man, I heard our people was making motherfucking cars out of hemp, bro. Like, and they killed that economy, bro, and flipped that. You know what I'm saying? And.
But America always had free trade. There's a lot of shit going on that we ain't doing today.
Yeah. Empress Hobart had played that video of that Solomon. Was it Solomon Davis? And he had the oil, and it showed the manufacturing of shoes, manufacturing of different textiles.
Yeah.
But that's
Shoot,
what I'm saying. Okay, if you think
Alabama.
about this as
Is it
y'all look
Alabama
at
or
this
Arkansas?
as an entirety.
it was
Look at this.
I think it was Oklahoma.
One of them, Alabama. One of them had the biggest textiles.
Oh, okay. It could have
This
been
was
jumping
Alabama.
around. I'm
Yeah, I
sure
think
there was plenty of videos that she
I done
showed.
been to
But I
Georgia,
just
nigga.
remember
Georgia,
the Solomon.
Well, the thing
Mhm.
is, he was in Oklahoma, Muskogee, Oklahoma, and the thing is they tell us that Oklahoma was Indian territory, but you had these vibrant Negro communities out there. So, that's
Mhm.
another clue that the Indian is the Negro.
But
Right.
remember though, isn't it? They moved us out that way, thinking that they was moving us into nothing, but they forgot. See, you gotta remember these people are still stupid and dumb. They think they super smart, but they
Right.
forgot. You're moving indigenous people to another indigenous part of the fucking land. You think they don't know how to make shit go happen? They thought they were gonna move us into some desolate flat plain land, right? And niggas was just
Right.
gonna go out there and die. But niggas went out there and made
Mhm.
a whole new industry pop. And this is where
Right.
they follow niggas out there. The Irish, Italians, they follow us out. The mob niggas follow them out there and just ran the fucking muck out
I
there.
could say, I I could see a grandmother out there and her husband died. She was living
So
in an apartment. It sounded like it was a city. Like she was living in an apartment. She was I think she worked in a restaurant. Like, oh my God, if you just look at those facts, it sounded like it was a city. And this was not Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was some other part of Oklahoma.
mhm.
But you know what I mean? They were vibrant out there. So
Yeah,
crazy.
because they know how to build. You're gonna move people that's agricultural, that's builders, to a place, thinking that you're gonna get, what I'm saying, get them out of the way. But you forgot they still are builders and agriculture. Fool. You know what I'm saying? Dummy. You know what I mean? Straight dumb. So no matter where they move us on this land, bro, it's still indigenous to us. We're gonna figure out a way how to make that shit pop. They know
Yes,
that.
facts.
So they
Ingenuity.
know how to what they say, pressure bust pipes, or you got you refine something. Their version of refining us is putting us up on extreme circumstance and pressure, and they know we're gonna turn out some shit out. You know what I'm saying? Create something. They know that. This is why they keep every time. They follow the pattern. Every time the economy look like it's gonna get crazy, what they do? They lean on black motherfuckers. This is follow their
They're
pattern.
yeah, they're poison, and no matter how you look at it, they're complete
Yeah.
poison. AI,
But
they're the
you
real
gotta,
AI.
okay, y'all, okay, you know how much $1.8 trillion is annually? Y'all ever
What?
think about that?
I would make it count that, brother.
Yeah, I
Think
wouldn't
about
even
that.
try.
Okay, now, if you really understand what that means, that's a consumer number. That's the money that
Okay.
these people are
Right.
spending. So now, if you think about it, how much money they got to be making to accumulate the money to spend? So you would have to at least double it because you got to create a dollar to spend a dollar. So the whole game for them is the dollar that you create to save while you spend. We want that too. But the way it was set up was your dollars that you spend, you're supposed to create from your inheritance, which is the money that they don't have in circulation no more, which are called gold and silver certificate notes, which are based on market value.
Damn.
That's a very important thing. Market
Mhm.
value of the commodity. So therefore, your interest rate that y'all live off of, being U.S. citizens, that you have to pay, that's our tax for you to be here. We live off of market value. So therefore, like today's market value for a silver certificate note will be in the 60s. So one silver certificate note will get you 60 Federal Reserve notes. So therefore,
Dollars.
you're creating what you call internal revenue,
Yep.
national internal revenue. So therefore, you have a service that completes this paperwork for you. It's called the Internal Revenue Service.
So is that why we have? Well, no, that's part of why we have more disposable income. But
Say it again.
um,
What happened?
I was just saying. I was thinking, is that why we have more disposable income? But I understand the
Uh-oh.
reason why we have more disposable income.
Well, you got to understand, your disposable income is created by the $1.8 trillion annually called your consumer base. That's all tax deductible dollars. So therefore, they got to keep a hand on you. You got to keep creating
Mhm.
that. No other group of people is creating that. Everybody
Which
else is exercising credit.
one of their leaders called us cash cows, I believe.
You are. You worth your weight in gold, baby.
Well, I need some of that.
It's all about politically how you do it. Because you got to understand there's a birthright citizen, what you call a federal citizen today, 14th Amendment. And then there's what you call birthright Americans, who are state citizens. And you have a whole different account. Therefore, you're not in their jurisdiction.
So I need
They
to
can't pull
rescind.
your.
I need to rescind all documents.
You need to who?
Send all documents that shows interaction with the government.
No, hell no, no, hell no, no. Your government paperwork is real government paperwork. You're the reason why all this shit is legit. That's why you ever heard of somebody say, "Oh, I got to certify my birth certificate." Ours is certified.
I've heard of them who are authenticating them.
Authenticated. We're authenticated births. That's why in X generation, y'all might remember the footprint and the fingerprints. Authenticated.
Yeah, I remember mine, and I remember mine saying Indian.
Yeah, some did. Some said Negro, but it's all American.
Well, the one that I had that said Indian was the one that that my mother filled out by hand and they gave her to bring home, and it had my footprints.
Yeah.
But the one that they had on file, they put Negro.
Yeah, there you go. They let you know they're changing your identity because they need to change your identity because now through the central bank they can operate through your trust, through your inheritance, because they got to convert the money. That's the whole thing. They exchanging the same thing. Federal Reserve notes come from directly silver and gold certificate notes. But it's only one group of people who have these. So therefore, they got to keep them as consumers. Because every time you go buy a car, they can dip in. Every time you go buy anything, they can dip in.
So it sounds like what they're playing is a game of little bank take big bank.
No, it's a game of exchange. If you don't know you can exchange, you're not going to ask. But if you knew you can exchange, and what that means I'm not in your jurisdiction. That means that, nigga, you can't pull me over. I don't give a fuck what state I'm in. My car is registered under federal ID, not state. That's a whole different ballgame.
So hold on. Are you saying that us as indigenous was supposed to be the federal?
Nigga, we are the okay.
And they're the hold
Yes.
on. When we come in there, oh
Yes.
man. I never even thought about it like because I was like because remember I asked one time we was on, I asked y'all, well, who created the federal, who funded the federal? But we should consider
You
the
ever
federal.
heard? Okay.
The federal.
The Confederate States of America is called the Confederate Republic Federation.
Okay.
That's federal. They are the federal people. They the indigenous. You know why? Because those are the sovereign states. The Union ain't sovereign states.
So you talking about the 11 Confederate states are the sovereign states that they confederized, right? That's confederized,
The
meaning it came
Confederate.
together.
Okay, so that means these motherfuckers down here in the South said, we ain't fucking with y'all. We gonna establish our own motherfucking government, which they did. They had a president, vice president. They got cabinets and Congress and all that shit all throughout the South, right? But
Right.
they ain't with this shit going on in the North, because the North talking about, nigga, we need more money from y'all. What you mean? Nigga, this us. We've been doing this a long time. How long? Well, we just formed this Confederate States of America in 61. Here go the motherfucking the Confederate Republic Constitution. I think it's March the 6th, 1861. They have their own constitution. Now that constitution is told in history as it mimics the Articles of Confederation of the Iroquois. Wait a minute, hold on. None of this shit makes sense if you telling me these is white people.
Right.
But hold on, but not everybody was a part of the Iroquois Nation, though, right? It was
You
other
saying it
nations
was
too.
white people in the Iroquois Nation?
No, no, no. Listen, what I'm saying. Not
Uh-huh.
every indigenous person here were part of the Iroquois. That was just one
No. The
nation.
Iroquois,
I
the
got you.
Iroquois Nation is a form of the Confederate Republic as a principle. It's a whole nother nation. I don't
Right.
know.
Because from what I was saying, there's multiple. It makes sense that we had multiple nations here that were, like you said, just doing business. You know what I'm saying?
The
Moving around,
United
spreading
States
business from
is
top bottom.
formed as
Okay.
a Confederate Republic, because that's the law of the land. That's what I'm learning. They have taught us that they came up with this old shit we live in today. But they did, because they want to tax us. They want to get paid off of us. But nigga, the original shit, nigga, was us. Nigga, we don't, huh? What
Yeah,
you mean?
multiple nations
How
that's
you gonna make
involved in
money off
trade.
of me, nigga? This my shit.
Right.
Yeah, they
Multiple
want to get
nations
paid.
involved in the trade. Hmm.
They want to get paid and not pay because they're supposed to
Right.
be paid.
They're supposed to be
Now,
paying you,
niggas,
but they
think
don't want
about
to
it.
pay.
Niggas as a whole was like, wait a minute. So tax money actually go to us? This is us? Like, yeah.
So I can't believe I don't. I see that's the thing with this independence thing. The independence thing is really puzzling me because if they, because I asked this one time before, right? If you're coming from another nation, right? That another nation has their own government, kingship, whatever the hell they had over there, right? They up under. If you're giving them motherfuckers money, um, transport, right? Security to transport, cargo and all that stuff to trade over here with the kingdoms, I mean the empires and nations that were already doing our thing here, right? The people that they transported here, they are funded by their nation state, their home state, nation state, their kingdom, whoever they come from, right?
Right.
And the colonies, 13 colonies, well, the 13 nations, 13 countries, or whatever, however you know. So there had to, like I said, there had to be a deal with the indigenous nations to say, look here, we want to work for ourselves. We want to do this. We want to offer y'all this. They couldn't really offer us nothing. So what was the deal? What was the new deal? What was the new deal for them to separate from their so-called that they were owed? Because you still owe tax. They was owing tax to their people, and they was getting taxed out their ass, allegedly, by the story said. So how can you just say I'm a file my independence from my country, right? And there not be no war, there not be no repercussions to that.
Okay, first of
Make that make
all
sense
that
to me.
you heard, I can tell you right now, if you match up the economy to the
Uh-huh.
story that we were told, the shit don't match. Because
That's
Nope.
the
all I need to
economy in the United States has always been booming. And I mean big booming, like big numbers, hundreds of billions.
Exponentially.
You know, I'm talking about 1800s, 1900s, we in the hundreds of billions. How the fuck, nigga, when shit costs a penny, a nickel, dog.
but what I'm saying is the people that was shipped to the colonies, right, to do work, to build, uh, farm and do all that shit, to work, because they was coming to labor, right? Them motherfuckers were coming to labor, goddamn it. So by them doing all that, living, marrying, right, procreating, they're gonna lose resources because who's backing the resources? Where they at, right? If all the major resources was in those southern states, continuing on down, meaning resources being able to you can replenish, right? Because they was getting they rations, you know, their soup kitchens and shit from getting their money from the British, right? Allegedly, correct?
Supposedly, but
Right. So
They
they
didn't
would
have,
not able
they
to pay.
didn't
How
have
would they able to pay
anything.
them back? That's what I'm saying. How would they be able to pay the loan back? They just like this. How would they be able to pay that back?
But how could they loan anything when they were broke and struggling themselves?
So you talking about the British? You're the
The,
British,
the British,
the French, the
which really
Italians.
aren't the British,
Oh,
which really aren't the French,
right,
really aren't the, the only thing I think that's real is the Spanish. But that
right,
particular land was not Spain
right.
originally.
I agree.
They went and moved it and made it Spain. But at the end of the day, they're all struggling, just like they're dying off now because they don't have, they're getting hit too hard with the sun. They get the tail end of the sun. They don't get the quality sun that would help their land to be fertile.
Right,
Only America gets that. Like, this is the beloved land, and we get all of that. This is a resource,
right.
and this is
From
the
top bottom.
only
Yeah.
resource. And they needed us to survive. They didn't have trees in order to make firewood. They didn't have oil. That's why when they got here, and once they did that plenary or platinary, whatever, once they did all that, they immediately start cutting trees and sending trees overseas.
They still cutting trees like motherfuckers, bro, and sending
Yeah,
water too. Yeah,
yeah, because they don't have it like that, and they
they
never
don't.
could because of their position in the world. This is the center of the world, the middle,
I
and
agree.
everything is oriented and based off this land. So um they weren't doing any of those things, like all that. Oh, they had to get France and so to invest over here, and no, they didn't, because they had nothing. Why would we need their investment? How could they buy Louisiana? How could they buy Alaska with what?
That's why I say they, like you said, the pen is mightier than the sword. They wrote themselves into prominence. They pinned themselves into fucking prominence. You
And
know what
at
I mean?
this point, the story don't even really matter. We already know this is ours, and they gotta go. So, however they got it, it's time to give it back because it's not theirs.
Oh yeah. You and who and what army? None of your business.
I'm gonna go get you and Derek and old dude and all of the men that I know got a mind on them and some muscles and some artillery, and take our stuff back.
All right. That
Artillery.
was
I
quick.
can't say
You
the
didn't. You
word.
didn't take that long.
You said
Yeah, you
what?
didn't take that long. I said you didn't take that long to answer.
I know
Did
what
you hear
time
me?
it is.
Did you hear me? Did
Say
you
it
hear me?
again. Yeah, say it again.
I said you didn't take that long to answer. You said, yeah, you know what time it is. All right.
I just don't know exactly, the paperwork end of it, and
Yeah,
that's
it's I mean the paperwork part is really not that difficult once you get all the heads together to make it happen. It's just about the fortitude and the and the stick with itness. What they say, no, the stick to itness. That's what the coach used to say. Stick to itness. We just got to be able to stick with it and stay within. You know, um, I think everything else will fall in place. I mean, technically, technically, I'm pretty confident in what I do. Pretty confident, and I got a pretty good team. But a lot of people don't. They just don't operate on monopoly money, confetti, you know what I'm saying? So, this is where you get into your issue of, you got to pay. No, you got to invest. You know what I'm saying? And really what you're doing, you invest in yourself more than somebody else, you know what I'm saying? And everybody's going to be held accountable. Everybody, so this is not, I say like this. I took this into this realm when I say this. I said, look, you'll quit before I do. That's what I tell people. And they laugh. I said, you laughing? I'm not laughing. You will quit before I do. Because I'm serious about this. It's 25-12 for me. You know what I'm saying? So
25-12, what's that? Oh, what you talking about? Oh, yeah, it just hit me. My brain.
Yeah, that's all day, every day.
I sleep upside down. I sleep upside down sometimes. When did you first get into this? I don't remember you mentioned what got you into the indigenous and the paperwork stuff. Getting deep into the paperwork, portion
well,
of it.
my people, my people, it's from Oklahoma. So we've been in the teeth of it. I mean, you missed the last couple I did, the one yesterday, the day before, and I did some show and tell. You know what I'm saying? I actually earlier in this I showed a little brief thing about. Hold on, let me share this real quick. I showed my uncle's court case, like that Flower Moon shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, my people was in that. Yeah, my people was in that. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me where you at? 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 Did I take it down? What the hell was that?
Yeah, what's that?
Oh, where'd it go? Hold on, let me pull this up real quick. I think I took it down. Let me go to my histories. There you go. There you go. All right, so look, this is my uncle. I mean, and I was actually showing situation that my uncle went through in the early 1900s. But more importantly, I ain't even been able to really break this thing down. When you really get to it, it was actually talking about us, like, you know what I'm saying, the poor, the whole Great Depression and all that shit. And we talking about the 20s and 30s and shit. My uncle in court suing in the Supreme Court, getting his shit back. Getting his shit back. You see this? See this? This is my grandfather's grandmother's brother. You know what I'm saying? Now, I did show yesterday. I deleted it off my page, though. I did that on the live. A lot of stuff I delete off after the live because that's just, if you're there, you're there. If you're not, you're not. So when you look at, these things right here, these people right here, I actually showed yesterday that these people highlighted right here, I got deeds on it. I got the hard deeds. My grandfather's cousin, which is this guy's granddaughter. So his sister's grandson, which is my grandfather, and his granddaughter was best friends. Like they was just together. They was cousins. They just hung out together. So her name is Lula. She rested in peace now. She almost made it to 100. But I got to talk to her, and my mom convinced her to send me the book because my mom said, he'll make sense out of this. So when we got to talking, I made sense out of it. And then she was like, oh, okay, you know what you're talking about. But, I sent it back to her, but she said, you can take pictures of everything. You can take pictures. So I took pictures. So these people right here got deeds in that book. But these same people in the same book, the court cases in this book, the whole court case, I showed everything. Anybody that was watching, I showed what it was. The court case was in here, everything. You know what I mean? Where he won. Now that same court case is this court case right here. Now down here, you know what I'm saying? He had oil leases. So all this shit was dealing with oil. And you see right here, you talk about it starts right here, 1920. What was going on in 1920? Now he wasn't in Tulsa. He was in Seminole County, Weewonka. So you got Weewonka, Seminole County, and then you got Muskogee. Right? Those are like that's like your hub of Oklahoma. So a lot of people don't know, but Oklahoma is Muskogee, all of Muskogee. Muskogee runs Oklahoma. And then you have Weewonka, and you got Seminole, and then you got Choctaw, Chickasaw. You got all these different areas, but they had small little areas. You got Creek, but the big areas was the Muskogee. So Tulsa and all that is Tulsa is Cherokee, because you know I got some people on the other side of my family that related that are Cherokee, and they people in Tulsa. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. Now, if you actually see these notes, you know what I'm saying? See these notes, and they did this foreclosure way back then. Now, if anybody's seen the Flower Moon movie, they was doing the same thing, right? And they was they was doing foreclosures, stuff like this on these notes on companies, right? And then at the same time, they was trying to kill off these men, but that was a little bit extreme. But there is instances of that in my family where one of my people got ran off, you know what I'm saying? His wife got shot down, you know what I mean? Because they was trying to beat them out money. So the mama said, hey, you ain't gonna beat me out my money. Where's our money at? So as he is talking, she push him back, and then she start talking, and then they shoot her, bam, and then he runs. You know what I'm saying? Because they were about to shoot them both down. Now, what I do know is that, you know what I'm saying, these people had their own allotments. They had their land. And these people that was over here that was beating them was doing this same thing. I got a lot of people, Shaq, that actually didn't make it past 35. You know what I'm saying? One of them people is my grandfather. People. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was raised by his grandmother, because they didn't make it past 33. Now, you look at this court case, I just did that show and tell, you know what I mean? Truth was up there. Shout out Truth. Truth came up and hollered at me for a second. But, you know what I'm saying? It was like, all the conversations, that's why I say, Shaq, all the conversations we had over the years, and all these people was talking about this, and I was listening. I was like, God damn, it's my family. The Flower Moon shit, my family. You know, I still ain't watched that movie yet, because I know you're talking about my family. You know what I'm saying? So that's the deal. I know you was in the back, Shaq, but I was looking at the thing. But yeah, did you hear what I said though, Shaq? Shaq.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah,
You heard.
yep.
Right.
So
So
how early did you know that your family was a part of? I know the movie Flower Moon, they named it Flower Moon, but prior to that, how early did you know that your family was a part of that?
I just
When did you
found
come
out.
to? Okay.
I just found out about 7 years ago.
Now the Flower Moon wasn't necessarily about Tulsa, Oklahoma, but it was about Oklahoma, different other
Well, I
areas
found
in
out about
Oklahoma
the
territory.
information I found out about it 7 years ago.
Uh-huh.
But what I'm saying, I'm just doing a genealogy, and then
Right.
started talking. I started asking questions. You know what I'm saying? And talking to all my mom's cousins and, you know, stuff like that, other people that was doing the genealogy. So I actually became the one that took over the genealogy. My cousin, my mom's cousin, he in his 70s. He was doing the genealogy. He was like, hey, man, God damn, where you find all this stuff out? I said, shit. When I say 2512, I say 2512. When I'm on it, I'm on it. And you know what I'm saying? He was just like, boy, you did a whole lot of work. I said, yeah. He said, because I was stuck. I said, where was you stuck at? He said, because these white people. I said, you don't understand American history. I said, just because it says white, that don't mean they was white.
Right.
He said, well, the slave stuff and all that. I said, nah, I cut through that.
Right.
He was like, oh.
No, you got it. That's what I'm saying. Aton, you're exactly right. Once you see it for what it is, now you can understand how to do the research on your own family. Because if
Right.
you ask any white people, yeah, hey, where's your genealogy research? How far you go back? You'll find out that we're the only people that go back to the times that we talking about that made a difference.
Yeah, and I had to put two and two together because it's like you said, Shag asked how I tied myself to Flower Moon. I knew about this shit way before. So when I saw the movie, I saw the highlights of the movie, and then everybody started talking about it. Bab, Smoke Channel, Cut, and everybody, Top Cat. Everybody was talking about this Flower Moon thing. I was like, damn, this sound too familiar. I was like, wait a minute. I had to go talk. I had to go call somebody. I had to ask. I was like, wait a minute, what's this movie about? They was like, shit, don't watch it. Don't
Really?
watch it. That movie is banned. So I ain't watched it. I know if I watch it, I might lose my mind. That like
No, I
when we
didn't watch
saw
it
Roots
either.
for that was like if we saw Roots for the first time. You know what I'm saying? You be like, wait a minute, is that what y'all was doing? Still here?
But
I mean,
so clarify this up. That movie was that about Tulsa, Oklahoma, or was it about other territories in Oklahoma? It was not specifically Tulsa, Oklahoma, right?
oh no, it wasn't specifically Tulsa, Oklahoma. They
It was
just like
other territories.
they like to reference Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Right,
But
right. Glorify, yeah.
Oklahoma was considered to be like Washington, D.C.
Okay. Like a mecca, yeah.
Yeah, if you look at all the counties and all the places, you can pretty much find every single Confederacy in that place.
The reason why
Almost.
I asked it because I had seen a small, not a you can't say a documentary, but it was actually some of the people that survived some of the Tulsa stuff. And I didn't know. People keep talking about these 10 cities, 10 cities. I think that's where they get the idea of indigenous or Native American people being from tents because they literally were setting up 10 cities out there after the first time they, bombed them and stuff and went to war with them. And the people that were surviving and scattering and stuff, moving to other spots and stuff, they was setting up tent cities, tents like big, like tents and shit, like little tent towns. You know,
Yeah,
that was
people get
in between in between from when that they had rebuilt, try to rebuild again, and they destroyed it again.
a lot
You
of
know what I'm
people got
saying?
paid. A lot of people got paid, Shaq.
So is that true?
Yeah, a lot of people got paid. A lot of people got paid. A lot of
Hello?
people went to school. Damn, he can't hear me now. Tell him he can't hear me.
Uh oh. They got kicked
Yeah, he
out
can't
again.
Hey,
hear me.
hey. Can you hear
Mic check,
Aton?
mic check.
Can you hear Aton?
Yeah, he
Can
can't
you
hear
hear
me.
Aton? I
He
don't think
can't
he
hear
can
none
hear
of
me, Aton.
Yeah, he can't hear none of us. Wait, hold on. Let me put this in the chat. Yeah. Hold on. Drop down. Come back.
Who, you want me to drop down? Oh, you
No, no,
wrote it.
no.
Oh, you
I'm
wrote it
right.
in the back there.
Yeah, I'll put it on the screen. Oh, he already did that. Okay, cool. It's, but yeah, but a lot of this stuff, like a lot of people went to school. I mean, there's a lot I could say, but I'm not. But I'm just giving you the surface of it. And
No,
a lot of
I
people,
can.
that's why I brought up this case. I'm like, can
Well,
anybody
yeah,
bring up
like,
a case? Can't nobody bring up a case where somebody took their shit and they won. He won. He got his shit back, and I got pictures. I got everything.
no, but
Everything. And
that
them
lets
niggas
you know
ain't no
specifically
white boys. These
that in
niggas.
that time, things were way different when it came to jurisdiction and laws and what was said and how they were written.
Right. That's the key.
Because how do these people have so much power by the pen if they come from slavery? Joe Peoples is a perfect example. Because you got to think, when he was around, how far was his life from slavery, supposedly?
Said what? I was what?
You see what I'm saying? Like, he was a grandchild of a slave, but now he balling out of control. How that work?
Oh no, that didn't work. No, that don't exist. And he didn't have no roll number. He was a little
That's what I'm
different.
saying. Like, it don't add up.
Yeah, no,
The
yeah, no
only thing
roll
that
number.
adds up is they was here long before this all got started, and they the reason that it got started.
Yeah, you look at it from a different when you look at it from a different perspective, like it, it just kind of like all the narrative stuff just sound like bullshit to me. Like that's why I don't even get. That's why I know what to ask D. I know how to respond. Everything. I don't respond to this shit though. That's what I don't do. That means I already beat you. You already lost. When you criticize me, you come against me, you already lost. So it's out the window. You know what I mean? So I look at it like this. Like everything I hear, like I'm like, I got it. I want to help. I want to give you some information. I want to be able to assist and clarify some of this up because motherfuckers say you put me in on the motherfucking road and you sit there and ask me a question, interrogate me, I'll be able to answer the question. Snap, 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 snap. All the way to today, I got people doing time in prison based on shit that was done 100 and something years ago. We are targeted people in Oklahoma. That's why a
Mm.
lot of motherfuckers leave. That's why a lot of motherfuckers leave.
I missed a lot. Did you hear what I said about the 10 cities?
Mm-hmm.
You heard, so you heard about that. So, is it
No,
true
no,
that?
no. I didn't hear about the 10 cities.
Yeah, I had seen a small documentary about some of the people that some of the survivors from Tulsa, Oklahoma situation and stuff, and they was talking about how they was moving into 10 cities. You know what I'm saying? Where because they were builders. Their fathers and stuff were military, ex-military. They were builders and stuff, right? So a lot of people were, was moving out of that town and moving to other spots and stuff. And I'm thinking, I don't know if it was the military that came and helped or whoever, but they had put them. They was building 10 cities outside of that town or whatever, right? So this maybe be the idea when they get the image and ideal of a Native American Indians being living in tents. There really was a thing called tent cities. You can look it up where they put them in tents, but not like these the big military tents, like not these small little. You know what I mean? So and I had Googled the other day, like I think it was a couple weeks ago. I didn't know Oklahoma is um one of the I want to say one of the cheapest as far as or the lowest as far as the cost of living. Is that true? Have you ever researched that?
Said one of the what?
One of the lowest as far as cost of living, or to say that yeah, the cheapest for us when it comes to cost of living. Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah, yeah. They rules a little bit different, bro. The
Really?
rules a little bit. Look, I'm kind of getting get to it as well. I mean, my mom was like, "Why are you here in California? You can live pretty much, yeah." You get that response like, he said,
Yeah.
"Oh,
You
oh yeah,
can't, you ain't ready to slow down yet. That's why you
yeah."
ain't
But
coming.
I'm starting to see that picking up though, bro. People moving off the grid, going into these them cities, well, different little rural areas, like and just building up their own shit, just slowly building their stuff up out. You know what I mean? Slowly building their shit up. You know?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you could make the most out of anything.
I mean, but that's like I'm a middle-aged man, so I'm already like thinking about that later on. Like
Mhm.
like early '60s, I plan on being somewhere like Tennessee, Arkansas, Upper Louisiana, maybe Lower Louisiana, somewhere in my own little 40 acres, 50 acres, 100 acres. Depends on what the deal look like. I mean, right now you get some deals out there, especially in the South, man.
Right.
Kentucky, you get 100 acres, nigga. For man, come on, man.
Damn, y'all hear that
So,
helicopter?
huh?
You hear that helicopter?
What's that?
Hear that? Y'all didn't hear that helicopter? Man, that's military.
You
Oh
said a
yeah,
helicopter. That was a
that's
helicopter?
our yeah, that was out his one.
Damn.
Yeah, that's right. You heard that sound,
Yeah,
bro?
right now, like I was looking at a piece of property in Kentucky. Was a 119 that I like. I mean, it was a fixture upper house, but it was 119. And it was on 103 acres with a pond, all that type of shit. I'm like, for 100 grand? What's the note on 100 grand on 30 years?
Depending
Even
on
though
what
I'm getting it at 65, I ain't gonna live 30 years, but it's still 100 grand. Like, you know how fast? Come on, man.
that's depending on what the interest is on it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I mean, shit,
No,
you
I
pay that
feel
shit
you.
by cash. That thing's pretty. Or you use 50% down.
But that's what I'm saying. Like 120 grand, you give them 40 off the top. I mean, your note ain't too much or nothing. And you talking about 100 acres? Come on, man. You know what you could do with 100 acres?
It's
Whatever the fuck you want.
They-
And you don't even know what's on the land, first of all. You got to see what foliage you got. You might have pecan trees, walnuts. You might have all kinds of shit already there. That's the one thing about the South. It ain't like because Vegas got shit too. Nevada, the state, got cheap property. But that's all desert land. Ain't nothing growing up here.
Right, right.
what state is this in?
No, I'm saying like down south, below the Mason Dixon line,
Oh,
you could drop any seed in the ground down there and it's gonna grow.
Look, I
But
don't
you
think
try that
he
in
was talking about
Nevada,
Nevada. You said
you
Nevada. He
try
said
that in
about
Nevada,
Nevada.
you're gonna be mad. You're gonna be in the desert by yourself, nigga, hungry, thirsty, because you gotta start from the ground up. And you gotta build modern. You can't really like farm on it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nevada ain't got farmland. Not like some land in Arkansas. I mean, really tell me in what southern state you can't grow food.
Nah, you're right, bro. I had met this I had a driver one time, right? We were driving to one of my appointments, and it was an older guy, right? I didn't know he was older at the time because I was just having a conversation with him, right? Turns out this dude was like 80 some years old, still driving, right? Uber shit, right? Tall motherfucker, right? Kind of tall, one of my height. And we could just get to talking, right? Man, why this nigga tell me that his mama then was Indian and shit, bro? He started running the shit down to me. All his grandmama, he knew this shit when he was younger. His grandmama, his mama, they lived to like 90 some years old. You know what I'm saying? 100. He was telling me, I'm like, whoa, really? Fuck me up.
I
Fuck me
mean,
up, bro.
you gotta think everything that we live in today actually changed over to a system that happened 90 years ago. This
Right.
system that we live in today ain't ancient. So before this system, what was going on? Before what you call the Federal Reserve note, what was really going on?
Yeah, it's always been the same. It's always been the same system. You know, the only thing that changed was the depiction of the people that was here pre-contact,
Right.
pre-Columbus. It's the only thing
Exactly.
that changed. The system has always been what the system is because they had
No, I'm
company.
saying
Remember
as
all the
far as
companies,
no, as
colonies,
far,
all that stuff
I
was
know,
going on up here.
right. It's ancient times, since ancient times. I truly agree with you. 90 years ago, the system changed to the Federal Reserve note, which is the first time we ever had a central bank on this land. And that makes a big difference because central banking is different than free trade. Central banking has to be regulated, licensed, certified. I don't need to be licensed, certified, nigga. I don't need to be none of that. Enumerated. I am. Now we just have, as a people, we've been educated to believe that this story is we come from somewhere else and it should be a privilege to be in this great nation that you call the United States of America. When actually, shit, it's just your home. Nigga, y'all built this shit a long time ago. Been doing the same shit. That okay. Everything that I've been thinking about is saying that photo that we just looked at with them young niggas around that cannon, looking like the same young niggas that we look at today. So how we gonna believe something else other than that? Ain't we the same people? Ain't we the children of these people?
I mean, I would say yeah. I mean, I can attach myself to, as I know you brothers can too. I could attach myself to
Yeah.
four generations with pictures. Four. And that's me. And I was born what 1969, 70, one of those. So you talking about going back then, moms, just on my mom's side, her mom, her mom, her mom. Then we go to her, her, you say my grandmother, my mom's mom, her dad, and then his mom and dad. Yeah, we can pretty much put the tracks on it, put track shoes on it. You know what I mean? So I mean, if you can get if you can get to the 18 if you can get to the 1800s, I'm talking about mid to early 1800s, you're doing something right there. You are doing something. You can if you could, and if it's done through your family talking about it with pictures, then you really doing something. That's a good thing.
Okay, if your grandmother was born in the 20s, when was her grandmother born?
My grandmother was born in 1920. Yeah, two.
So when do you think her grandmother was born?
Her.
At least 20 years before her, at least.
No, her
Yeah,
mom's
yeah,
born 20 years before her.
Right,
Her
yeah, I'm saying
grandmother.
20 years before.
So at least
yeah,
40 years before her.
Well, yeah,
yeah.
40
So
years.
now if you think about it, look
Yeah,
at it like
her
this.
grandmother. Her hold on. Her grandmother. You asked me a question, brother. Her grandmother was
Mhm.
born in 1873.
Exactly. Right. Because my grandmother was born in 1922.
Mm-hmm.
Her mom was born in 19,
Yeah,
I want to say
because
oh eight. That's
her
my great
grand.
grandmother. So
All
now
I
I'm
know
looking
is
at my great grandmother, like that's the 1800s.
yeah.
So
All
we
I know
already
is
okay.
all I
So
know
our
is the
grandmother's grandmother
grandfather.
is the 1800s.
All I know pretty much is her father. Her father Paul. He was born in 1898, 1890 something. He's born in 1890 something. She was born in 1870 something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's yeah. So we got that. So you talking about 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, that's four
yeah,
generations. Yep.
and that's from us living. Because our grandparents, I look at it as this is our grandparents is the creation of our lives. Because we were created in all our grandparents, and our mother birthed us. But our eggs were created in our grandparents. So we're created from them. So this had to happen at least one more time because of humanity. This is how it works. So now you go back one more, your grandmother's the late 1800s. So that means her grandmother, nigga, is the set. We've been here.
They was
So
doing
now the
good.
question would be, now who name another race that can say the same thing? Show me your paperwork, my nigga.
Yeah, they was doing good. They was doing good too. Huh?
Like Asians, I don't give a damn what group you are. Show me your paperwork, birth rights here on paper. Like I need to see birth and death certificates because this what we're showing you are the birth and death records of our family. So I want to know another race
They
that got the
don't.
same.
Yeah,
Really sure. Who else you
yeah,
think can go back that far?
yeah. To me, they don't have to really show nothing. I mean, we can show what we got, and we already know what the history says. So we know that everything they showed was nothing but a movie, and it was just for their people. You know what I mean? It was for them to put themselves in the place, and I don't even think they knew it'll just go that viral as these people say today. It'll go viral where they're putting themselves in these positions of our people as a play. You know what I'm saying? As a play. You know how they do it is like a play. People that wasn't there playing as if they was there. Yeah, it's like a theatrical play. That's everything
That's
they
why they
do
got
is
so many acts. That's what. Yeah,
that's
that makes sense.
everything they do is an act. Yeah, that's them, and they don't even act good.
So my grandma was born in 47. Let me see. My mom was 61, 47, I think. Let me see. 47.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I just wanted to show you that real quick, Shaq. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's dope, man. That's
yeah,
you know,
it's a case and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So that flower moon shit is it's real in my world. I nobody talks about it though. They don't talk about it.
right.
You know what I mean? There's a reason why they don't talk about it, and they don't call themselves Indian at all.
Really?
At all. They will not say those words.
Wow.
Who you
They
talking
don't
about?
say you Indian. They say, nah, we this. That's what they say. We are this. We ain't, yeah, Indian, yeah, I good. But we
Who say?
this.
Well, I mean, who isn't okay? Aton, isn't American a
Just tell you
nationality
what they
Indian
say.
a
You know,
heritage?
it's something to it, man. It's just something to it. Huh?
Isn't more like the
Say
same
it
time?
again. What happened?
No, I was gonna ask you like, if American is nationality, isn't the heritage of the American Indian culture?
Uh Say that again. I didn't understand the question. Say it again. Go ahead.
American is a nationality. So the heritage of the American is the Indian culture, correct?
Uh, is it the Indian culture? Is that what you're asking me?
Is the heritage of the American identify as Indian culture?
Yeah, by definition, yeah, it is.
Okay, by definition, it is. So let's see, how do we define and what are the examples of the culture of these Indians? Like you would have to give me a music, a food, um, um, clothing type, something, historical that you would identify as Indian culture, which would be their heritage.
Blue jeans, cowboy boots, uh, cornbread, uh, bluegrass music, uh, blues, uh, country, uh, homemade chicken and dumplings, uh, homemade ice cream. No,
Now, you just gave examples of Indian culture.
right.
Now, if you just gave me an example of Indian culture, which is the nationality of these people called Americans,
Uh-huh.
what group of people are practicing these type of traditions today? Will there be a group of people in the United States of America that are practicing these cultures today?
Yes, us.
Okay.
Shit, we
So
ain't never.
it means that you would actually identify these people as they're described in 1828 as copper colored races. Would you agree?
That's what they say. That's what they say.
So now, if that argument was presented in court, you would have to figure out a way to actually factually debut that. What up?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Who you talking about? Anybody that will come against it? What you talking about, Dave? Talking about the people that come against that narrative, that narrative or that point, or what? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
You can hear. I don't know if you can hear
And
me.
I guess they meant for like argument's sake, like because do these magistrates know this? You know what I'm saying?
Said, do the
I
who
would
know
think
this?
these magistrates or these jurists,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
know this.
they know.
So they would
Yeah,
have to know. They would have to be taught to know it, right? In case they come
yeah,
up against.
yeah, yeah. I actually, even Judge Joe Brown said it, and I know for a fact that they do it. They actually run your ancestry. He said it. They go run your ancestry. They go to the archives and go look you up. They go look you up all the way back. They look up your parents. They look up your brothers, sisters, anybody, aunties, uncles. So they can see what type of people you are.
Right.
He said that. He said as a judge, I can actually. I remember he did that shit on Scrambled Minds. He said, yeah. He said as a judge, I can get into the archives that most people can't get into, and that's what they do. They go look up your jacket, not just your jacket, but they look up your bloodline. They actually look up who
Right. Your
you are.
bloodline, yeah. Your pedigree, yeah. Your lineage, yeah.
Yeah, they look up your pedigree, your
Family.
lineage, and they approach you a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's not always a bad thing, but I mean they really do look at who you are. So, at the end of the day, shit is what it is. You know. So,
Yeah.
but look, let me do a couple more things, and I got sent some more images of the Buffalo Soldiers. I got them on the screen,
Hmm.
and these ones that were sent up, and yeah. So Isn't said that's why Thomas said what he said, and she talking about Justice Clarence Thomas and his dissent on the birthright citizenship.
What is it?
Oh man, I went into it. I went in it earlier today. I don't know why you ain't got me on alert, man. You should come through, man. I'm telling you, I've
Well,
been putting it on the table.
I think what it is I think now that I be clicking on your stuff, it pops up in my thing now, my notifications now. Because I forgot had been subscribed, but I guess the
Yeah,
more
you got
frequently,
to
the
be
more I tap on it, the
notified.
more I get access, it'll come up to my notifications. Because I wasn't getting no notifications from
Don't
it at
fuck with
all.
Aton.
Yeah,
Aton be smooth with it.
yeah, do the notified thing button and just hit all. You know what I'm saying? Because I was just tripping because for a minute I had nobody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what was happening.
They probably was doing it to you, bro, because it's a lot of people I don't even get in my shit no more. I'm like, I barely get Top Cat sometimes pop up in there every now and again. Uh,
Yeah.
Aboriginal
No, but
Power, his stuff don't really pop up no more. Barely.
they holding
Uh,
they holding back the info,
yeah, they are.
the straight up.
Because
You
I'm gonna
know what I'm
tell
saying?
y'all,
They are.
you on Instagram at time?
Yeah, I am.
Cause it'd be a lot of
No,
motherfuckers on there, bro. They be putting some information on Instagram, bro. Like indigenous shit, bro. They be whooping their ass or whatever. Bro. I'm telling you, they be pulling some
Yeah, I
shit.
well,
do.
I'm
I
saying,
mean, that's why I do. That's why I open up on my little when I open up the live.
Uh huh.
After I play my little music, I do a whole segment on social stream, TikTok, Instagram. Yeah, I'll be pulling a lot of stuff. Facebook. Yeah, I'll be pulling a lot of stuff
Yeah.
up. I got some stuff right here. Let's all right, Isness, I played your pictures. Okay, cool. I'm about to take them down. Now um let's let's roll out with these streams and shit. Let's get up out of it, man. We actually damn, I was up here 7 hours, hung out with y'all, man. Y'all can't never
no,
say
you did good. This is
I
a good
didn't do
stream.
that.
This
Yeah.
is a good conversation, bro. I'm telling you, it's gonna be a lot of people.
I gotta go with my 90s. You know what I'm saying? The 90s music. I play my things, the music be gone. It's just but I don't understand why people ain't feeling the music. They just be out of here. They be waiting for the other stuff to happen. But look, the music is the music. But nevertheless, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking so I can get to the point where I can get the music up on the thing and make it happen. But yeah, this was actually a good one. I'm gonna leave it up for a little bit, then I'm gonna take it down. You know what I'm saying? But what I am gonna do, the music's gonna be gone. The intro music, all that stuff at the beginning, that's gonna be gone because all that's copyright strike and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but for the most part, yeah. Hey, appreciate everybody coming in. Enos, Isness, None of Your Business, Shaq, D-Cop, Naughty, Nonetheless. Did I say Isness, None of Your Business? Yeah, J-Dub, whoever was here, in the chat, not in the chat, Richie Rich, Old Dude, E Knots, 3 times, Nate, whoever. And don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? I could take a joke. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all was shooting your shots. Thought I was over here dizzy, but I was over here working while y'all was doing y'all thing. You see what I'm saying? That's why I was quiet. But nevertheless, uh-huh, uh-huh, yeah. Shit, you know what I'm saying? It's Cali business. You know what I mean? What we do like we do it, and that's the only way we know how to do it. You dig? You dig? hey, the music's over. It's over. On the next one.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposedly the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for
all of your assets you have to protect it. Just set your trust up, come get your status corrected. You know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all the treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding fee. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I am not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. And history books of fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors and posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad, cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. And I believe with the tears don't fall from my eyes, cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery.
Damn. I let you hear that verse again.
Hello? Listen, I did everything you told me to.
No moving, no moving, no moving, yeah. No moving, no moving, no moving,
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit, back room, facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on Samba and Sawyer. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Clutch, baby, infinite.